Today, I'm attempting to do something nobody's ever dared to do. Go back in time to the very first World Cup tournament and re-simulate every World Cup ever. Starting from 1930 until we reach the present day with the 2026 World Cup less than a year away, we're time traveling our way through football history today, so strap in. Exploring the beautiful games past with the classic patch mod for FIFA 16, which lets us go back as far as the 1800s. It acts as a football time machine, so we're rewinding to July 13th, 1930, when the first World Cup kicked off. We have all the time accurate players, teams, kits, competition rules, match balls, scoreboards and broadcast packages, retro stadiums, authentic groups and formats of all the previous World Cup tournaments, and of course the retro World Cup trophy. This is seriously the most legitimate way you can experience the past for international football and club football history, which I won't delve into today, but that is also available in this mod. Nevertheless, I'll be re-simulating every single tournament up until the big dance final, where we'll watch all the action unfold and keep track of the winners and finalists to see if history is going to repeat itself or we're going to see some teams rewrite the record books, and if this re-simulation could write some history of its own. If you want to experience this mod for yourselves at home, I've left the link down in the description below. It is completely free to download, and trust me when I say this, it is quite possibly the best FIFA mod, even football gaming mod of all time. It is a time machine filled with football history, and it's worth rebuying FIFA 16 again, which I've had to do here over on PC. So I'll also leave my G2A affiliate link down in the description below. This is not sponsored. They just came in clutch because I actually had to buy a FIFA 16 account for this video to even happen. So I thought I'll let you guys in on the method, as this is only possible on PC, not console. So let's get kicked off with the first recorded FIFA World Cup ever, the 1930 World Cup hosted in Uruguay, where we had 13 teams, 13 nations from 3 different confederations, all participating in the first iteration. This is how the tournament was formatted. Of course, you've got an uneven number of teams here, so we've got Group A with 4 nations, the only group to have 4 with Argentina, Chile, France, and Mexico. Meanwhile, Group B only has 3 with Yugoslavia, Bolivia, and Brazil. And in Group C, it's Peru, Uruguay, and Romania. Meanwhile, to finish it off in Group D, it's the United States, Paraguay, and Belgium. To think that this has expanded to a 48-team World Cup nowadays is just crazy. Like, we're nearly coming up to the 100-year anniversary of this tournament, of this thing, and we've got teams out here like Mexico playing a 2 at the back. Like, this was just a completely different time, a completely different era. Anyways, we'll simulate our way to the big one. It was actually Uruguay versus Argentina in the final, with Uruguay winning the first ever World Cup. So progressing out of the group stages was the team who finished first, and Argentina with 3 wins have 6 points. Yes, this was the era where a win only got you 2 points. So Brazil snuck out of the group, only playing 2 games. With 1 win, they either got through a goal difference or head-to-head, so they're lucky to be here. Romania snuck through with 2 points, and Paraguay managed to get 3. Still got 1 point for a draw. But Argentina have played the most games so far, but those are the kind of, rules and formats you got to consider, as this is what football was like 100 years ago. So let's see if we get a different result here, and we do. We've got a final of Brazil versus Argentina. Argentina winning 3-1 against Paraguay in the semis to qualify, and Brazil took down Romania 2-1 to book their tickets to what is going to be a mouth-watering final here. This was like 20 years before Pele even stepped onto a football pitch. I'm surprised these players even have profile pictures. I'm surprised you could find images of them anywhere. But let's hope we get a proper scrap and a proper game of 1930s football. It looks like Argentina are dominating the goal scorer charts here, with Stabile being their front gunning striker. And look at the kits back then, man. You've got the retro style of the shorts, the string up near the collar. You've got this Argentina wearing like 3/4 length pants on the pitch. Brazil hadn't even adopted their famous yellow color yet. And we've even got the authentic match ball that they used on the day. I'm gonna have to say Argentina are the favorite here, but these are how the two sides match up against each other head to head, as we've arrived on final day in the 1930s, the 1930 World Cup final in the old retro stadium. We've got the pitch that looks completely out of the 1900s. The OG World Cup trophy is there to be lifted too. Somehow Martin Martin Tyler and Alan Smith are alive in the commentary booth. But here it goes. We've got the stage set. The time accuracy is absolutely elite. The referees in the old retro tie uniform. Back when goalkeepers actually used to wear like woolen gloves, not actual goalkeeper gloves. But anyway, I'm obsessing over these small little details here. I still can't get over those 3/4 shorts. We have got the plain, simplistic OG matchday broadcast package. The pitch surface is absolutely terrible, but that's what they played on back in the day. We've got the old retro crowd too, the retro turf, the retro fans in the background, the OG matchboard, just all comes together. Now let's get down to business. Who wins this thing? I've got no control over this. It's CPU versus CPU. As the Argentines, the favorites, they've started a counter-attack here. Brazil pushed men forward with only 2 at the back. There is going to be space to exploit with these old school, old-fashioned systems that, I guess they didn't really play with systems, but just the way they used to play. We've got the retro goal nets, the retro goal posts, the retro photographers on the sidelines too. Like, the retro details are absolutely remarkable. Here we go, Argentina, ready to put their stamp on this final, and it's a big save from Veloso in between the sticks. Here we go, Argentina with a big chance, and Veloso to the rescue again for Brazil. The dangerous delivery here, free header, and Veloso again is having the game of his life. Here we go, Argentina on the counter attack. They have got some firepower here, and their top goal scorer is in the clear. He passes it off, but it's ended up being a lovely combination. Evaristo, and he's fluffed his lines there at the crucial moment. Stabile now in the clear. He's found some space. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, and Veloso, just give him the man of the match award right now. Oh, big delivery on the back stick, and Stabile went for the impossible. Oh, Argentina, lovely ball on the inside, and it's nearly bundled through. How many chances do you need? It's been a stalemate. We're headed into extra time, and I don't think back in the day you were allowed to make substitutions, so I think they've just got to battle on. Injured or not, drained or not, nothing really happened in extra time. I guess we're off to penalties in the 1930 World Cup Resim. Here we go. It's now or never, surely. First spot kick here, and Brazil step up. Nilo goes right down the center. Here we go, the tournament top goal scorer. Can he get the job done? Yes, tucks it. Brazil up second, and it's hit the crossbar. That's a big, big W for Argentina with their man up next. I think it's the same penalty system that we're used to, but that's a big save from Veloso, so it's still at 1 apiece. Who knew we'd have this much drama in the first World Cup final? And oh my God, Bossio with a massive save. It's now pressure back on the Brazilians as Argentina step up here right down the middle. We're in desperation mode right now. They need to convert all their penalties, and that's a good step. And here it's 2-2. Argentina can't afford to miss, and Ferreira makes sure that Brazil now can't afford to miss. It's been a South American stalemate here to start the 30s. That's a big save from Bossio, and Argentina have done it in extra time and penalties. It was a match for the goalkeepers, and it's come down to a goalkeeper save to win Argentina the 1930s World Cup. They are world champions here, unlike in real life where Uruguay got the better of them. And here they are up on the podium. The Argentinians are on the board and have kicked off this World Cup resimulation with their biggest win against their bitter rivals. It's the OG World Cup trophy to be lifted. The Albi Celeste have rewritten history in this one. So as they bask in the celebrations and lift the trophy up high, the world champions, can they do it again and go back to back? Let's fast forward 4 years and see what the 1934 World Cup, the second edition, has in store. Now, the 1934 tournament was hosted in Italy, won by Italy, of course, my Italia, winning their first ever world title at the time against Czechoslovakia in the final 2-1. So let's see, I mean, we've got Argentina now defending their crown. In real life, it would have been Uruguay, who aren't participating in this tournament for some reason. They didn't qualify, and we have now reached up to 16 nations. And I was about to say the group stages are as followed, but in this edition of the tournament, yes, they just started off with 16 teams, and it turned out to be the round of 16, so no groups. Even though they had the perfect number of nations for 4 groups of 4, it was just automatically in this bracket format. And these were the exact matchups that we had in real life. So it was Italy versus United States, Spain versus Brazil, Sweden taking on Argentina, so on and so forth. And I mean, no wonder why Italy won the whole thing. Like, look at their team. They have got some of the best players at that time of the era, with Ferrari, Miazza, Monti at the back. And I mean, I guess that's why they only had like a backup goalkeeper on the subs bench, because you weren't even allowed in-game substitutions during this decade, or for a while in world football. I guess we'll find out when that rule comes into play with this mod. But let's sim our way to the final to see which two remain. Well, here we go. Italy back in the final again, just like in 1934. They're ready to reclaim their title, as Germany have made it all the way through here, beating out Czechoslovakia in the semi-finals. Italy got past Austria 2-1 as well. They also took down Spain and the USA in the process, but what a road to the final. It was actually Czechoslovakia, runners-up in real life, who finished in third place with a 3-2 win against Austria. And it looks like no team who made the final have any players in the top goal scorer charts here. Czechoslovakia's Junek on top with 5 goals, with Italy spreading their goal scorers out between a multitude of players, and Germany having 2 players up in the top 10. Let's see if we can finally get some goals tonight. The one to decide it. Italy actually had 3 kits back then, with Germany having their famous white and black. At the Stadio del PNF in Rome, these are how the two nations line up against each other head to head. Here we are on match day. The hosts are playing on home turf in the capital. The stage is set. So let's see, we've got a beautiful backdrop here. I love the background, the trees, the OG architecture. It's a bright, beautiful, sunny day here, and it just sets the vibes perfectly. We've got even some face scans here for players. It's just a perfect retro atmosphere. This is another historical rivalry, like Italy versus Germany in general. So let's get proceedings underway. Second ever World Cup final. Let's get it. Now, I don't think anyone alive watching this video would be born in 1934. I mean, my nonno would have been born like 2 years later, so he wasn't even alive to see Italy win their first ever World Cup. So I'm glad I can relive it here in FIFA with the classic mod. I love like the soldiers and that on the sidelines watching the game. Just those little realistic details are so cool to see. Now we've got Italia on the way forward. Look at this run. Oh, it's magnificent. And the ball on the inside. Italy first chance of the game, and Orsi converts in what was a beautiful delivery. The man slots it home at the back stick, caught the German defense off guard. And look at this solo run. What a ball. Set it up on a golden platter, and all he had to do was give it the kiss of death. A beautiful tap at the back stick. That man, Raimundo Orsi. And this was before they split up into East and West Germany, so lost it there at the final seconds. And now Italy ready for the counter-attack. Orsi can set up Guaita, and Guaita gives it off to Schiavo again. He's already got an assist to his name. Can he add a goal? Wants to conjure up something. Monti roaming forward, and look at the blue shirts here. It's another pop shot. It could have been 2 at half-time, but the Italians go into the sheds at 1 goal to the good. Oh, Italy have started off this second half the strongest. Orsi again threatening, and the German defense just don't know what to do. They're overloading them, that's for sure, and it's a near miss for Miazza. Italy just controlling possession, taking control of this match, and as soon as I say that, the commentators curse, but yeah, they're just asserting their dominance. And Italy now trying to get this second to get a decent advantage, as Bertolini on the edge of the area doesn't pull the trigger. Ferraris finds. Now the space is opened up in the middle here. Monti has a chance from outside the area, but gives it off, and it's Cress who forces it out for another corner. The Azzurri, they might have done it there, and it looks like the referee has called it early, and now they can celebrate on their home soil in the capital. And they did what they needed to do, came out with an early attack, caught the Germans off guard, and it was a professional display. They got the job done. They did what they needed to do. It wasn't anything spectacular. It wasn't champagne football, but they got the important goal. And now with this camera angle, I feel like I'm in the crowd, but they win the 1934 World Cup. Europe's on the board. Italy's on the board, and their captain in between the sticks will lift the OG trophy up high. You gotta say, the podium, the scenery, it's just spectacular. It's just picturesque, and they're going to be partying long hard into the night. But let's fast forward 4 more years into the future for the the third World Cup. 1938's up next as the Italians make sure that the 1934 trophy will be returning back to the cabinet. Rounding off the decade and capping off the 40s, the 1938 World Cup hosted in France, where Italy, the reigning champions in real life, and this Resimulation are aiming to go back to back, and that's exactly what they did in real life. It was Italy versus Hungary in the final, where the Italians won 4-2 in a 6-goal thriller. We're back to 16 nations. We're back to the round of 16 format, where we've got teams like Cuba and the Dutch East Indies involved. Here are how the round of 16 matchups are looking. We have the exact fixtures from real life from 1938 replicated here. Some results have already gone down, so you can see Italy, the previous champions, absolutely smack Norway 5-0. Hungary took a 3-0 dub against the Dutch East Indies. And we've got some more crazy matchups that are going to take place, but you can now see teams starting to abandon this like 2 at the back, 3 at the back formation that was widely adopted. And you can see the likes of Switzerland opt here for that little 4 at the back. So the 2-5-3 formation seemed to be a staple back in the day. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But let's simulate our way to the 1938 final and see what we end up with. And lo and behold, we've got the dream matchup. We have a 1938 final replay. It's Italy and Hungary matched up in the final again. With the 2 powerhouses of the 30s, it seems. It's an all-European final, but Italy just made it through on pens against Czechoslovakia in the semi-finals. They smacked Belgium 3-0. Hungary just edged past Sweden 1-0 in the semis to book their ticket. And this has set up a mouth-watering clash. As a top goal scorer, it's actually a Czechoslovakian player again. Cahoots of Hungary is looking to get that golden boot. Meanwhile, Giuseppe Meazza is up there in the scoring charts too. And in terms of assists, yeah, Czechoslovakia, they've always got those individual stars, but have failed to reach the big dance again. Now, how do these two sides compare? We've got the reigning champs here who have kept a lot of their core players like Ferrari and Meazza in the middle of the park, the main playmakers. However, they've lost some key attackers in the front third. We've got Piola, the 92 rated striker up front. They've lost a bit of 90 rated firepower at the back too. They've got a new goalkeeper. So can they do it again up against this Hungary squad where it was kind of that era just before, like 20 years before their golden age in the 50s, days before Puskás? But just take a look at that front 4 trident. Toldi, Sarosi, Zlengla, all 90 plus overalls. They've got a solid squad. This should be a marquee matchup live from the Stade des Colombes in Paris. Let's get this rematch of the century underway. And I love how the retro stadiums are here. We've had a different venue for every single final we've had so far, and they all look completely different. We still have this retro World Cup trophy all the way until the 60s or 80s, I believe. We've got an Olympic running track around this stadium. Not my favorite kind of venue, but the Hungarians don't mind. That'll be the main threat. Vilmos Cahoot. Fun fact, actually, Hungary have never won a World Cup before. Not in their golden era, not right here in the 30s. The closest they've came was this game, so this Resimulation is their golden opportunity. Meazza, the Italians, they look like they're hungry for 2 in a row. The Hungarians will get this party started though, and now it's just time to admire like the historical accuracy that is in this mod. Just honestly blows my mind sometimes. Nevertheless, let's close out the 30s with a high goal-scoring thriller. Give us some excitement. We've only seen 1 goal so far, and the Hungarians aren't here to play around. The Coupe du Monde, as they call it over here in France. And we're going to have to wait and see as Kolausi into the box. Another perfect delivery at the back stick, and it's off the post from Piola. I love that little logo, the competition logo in the broadcast package too. It just makes it all come to life. Now Italy with a major moment. It's a nice little counter-attack as Biavati on the right-hand flank. Can he get the ball inside? There are 3 men in the middle. The back heel, it's actually a handball of Biro, but the referee doesn't see it. With a bad touch, and Locatelli capitalizes. We have Biavati finds Locatelli again, and there's a free man in the middle, Piola. And again, can't seem to get it right. And Kolausi, who scored in the final in real life, can he spark up something? Both sides need a little bit of an attacking inspiration. Piola finds Ferrari, who just takes the shot. On the search for the golden boot, but he wants to give an assist as Oliveri has to come in clutch at the near post. Are we going goalless at the half? It was a very cagey opening 45. Looks like it's going to be one moment of brilliance to break the deadlock here as Piola One-on-one with his defender, finds a crucial ball inside to Biavati, and he skims the wrong side of the net. Could have taken a touch there, but he decided to hit it first time, and it just wasn't the play. Come on, boys. Give us a go. Give us some action. Sass needs to get rid. Lazar inside. Says Lazar has set up the man up front, who's got too long of a name. I can't pronounce it, but that was a brilliant piece of play. Dissected the Italian defense with some intricate passing play. That was beautiful connection all across. Sass held it on for a bit too long, but look at this. 1, 2, 3. The reigning champs are 1-0 down, looking for answers, and Hungary take their moments. And Guayula Zesengela puts it into the back of the net, 57th minute, and now we've got a game on our hands. And Hungary in here again. Cahoot is going to set up him again, and he could have gone for the double, but again, the team play, they love this tiki-taka. Meazza, lovely little link up that they've had all game, but they're just running out of steam, running out of puff. Biavati doesn't give up though, and he's going to find a nice delivery at the back stick. Sabo has to put it over, and that is it. They've caught it there. Sezengla has the final word and has rewritten history with this 38 World Cup final resim. The Yatsuri can't go back-to-back in the 30s, and now Hungary claim their first ever world title. I guess they kind of took Italy's playbook from the 1934 final, got their goal, and just had a professional day out. They did the little things right. They just grinded Italy down, shut down all their attacks. Didn't really concede too many shots either. They were just solid all around the pitch. The defense was locked up tight, and they are now 1938 Coupe du Monde champions. And for the first time, the national team get the job done. Was promised more goals, according to the real life score, 4-2. It's another 1-0 final win. They've knocked the world champions off their perch. And as I've gotten here back into the menus for the end of the tournament, I've actually realized they give out awards at the end of it. So player of the competition, it's Cahoot for Hungary, as he also takes home the golden boot tied up top. And we close out the 30s. We close out the decade. Next up, it's 1942. Let's fast forward into a new decade 4 years later.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Now, due to unforeseen circumstances, aka World War II, the planned World Cup tournaments of 1942 and 1946 did not take place. However, the tournament returned 12 years later in 1950. So this is where we're going to continue the resimulation, and a couple of fun facts about the 1950 World Cup is you're going to see 13 teams right here qualified. However, 16 teams originally qualified for the World Cup. We had Scotland withdraw, India withdrew due to travel costs, Turkey withdrew due to financial conditions, and also the travel costs to the host nation of Uruguay. FIFA then had to go out of their way to invite Portugal, the Republic of Ireland, and then a team eliminated from qualifying in general, which was France, who then withdrew after they initially accepted the invitation due to, yet again, the amount of travel that had to be done. And one thing that I absolutely love about this mod, even though those teams withdrew and never participated in the 1950s World Cup, we've still got 1950 India, who would have technically played at the World Cup, but never actually did. But I guess now you can go back and see how India would have performed, or if Portugal, Ireland, and France actually accepted the invitation, so you can rewrite history in that way. But yeah, in this resim, we're just keeping it as realistic as possible, because the more I look into it, this tournament was absolute chaos. The first return after the World War, the world was in disarray, and clearly football, the World Cup, wasn't at the forefront of the mind. But it's still a miracle how this World Cup has even played out, as in Group A, we've got Brazil, Yugoslavia, Mexico, and Switzerland. In Group B, Spain, England, the United States, and Chile. And due to the countries withdrawing and no one accepting the invites, we've got Group C, who was meant to have 4 teams, but we've got Sweden, Paraguay, and Italy. And in Group D, we only have 2 teams, with 1 making it out. Yeah, you can see the vision here. It was supposed to be 4 groups of 4, but again, logistical reasons just threw this tournament structure into complete disarray. This is a tournament where the hosts Uruguay claimed their 2nd championship in World Cup history against fellow fierce South American rivals Brazil. We're dealing with a little bit of a different tournament structure here. So in Group Group A, we had Brazil qualifying through, finished top on goal difference or head-to-head. 5 points, just like Yugoslavia, but they made it through. Spain on top with 6 points here. England, Chile, and the US all knocked out. Sweden made it out of Group C alive, and Uruguay took down Bolivia in only one game they needed to win. Got themselves the 2 points and qualified for the final round, where the top 4 teams didn't get put into the knockouts, but got put into this one finals group. And it's pretty much whoever finishes on top of this group after 3 matches wins the World Cup. So there was no technical like World Cup final. Both Brazil and Uruguay neck and neck on points. Guess the final game we've got on our hands here, people. It's Brazil versus Uruguay for the World Cup final, just like in real life. History is repeating itself right in front of our very eyes, and not only for the finals matchup, but the top goal scorer award, because this guy Ademir for Brazil, 6 goals. He's leading the Golden Boot race by a mile, and he actually did similar in real life, scoring 9 goals in the tournament. We've got him absolutely dominating, so he clearly has carried this Brazilian squad to the final, and there is no doubt about it. The numbers don't lie, his stats don't lie, the attributes don't lie. A 94 rated striker. This man was an absolute weapon in the 50s. And of course, we're still in the era of just one substitute that was allowed, and it was only a goalkeeper allowed on the bench. Meanwhile, all their reserves are just here chilling. A 95 rated left back in the reserves for Brazil. What is going on? Nevertheless, the Uruguayans don't look too bad themselves. The 5-star outfit with some premium top tier players in their ranks like Schiaffino and Gahigia. Varela, the captain, the heartbeat of the team, leading right in the middle of the pitch. They both have the same goal difference, so I'm assuming if Brazil draw tonight, they would have done enough to win this World Cup title and rewrite history. But yet again, Uruguay, 1950s world champs for a reason. They're looking to keep their crown, and what better venue to settle this than at the Maracanã in Rio de Janeiro, with now our upgraded 1950s match ball. We're in beautiful South America again for another all South American World Cup final affair, and this is what the Maracanã in the 1950s looked like. This was the state it was in before all the major renovations. Here is your final standings. This is the final match day, and as the teams roll out, this is probably the biggest jump we've seen so far, as we've gone from 1938 to 1950. We've got a brand new match ball. We've got more match day retro player faces. This competition, despite all the complications in this edition, was being started to take more seriously by all the nations. And look, oh my god, we've got Christ the Redeemer in the background, the beautiful mountains of Rio. This is just setting the scene perfectly, and the immersion, the attention to detail is next level. I love it. The players warming up, the retro boots are on. The weather's not the best, but let's hope that doesn't detract from the final we're about to see. So whoever wins here will definitely get their hands on the trophy, no matter what happens in the other game between Spain and Sweden. And apparently there was 173,850 people in attendance here to watch these two face off, and what a spectacle it would have been. I'm sure multiple safety restrictions and rules were broken, or they just didn't exist in general. I'm sure people were jumping the fence, getting in without tickets. This was the must-see event as Uruguay on Brazilian home soil get the game started off here, and the dream start for the Uruguayans, as it's Varela to blast one home, snuck into the box, and unsighted had a proper shot on goal. And what a moment for the number 5. The captain kicks things off with a captain's goal, and it was a devastating strike, leading his nation, leading his country by example. And it is a landmark moment for him, the first goal in the tournament. That has set the tone for the rest of the game. It's game on. Obviously, the curse of the commentator, the lose out possession. Varela wins it back. He's just a dog in the middle of the park. And for the 1950s, they're playing a nice little brand of football here, with Gahigia causing problems over to Chico. Oh my days, look at this Uruguay space. We've got so much room to work with. Gahigia now 1-on-1, and that's the second for Uruguay. A split-second counter-attack, and it's one of their talisman, one of their marquee men on the right to absolutely be clinical and punish this Brazil squad for their sloppy attack and the build-up play that just led dead to nothing, but Gahigia was ready and there to bury it ice cold in the veins. And it's just clinical right past Barbosa. And then number 7 gets his name on the score sheet. What a way to go into the halftime sheds. Uruguay look absolutely stunning. But can they hold on and accomplish what they managed to do in real life and bring home the trophy? Varela pushing forward. The captain wants to set up something. He wants to set up the third. And they're all over him right now. This is crazy. Or are we going to see a big old Brazilian comeback? We've got Chico trying to find the cross into Ademir, and it nearly snuck through at the near post. Finds his way on the edge of the area. Nice little delivery on the inside. And that could be the goal. There was claims of an offside, but the foul was led to a play on. And Brazil get a goal back here. We now stand at 2-1. The exact scoreline that happened in real life. This is getting scary now. But the Uruguayan defense stopped for a moment. And time kind of stood still as this ball from the number 8 was picture perfect. And the Seleção have hit back and have halved the deficit here. Friaika, their number 7. And it looks like we're in for a blockbuster last 15 minutes here. Chico is fired up. Brazil are revved up. Varela, just a beautiful play down the line, and he finds Vidal in a bunch of open space. He runs for the corner, and he's doing the old time waster classic. This is toxicity at its finest. Turismo ball, and it looks like Uruguay have claimed the World Cup trophy, but there is still one more game to play. It's not going to matter between Sweden and Spain. I don't know. Are they going to celebrate? Is there going to be a trophy celebration at all? They're shaking hands. They're walking off the pitch. I don't think there's going to be any World Cup trophy lift. It's a bit anticlimactic the way it's formatted because there is no actual World Cup final. It's just whoever has the most points at the end of the day wins it. And because this isn't the official last game of the group, there is no World Cup final ceremony. There is no big celebration, and yeah, we kind of just have to end it off there. They've spoiled the Brazilian party in front of 173k, becoming the world champions just like they did in 1950. And now we're gonna make it official. The Uruguayans claim their first World Cup title of the video. We're gonna quick sim this one as Sweden get the win over Spain. An 86-minute goal from Nilsson gets them the 3 points. Uruguay crowned world champions with 5 points, 2 wins and 1 draw in this final group stage of 4. Ademir not only takes home the Player of the Competition award, the Golden Ball, but also was a firm favorite for the Golden Boot with 6 goals. It was going to be impossible to catch him. And it's actually frightening how similar our Resimulated final turned out to the real life version, with 2 of the same goal scorers, Gahigia and Friaika, both on the score sheet in real life. I don't know, that is just crazy to think about. As things stand, we've had 4 different World Cup winners so far, 2 from South America, 2 from Europe. So now let's kick on 4 years later to 1954, hosted in Switzerland. And by the looks of it, with 16 teams, we don't have any of the logistical nightmares we saw in the 1950 edition. Here in 1954, we've got 16 teams, 4 groups of 4, no withdrawals, no financial or travel issues. With our Resim reigning champions, Uruguay, they're up against the real-life champions, West Germany, who took out this 5-star Hungarian outfit in the final 3-2. And here is what we're working with. Here are the 4 groups of 4, with Brazil, France, Mexico, and Yugoslavia making up Group A. Over in Group B, we've got Hungary, Turkey, South Korea, and West Germany. So we're going to see that real-life finals matchup in the group stages. With Group C, Uruguay, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Scotland were drawn together. And finally, making up Group D, we've got the hosts Switzerland, Belgium, Italy, and England. So it's definitely quality over quantity in these early iterations of the World Cup. You can see now every single group has an argument for a group of death, and I can confirm the return of the group stage to knockouts format. Once the group stages are over, we're gonna have the quarterfinals, semi-finals, third place playoff, and then of course the big one. Finally, we're back to regular programming. We're going to see a trophy lift, and this was the type of quality on display here in 1954 with a 5-star all-star Argentina outfit. We've had Austria. You can see multiple contenders here. You'd have to have a world-class crop of players to have any chance of going far or just even qualifying for this tournament. We still had East and West Germany, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, England. The three lions are finally starting to become a real threat. It was a very interesting time for the world game, especially after the world wars, and Hungary claimed the golden team of this decade. The 50s were dominated by the Hungarians, so let's see what they can pull off in the next two iterations of the World Cup. I am on the edge of my seat to see who will make it all the way to the big dance, as in Group A, it was Brazil and Yugoslavia to get through and qualify. France and Mexico both sent home with 2 points. Group B saw West Germany and Hungary, the two finalists in real life, comfortably make it out of Group B alive. Meanwhile, Uruguay and Scotland qualify for the the quarterfinals, as Austria and Czechoslovakia get sent packing, as both England and Italy, by the skin of their teeth, make it through out of Group D. Switzerland, the hosts, and Belgium are knocked out, which sets up the knockout stages, and it looks like it is a Hungary v England final. The three lions will be taking on the golden generation of Hungary after they defeated Italy 2-0 in the semi-finals, and the Englishmen got the better over Brazil on penalty shootouts after it finished 1-1. West Germany falling against Brazil 3-2. They don't get to reclaim the 1954 World Cup trophy. And it looks like we're not only going to have a battle to see who becomes world champion, but who is going to take home the golden boot here. Both Puskás and Taylor for England tied on 4 goals. This could go down to the wire, and it is two juggernauts of the 50s ready to do battle, and England and get the chance to lift up the World Cup 12 years before they do it in real life in 1966. So I hope we're in for an all-timer here tonight at the Wankdorf Stadion. These are how the two sides are lining up, and I mean, both have got their fair share of talent. England with some 90 rated gems in there. Matthews, Lofthouse, and Finney look like an incredible front three. You've got Wright, the captain, at a 94 overall. But again, this Hungarian golden age, can they live up to expectation here in this final? It's an all-European affair, as Hungary are after their second World Cup in this resimulation. Here is the silverware on the line. We've still got that OG Retro World Cup trophy shining in all of its glory, and this is a set piece. Like, this is just a crazy stadium. You've got some nice mountains in the background. The trees are there. The stands are incredibly steep. Like, the fans look like they're packed into the grounds. You've got a massive clock tower in the back right there with 2 flags on top, and that man, the leader of a generation, Ferenc Puskás, the icon, the legend of Hungarian football, in what was considered the best player at the time. But it's just a beautiful look at these retro stadiums. This is part of the course why I love this mod. It feels like you're going back in time, and there we have it. That is what's on the line, the prize. They want another one here in 1954. So strap yourselves in, lads. It's going to be an intense encounter, I'll tell you that for free, as they both love attacking free-flowing football. This was the standard in the 50s. But who's going to stand up for their nation here? The Hungarians are hungry. Of course, never won one in real life, but this resimulation is proving otherwise. They're making up for it here. Their number 8, with a bit of individual brilliance, finds the top left corner, and oh, it was just a pinpoint strike, floated into the upper echelons of the net, and the stadium goes crazy. It's your boy Sandor Kokasiz. I've got no idea. These Hungarian names are impossible to pronounce, but it's a 7th minute goal to shell shock the English here, but still doesn't take away from the grandeur and significance of this matchup here, as Hungary in again at the back stick, and Koshikis could have gotten his second on the opposite flank. That was a golden moment to double their lead, and they'll go into the sheds 1-0 to the good, 1 up. England not really providing any threat going forward, and Puskás is just on cruise control. He's having a day out. Might have a great start to this first half, and it's their first chance of the game. Taylor spurns his chance over the bar. But are they going to get it nonetheless, as Puskás just takes a pot shot from outside the box, and that is Ballon d'Or winner. Amazing goal getter Puskás, stamping his mark on this final in front of the wooden fence. He sends the crowd into raptures. I love this view from the Peter Crouch angle. I get a brilliant view of the goal. Nonetheless, it's Ferenc Puskás at his glorious best. He waves his magic wand over this final, and the Real Madrid man leading his country by example. He wants that golden boot. He wants the World Cup title, and now they have 13 minutes left to rescue this match. But Hungary, again, just look way too solid. They ain't letting anything in. Uh-oh. England, what? Oh, that was the moment. Matthews misses an open goal and skies it. A goalkeeper mistake for the ages. All he needed to do was pass that into the goal, and they would have had a fighting chance. You can't ride it, man. You can't ride it. The Three Lions now look to go 3-0 down. It's off the post, right back into the path of the Hungarian, and that is the final dagger, the final nail in the coffin, and the number 8 gets his second goal of the day. And now Ferenc Puskás with a goal and an assist to his name. A double up for Koshikis, and it's an open goal. He didn't sky that one over the bar. It's a professional, comfortable Hungarian dominant performance, and the 1938 champions going to be the two-time champs now. The referee calls it there. He puts the English out of their misery. They just weren't up to it all day. They were overwhelmed by the red wave of Hungarian footballing class, and my God, did they show up. England, it ain't coming home for you lot yet. Hungary are the first team in this video to get their second on the board so far. They go out in front as the leaders of this Resimulated World Cup series. And now we'll get the confirmation with Prime Puskás lifting the trophy. Yeah, they never ever won a World Cup. They just couldn't do it. They lost the final in real life, and now in this resimulation, they get their revenge. They rewrite history and become world champions, deservedly so. So I hope this makes up for it to my 5 Hungarian viewers watching. Sensational scenes here. The fireworks are going off, and the player of the competition announced it could only be one man, the playmaker forward who could score bangers for days, the technically gifted Puskás. For his time, for his era, he was an absolute baller. We all saw that in the final, and the numbers don't lie. Puskás actually ties it with his teammate. 5 goals apiece. It's a shared golden boot. And the Hungarian defense is laser tight with 4 clean sheets for the goalkeeper. Defense wins your championships, people. And what a turnout. What a performance. Oh my Lord. I got a tear running down my face. I didn't realize he was 97 rated. That is absolute insanity. That is scary. He was him back in the 50s. All right, let's close out the decade. Let's go ahead 4 years into the future. 1958. Here we come. So we're going to close out the 50s with the 1958 World Cup hosted in Sweden. The first Scandinavian host takes center stage, and there is no tournament expansion to mention. It is just the classic 4 groups of 4, 16 teams. We've got all the big boys back. We've got all the world powerhouses, and the lowest ranked team is actually Mexico, being a 4-star outfit. On paper, it looks like Brazil are the best team at the tournament with 91 attack, 87 midfield, 87 defense. West Germany might give them a run for their money, but let's get stuck in to close out part 1. Are we going to see history rewritten as the tables and the group stages with West Germany, Argentina, Czechoslovakia, and newly qualified Northern Ireland to make up Group A? Drawn into Group B, we've got France, Scotland, Paraguay, and Yugoslavia. Group C sees the hosts Sweden, Wales, Mexico, and the reigning champions in this resim, Hungary, matched up together. And to finalize Group D, Brazil, England, Austria, and the Soviet Union to do battle and fight it out for this prestigious trophy. And we're still in the era of 2 points for a win and 1 substitute, 1 player allowed on the bench being the goalkeeper. I still don't know how they did it back in the day. Like, if your player just copped a broken leg or like got a broken arm in the middle of the game, they either just had to play on or were just forced off. They weren't allowed to replace anyone. If you injured the other team, they were literally just forced down to 10 men. Crazy times. I haven't mentioned it so far, but the World Cup branding and like the logo for the tournament looked just like so iconic. Like, it had its own character about it. It looks like its own postage stamp. I don't know. There's something just so vintage and cool looking. Nevertheless, here are the kind of outfits and players we're dealing with. Obviously, there is some major quality on display and some nations that are keen to get their hands on their first World Cup of the video so far. Are we going to see a new nation take the title, or Will someone get their second or third? Oh my days, lads. How did Spain not qualify for this World Cup? This 5-star team with Di Stefano leading the line for them up top. That's brutal. That honestly. The World Cup back in these days, back in this time, it was only the best of the best allowed in. And here's how the group stages turns out. In 1958, Czechoslovakia and Argentina top Group A to knock out heavy favorites West Germany. They haven't had a good time in this resimulation whatsoever. Northern Ireland finished bottom, and over in Group B we've got France and Scotland making it out, with both Yugoslavia and Paraguay 1 point apiece, not good enough. And in Group C, Wales and Hungary knock out the host Sweden, who actually made it all the way to the final in real life, so that's a major disappointment for them. And Group D saw the Soviet Union and Brazil top with 5 points each. England, abysmal display after their 1954 finals capitulation. They haven't helped their cause as Austria finished bottom with 1 point. And the knockout rounds see Brazil and the Soviet Union fight their way through the quarters and the semis, meeting up in the final for one huge showdown going on here. 3-0 win versus Wales, 3-0 win versus Yugoslavia, and Soviet Union, you know, they just beat who's in front of them. 2-0 win versus Hungary, kicking out the 1954 World Cup champs, and took down another heavy favorite, France, 2-1, who had the top goal scorer in real life with 13 goals in this tournament alone. This guy right here, Just Fontaine, 13 goals in one tournament, in one World Cup. That's got to be a record in its own right, because that is ungodly numbers. He only managed 2 goals and 2 assists in this resimulation though. And in the third place matchup, it was France to claim the third spot, with taking down Czechoslovakia 3-1, which now leaves us with the final big dance. We've got the top goal scorers list, Vincent on top. However, Pele and Ilian have the chance to claim the golden boot tonight. This is starting the rise of Pele. This was Pele's first World Cup win at only 18 years of age. So can he do it again here in this resimulation? Let's find out. Because looking at this Soviet Union squad, I mean, it's a nice team. They've got some decent components, like their striker Simonian and Ilian, clearly in decent form at the tournament, but I think it's all about their goalkeeper, their shot stopper in between the sticks, Lev Yashin. In the days before his famous cap, he won the Ballon d'Or as a goalkeeper back in these days. Still widely considered as the best goalkeeper of all time. However, Brazil are facing some challenges here. We've got Bellini, the captain, who is out with a suspension, and it looks like Didi is carrying a little bit of a knock, but we'll let him continue. But look at this attack, brother. It's enough to make any defense cry. This generation's GOAT, alongside some talented wingers, Garincha nonetheless at 96 on the right-hand flank. But come on, man. The Brazilians are yet to make much of an impact in this World Cup resimulation, but this is their chance to announce themselves as the powerhouse that they are at the Rasun Stadion nonetheless. Europe versus South America. But will it all come together here on match day? Let's find out, as we're at a new venue, a new set piece, in a new environment, at a new stadium, still with that old school retro broadcast package. Brazil have got all the big names, they've got all the talent and all the techers in the world, so I'm sure they're confident in themselves. Those retro shoes, we've got Pele in red hot form, 3 goals in the last 3 matches, and this is when he first initially burst onto the scene. We've got at least another 4 or 5 World Cups with Pele still in the picture. This is only the beginning of his reign, but I'm sure the Soviet Union want to cause a bit of an upset. I want to see goals today. Lev Yashin is going to have his hands full as they beat Sweden in the final 5-2. Vava got on the score sheet, Pele also with a double. So how's this resimulation gonna go for them? It's lights, camera, action. Let's get it rolling. Oh, we've got a player injured already. Someone's down at the Soviet Union. It could be their captain striker. There are no substitutions in this era, so he's just gonna have to get up and get on with it. Anyways, Brazil in here with Didi. Someone else gets taken out. Is that a foul on Brazil or the Soviet Union? No, it's VV offside. A bit fancy with it, Brazil. They like showing off and balling out like they're bringing the flavor of the favelas to the World Cup final stage. And Pele, now first time on the ball there, number 10. Oh, he gets taken out the back. 2 different football philosophies going head to head, and you can see Pele getting man-marked to death. And I think he's down. He's down as well. There's injuries galore going on. Can get that one through to Zito. and finds Zito again. A lovely 1-2 play. Garincha now with the shot. But that's pretty much the first major opportunity of the game. The Soviet Union holding their own, and they've made it to halftime completely unscathed so far. That man Lev Yashin hasn't had much to do, surprisingly. Garincha, oh, he's found some green grass to run onto here, and he's got the pace, he's got the delivery, and he's got Pele in the middle to slam it home. A lovely header for the Brazilian star boy, the wonder kid of the 50s. And it's the first attack from Brazil in this second half, and he snuck up behind the Soviet Union defender like a librarian. He's not necessarily known for his headers, but Pele is on target, and that usually means it's a goal. He breaks the deadlock here and gets his 6th goal or 5th goal of the tournament. I've got to double check that one, but he's definitely taken the lead in the Golden Boot race in the 61st minute on the world's biggest stage, on the biggest game of them all. Pele now can just drop back and control the play from deep, trying to get these combinations working, and a nice little delivery at the back stick. Hold on. And Simonian just got a bad touch to it. And now DD finds Pele. He's now one-on-one, getting chased by 2 Soviet Union defenders. His shot was cannoned off the crossbar, and it fell straight to him. He got the crumbs, and that's his 2nd goal, just like in real life. He gets a brace in this World Cup final against Lev Yashin, and the Soviets now are completely bamboozled. It's party time in Rio de Janeiro, and there's nothing much Lev Yashin can do about that one. Literally, single-handedly dragging Brazil to their first World Cup title. So it was written in the stars for the Seleção, the 18-year-old Brazilian sensation with the world at his feet and a World Cup trophy to lift as a teenager. It is just scary what this Brazilian squad is made of, and they have got superstars not only in this generation, but the eras and time periods to come. So this is not going to be the last we see of Brazil, that's for sure. The South Americans celebrate as it's their first World Cup here in 1958, and the world champions are now on the board. So far, we're evenly split, with 6 World Cups re-simulated so far. We've had 3 South American winners, 3 European winners, and now, just like Uruguay in 1950, Brazil reclaim their title, and don't let the Soviets rewrite history, and they get to claim the beautiful World Cup trophy that is soon to be revamped, but we'll see that in part 2. For now, though, it is the emerging powerhouse in the 50s celebrating what was just a professional display. We've seen some individual brilliance in these finals so far, with the likes of Puskás, Varela for Uruguay, the captains usually stepping up to the plate, and with millions watching, with the world watching, they've pulled through. And here's your final look of our 1958 re-simulation, the final confirmation, and now we can double check that Pele, with that brace, is now an out-and-out Golden Boot winner. He didn't take home the player of the competition, as that went to Vincent for France, but he gets his first world title and the Golden Boot in change, so I think he's winning at the end of the day. He announces himself with a stellar campaign in this resim, just like in real life. Zagallo with 4 assists for Brazil, so they just out and out dominated, with Gilmar 5 clean sheets. Again, their defense was absolutely exceptional, and just an out-and-out memorable campaign for the Brazilians all around, and have really engraved themselves into history here. All the big boys stepped up, and yeah, they're going to be a nation to dominate for years to come. We started this video at the humble beginnings of this tournament, the 1930 World Cup, with 3 decades re-simulated. We've got 7 more to go, and we're going to cap off part 1, and that leads us perfectly into part 2. And today, we're exploring the 60s and 70s tournaments to see if football history can be rewritten with the stars of the past, or if their legacies can stand the test of time. We're diving into decades of football history to find out who is going to come out on top of the new winners list and be crowned the Resim World Cup champions. Welcome to part 2 of this journey. I appreciate all you lot that showed your love and support on episode 1. So let's lock in here with the first cab off the rank, the 1962 World Cup. Now, this edition of the tournament was hosted in Chile, with 16 participating and qualified nations from 3 confederations. And this is where you start to finally see a little bit of consistency with the tournament structure. We've had 3 World Cups in a row now with 16 teams, as Brazil would go on to be crowned world champions in a 3-1 win over Czechoslovakia in the final, and claim 2 World Cups in a row, this 5-star outfit. Now let's see if Pele and the gang can recreate that magic here in the Resimulation as we'll take a look at Group A. We've got the Soviet Union, Uruguay, Yugoslavia, and Colombia. As Group B consists of hosts Chile, West Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. Group C sees Brazil, Spain, Mexico, and the finalists Czechoslovakia to be drawn together. And Group D, we're finishing off with Argentina, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Three Lions. So let's see what this 1962 World Cup has in store for us. And as I'm going through the team sheets here, you're going to see some nations that didn't even qualify. The likes of East Germany, the likes of Denmark, the likes of France even. It was a completely different world back then. The football landscape, again, you can already tell by the types of teams that have been in this video so far. The power balance in football and the world was completely different. This mod isn't just fun to play with. It acts as a cool footballing museum and a time machine. I'll give you guys an updated look on the winners list so far. The Hungarians are currently leading the way with 2 titles so far. Then Argentina, Italy, Uruguay, and Brazil all coming through with 1. But as we know, that list is going to change throughout this video and throughout the series. As we take a look through the results of the simulation, making it out of Group A is Yugoslavia with 5 points and Uruguay just sneak in there. But we're not in the 3-point era yet as Soviet Union and Colombia both go home. In Group B, we've got Italy and Switzerland making it out against West Germany. That's a huge upset. As Group C sees an expected result, really, of Brazil and Spain making it out. But Czechoslovakia, the finalists in real life, have been sent packing with 1 point alongside Mexico. A poor display from them too. And it's Hungary and England to pip out Argentina and Bulgaria in Group D to make it through. And this is what we're left with, the tournament bracket, which sees the South Americans take on the Italians. Brazil are back in the big dance, this time not versus Czechoslovakia, but Italia. And how they got there was convincing 4-0 dominating win against England. And they took down Yugoslavia in a nail-biter 1-0 in the semi to book their ticket. And then Italy had a goal rout against Uruguay with a 4-1, and then got a 2-1 clutched win against Hungary in the semis to set up a mouth-watering fixture, not only for World Championship status, but the World Cup Golden Boot is on the line tonight too, with all 3, Pele, Sivori, and Menichelli, all on 3 goals each in the hunt to take down Popovic of Yugoslavia. However, Brazil have been hit with some big injury news here. They're gonna have to do without their top goal scorer in real life. He scored 4 goals here in 1962. It was Vava, their striker. Garincha's just come off an injury as well, so he's not 100% fit, and we're still in the era with 1 substitute only. I think Garincha's got it in him to suck it up and carry on for this World Cup final, but Vava's going to have to be replaced with Amarildo, who did manage to score 3 goals in the tournament in real life, so I think that's a worthy replacement. Meanwhile, for 1962 Italy, they're not really facing too many injury concerns or suspensions, so they're coming into tonight fresh and are ready to face off at the Estadio Nacional de Chile. Now that we're in a new decade, we get an update for the match ball from the 1950s generic ball to the 1960s generic ball. 68,000 people came through and crammed out the stadium to watch this battle play out in real life, and we've been transported to Chile in the national team stadium. You can see the beautiful snowy mountains in the background. You can see the massive running track around the stadium. We've still got the old school trophy there, looking better than ever, and I love that attention to detail in the background. It really just sets the scene in what looks like a proper theater of football. We could be set here for a generational big dance as Pele wants to go back to back. We've given him the captain's armband, and they also do kind of want to go top of the Resim winners list and join Hungary up there with 2 titles. The Chilean flags on top of the screen up there, it's just cherry on top. I love those tiny details, but nevertheless, let's get down to business here as the Italians will get us underway. The retro Brazil green kit on display today. We've got the Italians draped in white as they've started to go forward here with a big shot coming through. First chance of the match, and it goes astray. Rivera, Trapattoni, some iconic names of Italian football. But when you're up against this Brazilian golden generation, it's going to take something special as Garincha works the ball on the inside. Pele was there. The defense deal with it. And that's what you're going to expect from the Italians. They're going to be hard to break down. And look at this Bulgarelli. A beautiful ball to Sivori, who likes to take on his man. And now Maldini Again, another father of an icon of the game, and it's a nice delivery on the inside. A shot goes astray, and it's cannoned off the crossbar again. Italy sending the warning shots, and Maldini now another chance set up, but Gilmar to the rescue this time, and the Italians have spurned some glorious opportunities here. Are they going to go on to regret that one? Back to Maldini, who loves getting involved in the attack. Bulgarelli skips past his man. And Italy looking promising here in the second half. It's a delivery from Maldini inside. Gets denied by that man with 4 clean sheets in the tournament so far. And he's proving as to why that is a world-class stop. Missed a golden opportunity from the header, but he's willing to atone for his mistake as Morta, the number 7, with a nice delivery on the inside, and Sivori just got too excited there at the final finish, and another opportunity goes begging. Rivera, I thought the Brazilians will be playing with this much attacking prowess, but they're really timid in front of net, and they've yet to register a shot on goal, which is quite uncharacteristic for when you have the likes of a brilliant Pele up front, prime Pele up front, but he's just getting shut out by this Italian defense, which has remained rock hard. The Azzurri want to get it done in regular time, but we're heading to extra time and potentially penalties for the first time since 1930. Oh, here we go. Alfatini with the shots, and it could well and truly be the last kick of the game. And out of nowhere, the number 9 buries it into the back of the net, and that could get the Italians their second world championship from this resimulation. It was a defensive mistake. The defender just literally passed it straight to him. A clutch interception, and with 3 defenders on him, it took a deflection off the defender's leg on the way through. And you can't say it hasn't been coming. The Brazilians have barely shown up today in the attack, and it's Jose Altafini to get his name on the score sheet in the 120th minute. After all those chances, they finally convert. It took 1 defensive lapse, and the Italians have won the 1962 World Cup here against this golden generation of Brazilians, against a 99 rated Pele. They've caused the upset of all upsets, and they got there in the end. They needed 120 minutes to do it, but Italy are now champions of the world again. Here in Santiago, they got the job done, and they get to lift up that beautiful trophy again. We've got Buffon, Gianluigi Buffon's dad, playing in this team. I don't want to be biased here, but again, 100% deserved. They played so much better. Most importantly, they were actually creating opportunities. So history gets rewritten here. Brazil get completely wiped and fail to recreate that 1962 success against Czechoslovakia because Italy showed up. And now, long may the celebrations continue. They're halfway on their way to getting their record 4 World Cups. So that's 2 down so far. Brazilians look away. That was not a day to remember. But the final stats of the tournament, Popovic does take home the golden boot here, with Puskás playing for Spain with 3 goals. And the golden ball winner player of the competition is Italy's Menichelli. He actually didn't even play the final. The left winger, 3 goals and 2 assists, 77 overall, doesn't even have a photo, but he managed to steal the show. And look at that, Jose Altafini, 1 goal in 1 game, and it so happened to be the biggest goal of his life. I always forget to do this somehow, but the 3rd place playoff was against Yugoslavia, Hungary. Yugoslavia managed to come through in 3rd. I think it's time to time jump 4 years now and skip ahead to 1966. Here we are at the last World Cup for the decade. It's the 1966 World Cup, hosted in England, infamously won by the 3 Lions, with Bobby Moore as captain, the first and only time England have ever won the World Cup. We're back at it again with the same format, 16 teams, this time from 4 confederations. And we're finally seeing a little bit of Asian representation here, with the likes of North Korea qualifying for this World Cup. A couple of debutants in here. Portugal's Eusebio was the Golden Boot winner with 9 goals. So let's see if he can recreate that magic here. Now you're going to finally see the hosts of the competition be first in Group A. So right here we've got England, France, Uruguay, and Mexico will join them. Over in Group B, we've got the finalists, West Germany, Spain, Switzerland, and Argentina. So you definitely know that one's going to be a feisty group. As over in Group C, we've got Portugal, Brazil, Hungary, and Bulgaria drawn into action there. And Group D, to finish us off, we've got the Soviet Union, Chile, North Korea, and Italy. England would go on to beat West Germany in extra time at Wembley 4-2 with a Jeff Hurst hat-trick that would go down in history victory, and the hunt's still on. It still hasn't come home as of this day, so the pressure's on them here. They're the hosts. They've got the Charlton brothers. They've got Bobby Moore, Gordon Banks. It is an extremely competent 5-star outfit here today, but I decided I'd scroll through all the teams so you can take a glance at, some nations again that haven't qualified, like the Netherlands. Because at that time, there's only 16 spots. There's going to have to be some nations that miss out, big or small. It's a far cry from what we're going to see in 2026 with the 48 team format. So this is kind of how the international game was looking at this point in time. No major expansions as of yet. We're still kind of stuck in those retro roots with the 2 points for a win rule and the old retro World Cup. Or are we going to see a completely different winner? Will Italy go back to back? All your questions will be answered here as we simulate through the tournament. The results are in, the group stages have played out, and now it is time to take a look at what happened in the quarterfinals. We had Brazil defeating Soviet Union 3-1. England knocked out Spain 1-0. Italy took down Hungary, and West Germany made it through versus France. And in the semi-finals, we had England take down Brazil 5-4 on penalties, and West Germany clutched up in a 2-1 win over the Italians to book their spot in the final. And the misery doesn't stop for the South Americans as Italy just double down and defeat them in the third place playoff 2-1. And now we get the rematch. We get the mouth-watering fixture. It is the Three Lions taking on West Germany, just like it unfolded in real life. This is going to be a blockbuster clash, but let's take a look at the top goal scorers. We've had Parana at Brazil, 5 goals. They're not in the final, as Hala and Bobby Charlton will battle it out tonight for the Golden Boot. Gordon Banks is also in the running for a Golden Glove, and the assist stats speak for themselves, but I don't think there is any major injury news tonight. No real suspensions. Both sides are going to have their strongest starting 11s on the pitch tonight. Still in the one substitute era. Every team just kind of had a goalkeeper on just in case. So we're not going to see any of the subs make a cameo tonight. And these guys ain't no slouches either. They got Der Kaiser Beckenbauer, the captain of the country. Grabowski's up for the Golden Boot. Linking up with Sealer up front, 94 rated, which makes this matchup all the more fascinating. I don't care that England's at home. I want to recreate the magic of that World Cup final, so they're going to get fitted out in their now famous red kit. And they've always had a rivalry, these two, duking it out at the old school Wembley. And apparently in attendance, there was 96,000 people that packed out the grounds. Why is it snowing? Hold up. There's no way they're playing a World Cup final on Christmas Day. No. This ain't it. I ain't having this. This ain't a Winter World Cup. That's more like it. As you can tell, I'm kind of trying to keep things realistic here. As much as it would be fun to do a Winter Wonderland World Cup, I want to recreate things as accurately as possible and make sure you could see the old school retro Wembley as it was that day in 1966. And we've got the old school rundown English houses in the background. You've got the Olympic running track, which seems to be a main theme of every single major stadium at the time. With 32.3 million viewers, it was the most watched TV event in the UK ever. So let's hope we can do some similar numbers on this video as the hosts England will get us kicked off for the big dance. Fine Styles, ball back inside again. Lovely little link-up play here, and the number 7 went for it. But the German defense is looking up for it tonight. Overath on the ball. Inside to Emmerich. Beckenbauer finds himself with a shooting opportunity, and it's off the woodwork. Emmerich couldn't finish up. Does England get away with that one? That is the closest any side have got. But the hosts now get a wake-up call. Let's shock them into action. And Hurst back on the inside. Styles finds Bobby Charlton, and it's a big save from Tilkowski to keep it at 0-0. Wilson inside to Armfield. Styles, it's Hurst, finds ball on the right flank, unmarked in an abundance of space, and it's a close range save. Tilkowski saves again as Hala, he'll grab onto the ball. It's a brilliant cross in at the back stick, and Gordon Banks was there. Another big intervention from the Englishman, but they're still in it here, West Germany. Can they cause an upset? Can they spoil the English parade? That'll be that for the second World Cup final in a row. We're going to need extra time and potentially penalties to settle this. It's been the most chaotic 0-0 game I've ever seen play out. I want to see some goals, lads. Come on. Entertain us in this resimulation. Could this be the set piece opportunity they've been waiting for? It's a deep delivery here, and it falls to a player on the edge of the area, and it falls to the one and only Bobby Charlton. No, it's his brother Jack Charlton from the back, the number 5. He's next to Bobby Moore, and he stepped up tonight, unlike the captain, in the most unlikely of scenarios, the most unlikely of goal scorers. It took 2 deflections, and it fell on a golden platter for him to slot that one through and break the deadlock here in extra time. England get a gift, and it's the other Charlton brother to write his name on the score sheet from the back. Big old Jack in the 101st minute. What a moment. And now Germany are sending all their troops forward. Beckenbauer now desperate as he crosses this one in. It's Sealer in the box. All of a sudden, this game has come to life, and Bobby Moore with a big defensive intervention. But over half now, ball on the inside, flicked on over to Beckenbauer, and he skies that one over the bar. And that was it. Germany didn't get another chance. The referee calls it there. They recreate what they did in real life. No, it wasn't a 6-goal thriller, but they got the job done. They took their chance. They took their moment. And Jack Charlton was the one to put the ball into the back of the net on their home soil. They didn't let the West Germans be party poopers. And the hosts will now claim their first World Cup ever. Not only in real life, but in this World Cup re-simulation. And now England can finally say it came home. As all the England legends are on the podium, there's your trophy lift. Bobby Moore, the West Ham captain. Apparently a lot of this team were playing for West Ham, so it's kind of like West Ham winning the World Cup. That's how good the Hammers were back in the 60s. They did it in red in real life. They're doing it red here in the classic patch mod. And the 3 Lions are now on the board in this World Cup re-simulation. There's your confirmation. 1966 World Cup champions. How long are they going to make their fans wait for another trophy? I guess we'll have to wait and see. It would be funny if they don't go on to win anything after this, just like they have done in real life. But finally, player of the competition has been announced. A little bit of a consolation prize for Grabowski, the German striker, who didn't even end up finishing as the top goal scorer. Pirana is well and clearly on top with 5, but he did claim 3 assists, and Gordon Banks with the Golden Glove confirmed. Again, history repeats itself here. 1 goal for Jack Charlton, and it turned out to be the goal that won England the crown. I'm low-key disappointed, man. West Germany had 3 players in their team called Wolfgang, starting with Wolfgang Paul, Wolfgang Overath, and Wolfgang Weber. Like, what is this? Some sort of gaming clan? Nevertheless, we're done with this decade. Farewell to the 60s. Let's time travel to the future and see what the 70s have to offer. Next up, we're off to Mexico for the 1970 edition of the World Cup, and this time with a little makeover, as we have the brand new trophy, or the updated trophy, finally in the game. Say farewell to the Jules Rimet trophy. Now we're here with the cup that has stood the test of time. We still use it to this day. It is literally a part of the logo of the 2026 World Cup. 16 teams, this time qualifiers from 5 different confederations. As Mexico, the hosts, are one of the lowest rated teams, only a 4.5-star outfit. However, the winners in real life, Brazil, would go on to win their 3rd World Cup as they defeated my boys Italia 4-1 in the final. Pele would score, and that would be his final World Cup ever. He'd go on to retire from the national team 1 year later. Take a look at the group stages here. Drawn into Group A, we have the hosts Mexico. We've got Belgium. It's good to see them finally qualify. The Soviet Union and El Salvador. Over in Group B, we've got Italy, Sweden, and Uruguay. Group C sees Brazil, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and the defending champions England drawn together. And to wrap it up in Group D, we've got West Germany, Peru, Morocco, and Bulgaria. So finally, we're starting to see some African nations qualify. This tournament definitely has more of a world feel about it. And here's a look at the rest of the nations at the time. We've got no Argentina involved in this one. No Austria either. So there are some big names missing. Again, that is tending to be the case here with this 16-team tournament. Despite having a 5-star outfit, East Germany nowhere to be seen. El Salvador Salvador, definitely the major underdogs in this one, as the defending champions have now got a target on their back. There is no France either, so Le Orange, the Netherlands, even with a 96 rated Cruyff up front, can't seem to qualify either. Same goes with Portugal and Ireland, so some iconic and legendary players didn't get the chance to participate in this World Cup. So only the best of the best could participate, so as we resimulate through, let's see if World Cup history is about to be rewritten. Here's how the group stage has played out. In Group A, we've had the hosts Mexico eliminated with 2 draws to their name. Both the Soviet Union and Belgium go through to send the hosts packing, as Group B saw Uruguay and Italy make it out into the round of 16. Defending champions England and Czechoslovakia qualify, as Brazil finish in 3rd. Ever since they lost that World Cup in 1962, they have just experienced a crazy downfall. At the peak of their powers, they have failed to recreate any of that magic and do it for Pele in his final bout at a World Cup, and that is just sad to see, man. Have been completely eliminated alongside Peru and Mexico. Meanwhile, it's West Germany and Bulgaria to qualify by the skin of their teeth in Group D. The quarterfinals saw England scrape by Bulgaria 2-1. Italy did the same against the Soviet Union, and Belgium by fine margins got past Uruguay, and it was West Germany with a convincing 2-0 display versus Czechoslovakia. Meanwhile, in the semi-finals, we had an enthralling contest between Italy and England, as the Azzurri beat out the champions 5-4 on penalties. They failed to defend their world title. It is West Germany to get the better over Belgium 2-1. The Three Lions do take home a bit of a consolation prize with the 3rd place spot. Meanwhile, it's the matchup, it's the final that excites us all. These 2 old rivals go at it again. Italia and now West Germany are back at it again in a big dance final. Italy now get the chance to rewrite the wrongs and rewrite history up against the West Germans, who are still seething after their 1966 finals loss, both in real life and this simulation. We've also got the fight for the golden boot. We've got Schnellinger, Domenghini for Italy also with 3. Meyer's keen on the golden glove for West Germany. So again, it is all up for grabs tonight. It is all on the line, and my goodness, it is going to take an almighty effort to stop this West German powerhouses. Now finally, we are in the era where multiple substitutes are allowed, or more than one sub is allowed on the bench. There's no doubt about it, Italia want to get on top of this Resim World Cup winners list. They've currently won 2 so far. This is their prime opportunity to get themselves a 3rd and establish a lead on top of the charts. This is their strongest starting 11. They're rocking this little bit of a narrow formation to accommodate for all the attack and powerhouse they've got up their sleeves. On paper, we're in for a blockbuster. Now, in the 1970s, we get a new ball, and it's kind of like the traditional iconic look of a football, of a soccer ball, whatever you want to call it. Over 107,000 people packed in to the Estadio Azteca to watch this match play out, or just watch the World Cup final play out. And yeah, they're fighting for that trophy right there. Okay, plot twist. I think this is the final year we're going to see the OG Retro World Cup trophy. So I got a little bit too ahead of myself. This is the final send-off for the Retro trophy. And we finally have a little bit of an updated broadcast package. We've got Gerd Muller in his prime. He scored 10 goals in this tournament in real life. The top goal scorer by far. It's good to see the graphics get updated. We've got the BBC logo in there. The player shirts actually pop up on screen. And these 2 European heavyweights are going to surely deliver up something good. How much are the West Germans going to want it though? They are yet to win one in this resimulation so far. So get the popcorn out, people. We're about to see some fireworks. Rivera inside to Riva already with a warning shot, and the Italians aren't wasting any time here. The green machine, they're in their alternate kit. So let's see if they can get some different results here as Gerd Muller. He's potent in front of net. He gives it off, and it's a scuffed shot. It's what Italy do, man. They like nullifying every team's like main special power, their main attacks. They can just tactically outwork them. And it might come to fruition here for the Germans, though. And as soon as I say it, it's the curse of the commentator. Gerd Muller needed one chance. The fox in the box manages to punish the Italian backline with that one little lapse in judgment. And on the volley, absolutely slams it home against Zoff in between the sticks. And it was a lovely little combining play. The chemistry was on point. Bounced on the way through, but the number 13 won't care. West Germany 1. Italy 0. They get the party started here. It's his only second goal in the tournament. Charging forward at the German defense, he finds Mazzola. All of a sudden, the Italians nearly level things up there, and it nearly started the second half off perfectly. Ball on the inside, and from the corner, De Sisti, and it's the equalizer. Italy on the board, and in the 1970 World Cup final, we are in for an absolute all-timer, and it was an ambitious strike from the central defensive midfielder, chested, and then on the half volley with a little scissor kick. The technique on that from the Adidas boot, it's an absolute ripper, and it's a worthy goal for a World Cup final. What a moment, and it's game on here at the Azteca. It's his second goal of the tournament so far, 50th minute. Oh boy, oh boy. And for the first time, I think we've just seen the substitution. A historical moment in world football, as the substitution rule is now in effect. We've hit the 70s. We're starting to see these rules be updated. The number 10 comes on, and now the ball over the top. It's Riva, headed in on the inside. Mazzola is there all alone, up against 4 German defenders. Domenghini with the cross on the inside. It's the number skied wayward from Boninsegna, and he'll be disappointed with himself there. Boninsegna, he's already missed one opportunity. He can't afford any other mistakes here, as the Italians on the attack again. And this time, it's crossed on the inside. Beckenbauer misses his header, and it's a golden moment. Riva sneaks in at the back post, and it's an open goal that he heads into to get into the lead. And the Azzurri here have just done the ultimate smash and grab. In the 1970 World Cup, it's an uncharacteristic mistake from De Kaiser at the back. He headed straight into the path of the Italians, and the West Germans aren't going to be too happy about that one. The number 11 with his third goal of the tournament in what could be the decisive goal in the 89th minute. How clutch. And it's those big moments, those golden opportunities that we've seen the winners so far of this resimulation take. But the West Germans now, at what, their third attempt, have lost another World Cup final here, and Italy jump up the charts as they get their third crown of the resimulation. Here in the summer of 1970, the Azzurri win the World Cup and rewrite history this time. There is no Brazilian champion. They manage to fight the demons of 1970. For the last time, we're going to see the old retro World Cup lifted by the captain Fochetti at the back. The first nation to hit 3 World Cups in this video so far. And here's your trophy lift. What a moment. What drama in this World Cup final. Has easily been the best one we've had so far. And in the Mexican heat, they stayed cool, calm, and collected under pressure. They used the new substitute rule to their advantage to get a bit more legs, a bit more stamina in midfield, and it paid off. So what now? 1934, 1962, and 1970. Italia, champions of the world. And there's your confirmation. We're going to draw the curtains on this World Cup, and West Germany losing back-to-back finals. That's got to sting. Player of the competition announced, and it's fitting. It's the goal scorer, the winning goal of the final. Italy's Riva will take home the golden ball, and he makes his claim as a golden boot winner too. It's the perfect day out for Riva. Also topping the assist charts, he was a well and true winner, a worthy winner in every sense of the word, and definitely the clutch player of the tournament. It's hard to watch for the Germans, man, because arguably one of the greatest teams of all time have gone home empty-handed twice. You know the drill. We're skipping ahead 4 years and time traveling to 1974 to resimulate the Fußball Weltmeisterschaft, or in English, the World Cup of 1974. You guessed it, hosted by West Germany, and is yet another edition of the tournament where it was won by the host. West Germany would go on to win their second title in this 1974 World Cup, something they haven't been able to do throughout this entire resimulation. I know I keep mentioning it, man. They went on to beat the Netherlands in the final 2-1, but that's besides the point, as we have 16 nations here again from 5 confederations. Argentina are back, and also my home nation of Australia qualifying for this World Cup for the first time in history. But that's neither here or there, as we've got some pretty big updates in terms of how this World Cup plays out format wise. Not only do we have West Germany and East Germany in the same group competing in the same competition, we have got the group stages split up into stage 1 and stage 2. So hear me out here. In Group A of stage 1, we've got West, East Germany, Chile, and Australia. Group B sees Yugoslavia, Scotland, Brazil, and Zaire, which would later be known as the DR Congo. So that's the African representation here. In Group C, we have the Netherlands, Netherlands finally arriving to the world stage with Bulgaria, Uruguay, and Sweden making it back up. And to finalize Group D, we've got Poland, the reigning champions Italy, Argentina, and Haiti. Then I assume all the nations that qualify and finish in the top 2 are then seeded into Group A and B of Stage 2. But as you lot know by now, we're just gonna sit back and watch the simulation do its thing and just see what happens. Get your popcorn out, because I didn't even know this tournament structure and this format was even a thing. So it doesn't look like it heads straight into a round of 16 format, so that adds a little bit of an extra element to proceedings. But yeah, I don't know, the Germans were trying to come up with something different, or it was FIFA that was pushing this change, as again the likes of Portugal with Eusebio don't qualify for this tournament whatsoever, and the likes of Spain are nowhere to be seen. We've also got, I think, the lowest rated side to ever qualify for a World Cup so far, 3.5 star, the Zare Leopards. So it'll be interesting to see how this 1974 format plays out, or how long it eventually lasts for. As the group stages have wrapped up, we're still in the 2 points for a win era. It's West Germany and the Aussies to make it out of Group A, with East Germany and Chile going home. We've got Group B, where Yugoslavia and Brazil made it out in quite a tight affair there. Scotland just eliminated on goal difference. Group C saw the Netherlands with a pass in flying colours with 3 wins. Uruguay with 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss made it out against Sweden on goals scored, as Bulgaria finished with 0. And in Group D, we've got the current champions, defending champions, finishing bottom. Italy completely wiped from the tournament. Poland and Argentina make it through, and Haiti, only on goal difference, couldn't make it to the next round. And in this edition of the World Cup, there were no knockouts, so whoever finished first in Group A and B of Stage 2 made it to the final. So yeah, you guessed it, the Netherlands and Poland have made it to the final. Really, no other game matters, as this is the resimulated big dance. We've got Leo Orange taking on the Polish in what is quite the unconventional World Cup final matchup, but nevertheless, it is still an all-European affair in the final, just like real life, as it was Argentina and Yugoslavia who finished in second. They played off in a little third place match, with Yugoslavia taking it home 2-0 against the Argentines, but this is the one we're all waiting for. Johan Cruyff has arrived at the World Cup stage and he's making his presence known, but damn, his squad has been hit by a couple of injuries and a big suspension here. The captain of Leo Orange is going to have to do without his box-to-box midfielder. He copped a bit of a knock, so he's replaced by Van de Kerkhoff, and the right back Serbier will be replaced by Van Iresel. This rather strong Dutch side, in a little golden generation of their own, have the chance to rewrite history here and get revenge. Now, I wasn't as shocked as I would have been if I didn't know that the top goal scorer, the Golden Boot winner of this tournament, was actually from Poland, and it's that man there up front, Lato. He scored 7 goals in the real world tournament, and the best young player award was actually won by Zmuda in real life, their centre back now, who's copped a red card, so he'll be missing the final. The Polish copping a few setbacks of their own. I love some of the kit options and the alternate versions you can wear of these kits. Because the Netherlands played with the orange socks, I'm going to go for this home shirt that they wore in the final. And Poland, they're just going to be rocking the all red. Oh my god, did I just realize that there were certain balls for every single year? No way, no way. We missed out on the 1970s official World Cup ball. That's bad on my end, but I'm glad I finally discovered that now in 1974, we're going to be using the official World Cup ball of the time, the Adidas Telstar Duelast. But it's official, baby. Now, I would have paid good money to see Johan Cruyff and Beckenbauer face off in this world title match, but that isn't the case. However, 75,000 people showed up to watch this match play out in real life at the Olympiastadion in Munich. And here we are battling for the new and current day World Cup trophy. With the Netherlands, their World Cup appearances are pretty far and few between, but they've bolted their way into the big dance, and it's thanks to that man on your screen, the beating heart and soul of the nation. He's got the captain's armband on, so can he carry the Dutch to glory? They've never won a World Cup before in their entire history in real life, neither of Poland, so we will be seeing a new world champion be crowned today, and simply put it, history will be rewritten. As the man himself will get us kicked off, we are in for one hell of a ride, as the hosts couldn't quite get it done. It's not going to be easy here for the Netherlands. They've got to work for this one. Van de Kerkhoff Little fake pass to Janssen, who finds Cruyff in the clear, and Cruyff with the shot deflected out for a corner. Out to Kapasak, and Poland, in a positive start, forces the Dutch number one into a save, and now they get a corner of their own. Back inside to Van der Kerkhoff, wins a foul, but Cruyff plays on, and the referee will award it. It's a set-piece opportunity right on the edge of the area. This could be a pivotal moment, as we will have a substitution here. The Dutch are going to make a tactical change, bringing on their number 10. And we all saw what happened in the last World Cup final where a substitute was brought on. Oh my god, I didn't realize Van der Kerkhoff came on, but he's also on the field. Are we dealing with another case of brothers? I think we are. We had the Charlton brothers, now the Van der Kerkhoff boys. It's a family affair here in these World Cup finals. I love to see it. Another tactical change here. The Lino holding up an invisible board. I don't think they had substitution boards back in the 70s, or at least electronic ones for that matter. But it's a change here for the Polish, and the Dutch just are really lackluster up front. Poland don't have the quality to capitalize, and this final's turning out to be a real flat affair if it stays like this. It hasn't even really been an entertaining 0-0 draw like we have seen in previous finals. But Van der Kerkhoff, what can you do here on the right flank? Passes back to De Jong off the bench. They've used multiple substitutions here, the Dutch, and another failed delivery. Back on the inside, Neeskens again. Neeskens and Janssen, a lovely little combo, and they finally tested the Polish keeper. It's a pot shot from outside the box, but that's the closest they've come, to be fair. The Polish have shut them out. Big header there. Hahn needed to win it, but it's okay. De Jong came in clutch. Van der Kerkhoff, a lovely spreading ball on the left. Resimulating to find Van der Kerkhoff, and another corner. Van der Kerkhoff inside. Resimulating finds Johan Cruyff, and the keeper came out in the one-on-one situation and shut it down. Hahn finds Van der Kerkhoff on this right-hand flank, fresh legs. He has come through off the bench. Johan Cruyff with the ball, and he could have taken a shot, but laid it off, and that wasn't the right choice. It's just decisions in front of net. It's like they're too nervous. And if only Cruyff clutched up and hit that ball on the volley. That was destined for the back of the net, but it's hit full time, and we're going for extra time. Mate, can we just settle this on pens? Because this 1974 final has not served up any fireworks so far. Chipped ball over the top. De Jong unmarked, finds Kroll, and they're spreading it across nicely, using the space, and the Polish keeper came out to claim it. He's absolutely dominated the aerial battles today. The underdogs, the Poles, trying to flip the script, and they're attacking in numbers here. They've got space, and all of a sudden it's Lato. It's their only shot on target. It's their first chance of the match, and the man who won the Golden Boot in real life, he hasn't got a hairline, but he's got the finishing ability to lace it into the back of the net. Caught them off cold, caught them off guard, and at the near post, he finds the goal to absolutely flip the script on its head. It's his 4th goal of the tournament so far. He's turned up in this final in the 104th minute, and all of a sudden now, the Dutch are hanging by a thread. Oh, it's do or die. It's panic station now. They can't go out like this. It's all or nothing here for Le Orange. Regensburg, chipped ball inside, the keeper punches it away, and this has just been the story of their night. But Neeskens needs to go, and ref has seen enough. He's blown the whistle, and first time World Cup winners, not only in this simulation, but in real life. The Polish have done a job. It's been a heist from the men in red, and they have won this World Cup final with a moment of magic. Who would have seen this coming? The underdog story. The Dutch drought continues. They've still not won a World Cup. They get their name on the board in 1974, and they're lifting the new current day World Cup, updated at the time, and here in Munich, here in Germany, they will be crowned world champions for the first time ever. What a moment, man. It was a tough watch, but they won't care. They've pulled off a miracle. They've written their names into the history books, not just for their country, but in world football. They've engraved themselves into World Cup history. Poland have pulled off one of the all-time wins here in 1974, and boy oh boy are they going to celebrate. Their receding hairline specialist up front, he's not going to let go of that World Cup trophy, just like he isn't letting go of his hair. I mean, Cruyff had his moments, but he just couldn't convert. They just didn't have it in him tonight. And there's your confirmation. Poland are your world champions. They ain't the entertainers, they're definitely the disruptors. As the player of the competition announced, golden ball winner goes to West Germany's Bonhoff. They did miss out on the final, but the center midfielder for the hosts, 4 goals and 1 assist. With 5 goal contributions from the middle of the park, that's definitely a stellar campaign. Nevertheless, who would have seen that one coming? Who would have had that on their bingo cards? We did pick him out from the beginning of the match. But my God, these polls pick their moments, don't they? It was an off night. However, the Golden Boot winner goes to Argentina's Kempes. With 6 goals, he wins it quite comfortably. And in terms of assists, there was a bunch of players tied on 2. And you can't say he didn't deserve it, but it's a well-earned Golden Glove for the Polish shot stopper. We're done and dusted with this one. 1978, you're up next. We're going back to South America for the 1978 edition of the World Cup, hosted by Argentina, with 16 nations participating and qualified for the event, spanning from 5 different confederations. We've got Tunisia's first appearance here. We've got our resimulated defending champions, Poland, returning for more action on the world stage. And it's cool to see Iran, the Asian nation, making it in, but the main heavy hitters are all here besides England, and the hosts Argentina would then go on to win their first ever world championship on home soil. So you can definitely see in this time period, in this era, that home ground advantage. Hosting the tournament came with so much weight. The crowd really got behind them. As we take a look at the group stages here, let's see if the Albi Celeste can recapture that magic, as they've been drawn into Group A with the likes of Italy, France, and Hungary. Not an easy draw whatsoever, as over in Group B, we've got Poland, Mexico, West Germany, and Tunisia. Group C sees the likes of Austria, Brazil, Spain, and Sweden battle it out. And meanwhile, to wrap it up in Group D, we've got Peru, Iran, Scotland, and the Netherlands. And that's anyone's game there. I can confirm that this 70s format of the World Cup, where it's split off into 2 types of group stages, it doesn't go through to the round of 16 and quarterfinals like we're all used to. I don't know why in the 70s they were obsessed with these 2-phase group stages, but we're starting to see the World Cup we well and truly know of today starting to take shape. We've got the iconic trophy. We're getting different match ball editions for every separate World Cup, and it's starting to become more of a global phenomenon as we take a look at, again, some nations that weren't lucky enough to qualify. Let's simulate our way to the final and see what they've got in store for us. In the first initial stages of the group stage, we've got Italy and Argentina making it out, both with 5 points apiece. France and Hungary go home. Over in Group B, we've got the resimulated former champions of Poland making it out flawlessly on top, with West Germany coming through in second, as Mexico and Tunisia face elimination. In Group C, we had Brazil and Spain to make it through against Austria and Sweden. And in Group D, we've got the Netherlands and Scotland making it out alive. And it kind of ruins the surprise with this Stage 2 group stage, as West Germany solidify their place in the big dance with 4 points in Group A. Brazil finishing rock bottom. Man, that has got to be tough. They have faced a fall-off ever since losing that 68 World Cup final. It has just been L after L after L. Same deal in Group B, but the Netherlands made it through to the final. They booked their ticket in convincing fashion. 6 points, 3 wins. Spain couldn't really come close, and Argentina and Poland both bow out. Big expectations on the Argentines as they fail to rewrite history. They can't capture that lightning in the bottle to replicate them winning their nation the first World Cup this year. Luckily for them, they've already won themselves a World Cup in this World Cup resimulation series. However, that's besides the point here, as it sets up a mouth-watering all-European affair. This is peak, man. You can't craft these storylines. We've got the Dutch, who have never won a World Cup, never won a major piece of silverware, lost every single final they've been in, and now West Germany, who have lost, now 3 finals in this resimulation series alone. It's going to be a fascinating final nonetheless, but we've also got the Golden Boot race on the line between Rep of the Netherlands and Holzenbeing for West Germany. And it's actually fitting, it's quite poetic that the Dutch are here again, because in 1978, they did lose the real-life World Cup final 3-1 to the hosts, which would make it 2 World Cup final losses in a row. Heartbreaking stuff. And they're back again, fresh off their defeat versus Poland, up against the perennial losers of this resimulation series so far, West Germany. So surely one of them's got to get it done tonight. And we've got to take a look at this 1978 World Cup final ball, as it is the Adidas Tango Duelast, only the second ever official World Cup ball. And this is where the fresh match ball design idea idea for every tournament began. 71,483 people crammed in to the Mass Monumental. I don't know if we've got the same numbers here as the hosts are participating. That's what they're fighting for. On a cold, wet, rainy day in Buenos Aires, we've got two countries surely destined for glory here. West Germany yet to get on the board. They've had ample opportunity to, despite all their successes in real life. And I guess the Dutch, Leo Oranje, just want to lift up something. Just want to get a taste of world domination once. And they're without their star man. They're without the generational leader, Johan Cruyff. He retired from national team duty only a year prior, so they've got to do it without him. But we're all set, ready for a big blockbuster as West Germany gets us underway. Now, we've got two different football philosophies going head-to-head today. The Dutch total football, and then we've got the German rock and roll, high press, gegenpress and 4-4-2. So let's see which one prevails here. It is going to be enticing as the West Germans, Rummenigge, oh, big shot from outside the area, and just sending warning shots early doors. As the West Germans lift that one in, the delivery's there. It's another big deflection in the box. No Beckenbauer for Germany either, so both nations without their iconic poster boys. Kroll loses possession, just passes it straight into Muller, the number 14, with a chance, and he decided to go for it. Substitution here for West Germany. They make the first ones to make a change here, and it's their number 6 coming on for their number 15. Holzenbein can't get the better. They've brought on Beer. Germany have brought on a player called Beer. That is just the most fitting name I've ever seen. They probably deserve to win just for that guy alone, but it's a really even contest here. You can see how scared both sides are to lose this one. They know what's at stake here. Whoever loses this one are just surely cursed. Another change here for both sides, so I think 3 substitutes are the go. That's the norm now here in 1978. Hahn deep from midfield, and he's lofted a ball inside. It is found the striker, and what a save from Mayer. He was offside nonetheless. And that is going to be it. What, 3rd World Cup final in a row now that is heading to extra time. It has been a complete stalemate. They both don't want it to go to penalties, and Resimulating with a brilliant tackle. It's 3-on-1. Resimulating 1-on-1, and Mayer again is proving why he's the GOAT in between the sticks. And there we have it. They couldn't get it done in 120 minutes. We're heading to spot kicks, and if it's any game that deserves to be decided on penalties, it's this one, because neither side really would deserve to score or even deserve to win, because that World Cup final was one of the all-time stinkers in the rain. Look at these, Johan Neeskens, 99 penalties for him and the Resimulating. We all know how clinical the Germans are from the spot, so here goes nothing in Buenos Aires, and it's Rummenigge first up to the spot, and he hits the crossbar. The number 11 has an all-time shocker, and the pressure is just through the roof as Neeskens goes down the middle with his 99 pens, and he gets the Dutch on the board as it's Fischer, fresh off the bench. Their number 9 doesn't make a mistake. Up next, Resimulating, another one of these specialist penalty takers, will say, from the spot, makes no mistake. Muller runs up and converts with ease. Naninga heads up for this one, tries the Panenka, and is actually successful. All right, we've got Muller's brother from midfield, the number 20. They need to be 100% accurate, and he buries that in the bottom right. The Dutch just need to get their spot kicks the next 2, and they've won the World Cup. Van der Kerkhoff, and he skies it. Oh my days, the number 11 had got trigger happy, and now it's Beer for Germany. German Beer is up for it here, and he hits the crossbar, but this time it goes in, and now they're equal. I think if the Netherlands miss this one, that's it. It's high tension here, high stakes. Van der Kerkhoff's brother, let's hope a miss doesn't run in the family, and it doesn't. His brother makes up for his mistake. Here we have it. Germany, Colts taking the 5th penalty. They're number 5, taking number 5, and it's no issues there. It is down to this one. Here we go. It is Hahn up front. He had a quiet day out, but now down the middle, we're headed for sudden death here. Whoever misses this goes home. And oh my goodness me, West Germany have put themselves in a dire situation, and now the Netherlands are 1 spot kick away from lifting the World Cup trophy. Who's up for it this time? We've got Brandts, the number 22 for the Dutch. This is a heart and mouth moment. It goes down the middle, and the penalty shootout decides the 1978 World Cup final here on South American soil. It's the Netherlands who will become world champions in Buenos Aires in quite spectacular fashion in the wet. They hold their nerve in the penalty shootout, and finally, it's well-deserved glory. Neither side really showed up today. It was messy, it was scrappy, it was physical. The kits are dirty, they've got mud and grease all over them, but the party will start tonight on the pitch. As they couldn't do it for Cruyff in 74, they've made sure to do it the hard way here in 1978 to become world champions here and for their nation's first title. They rewrite the wrongs of that 78 final against the hosts and make it special here. Le Orange lifting up the World Cup. As much as I want to praise them, they can party all they want, but it was a sluggish affair. I'm not gonna lie, football in the 70s, it wasn't a pretty sight, but the Dutch total football gets the job done. Lifting the trophy up in front of their fans, they get their name on the board. They may have lost 2 World Cup finals in a row in real life, but in this re-simulation, they flipped the script, and that's what we're here for. That's what we love to see. And they've written their names in the stars. There's the winning moment, 5-6 on pens. Now that we've had 2 World Cups in a row with brand new winners, and they've done it as the underdog, and this marks the Dutch as the 8th different nation to win in this re-simulation. As the player of the competition is announced, it is the Netherlands rep from up front. He did finish up as the top goal scorer. He takes home the golden boot. He takes home the golden ball. He becomes a world champion. There's nothing more you can ask for. Lubanski for Poland also had a decent outing with 4 goals and 3 assists. Johnny Rep had the tournament of his life. Riesenbrink had his moments, and it would have been a totally different story if both Van der Kerkhoff brothers missed their penalties. Their family name would have gone up in flames. But that's tough though, as Germany go home empty-handed yet again. And I almost forgot, but Spain ended up finishing in 3rd spot as they faced off against Scotland and won 2-0. As we wave goodbye to the 70s, we're entering a new decade with the 80s up next, with 3 brilliant tournaments in the 70s era to write home about. It was a revolutionary time that saw plenty of changes. This is episode 3 in the series, and you've joined us in the 80s. Halfway through our journey of time traveling through football heritage, and our Resim winners list continues to grow. Right now, we've got Italia leading the way with 3 wins so far. Hungary right behind them in second with 2 World Cups, and we've got nations like Brazil, Poland, Argentina, Uruguay, England, and the Netherlands are all on the board. So let's see how that chart changes today, kicking things off for the first time ever in Spain for the 1982 World Cup tournament. We've entered a new decade, and you all know what that means. We've come out of the 70s, and we now have our first ever World Cup expansion. We've gone from 16 teams to 24 teams. Upwards of 6 confederations are participating in the 1982 World Cup, with this edition of the tournament being the first of its kind, being the biggest so far. Now you're starting to see a few more niche nations in there, like El Salvador, Honduras, Kuwait, and the All Whites New Zealand qualifying for their first ever World Cup. And this would be the summer where the Italians would claim their 3rd ever crown, beating out West Germany in the final 3-1 at the Santiago Bernabeu. And another fun fact for you, this was the first ever World Cup to feature a penalty shootout. So this tournament was revolutionary in more ways than one, but let's check out the group stages where things get a little bit trickier than what we're used to, as over in Group A, I know it says Group B, but the menus are kind of glitched here, just follow along, as the nations were split up into 6 groups, with the first one being Group 1, where we don't have the hosts. We've got Poland, Peru, Italy, and Cameroon. Over in Group 2, we've got West Germany, Austria, Algeria, and Chile. Group 3 sees Belgium, Hungary, Argentina, and El Salvador drawn together. And over in Group 4, it's England, first time as Kuwait, France, and Czechoslovakia. Group 5 finally sees the host Spain, Northern Ireland, Honduras, and Yugoslavia. And to wrap it out, it's Brazil, New Zealand, the Soviet Union, and Scotland to finish up in Group 6. And then the top 2 teams from all those group matches goes into the second group stages, or the second phase of the group stages, where it then splits off into 4 groups of 3, and then the winners of those 4 groups enter into the knockout stages. Yes, I know there's a lot to wrap your head around, but once we get simulating, once we start firing through the tournament, then it's all gonna make sense. But yeah, this was clearly an ambitious tournament. FIFA implemented a lot of new rules, so let's see how it plays out. And if you're enjoying this series so far and can't wait to see part 4, the finale, make sure to drop the video a huge like down below, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss out on an upload for this series and an upload on this channel. So you never miss out on an episode in this series and an upload on this channel. That would be hugely appreciated. And also let me know down in the comments below, what is your favorite fun fact or something someone may not know about one of these previous World Cups? Let me know in the comments below. I love reading through them. Our previous Resimulation winners, the Netherlands, they finally got their hands on the trophy in 1978, 4 years prior, but they are nowhere to be seen in this World Cup. They didn't qualify, so Leo and Andre have to sit this one out with a 95 Hullet and 94 Rijkaard in midfield. And in terms of the World Cup match ball, there wasn't much deviation from the 1978 version. As we look at the 1982 Arras Tango España, they pretty much look identical in terms of design. Like, they weren't straying too far from the original. They pretty much remain identical in terms of design, but their retro Adidas logo just gives it the chef's kiss. Nevertheless, now with all that out the way, let's get simulating and see if 1982 lives up to the hype. Here's how the first phase of the group stages panned out. In Group 1, we've got Italy and Peru going through. Both Cameroon and Poland will be eliminated straight up. Over in Group 2, we've got West Germany and Austria making it out. Meanwhile, Algeria and Chile will pack their bags and go home. With Group 3 seeing Belgium and Hungary advance. Argentina with 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss. 3 points wasn't enough for them. El Salvador finished rock bottom. And just to confirm that we're still in the 2 points for a win era. Over in Group 4, we've got the 2 heavyweights, England and France, both making it out. France only needed 2 points as Kuwait and Czechoslovakia completely robbed. Eliminated on goal difference alone, which is kind of harsh. As we have Group 5 seeing the hosts make it through undefeated Spain, and also Yugoslavia to beat out Northern Ireland and Honduras to make it into the second phase of the groups, as we have both Scotland and Brazil to make it out through against the Soviet Union and New Zealand. Scotland topping that group, I did not see that coming. As we have the second phase of the group stages, this first group of 3 with Italy, Belgium and Brazil. It was literally the top contenders, the top tier nations, as Italy on goal difference, they got 3 points and that was enough to see them through to the knockout rounds. In the second group, we had West Germany to defeat England and Yugoslavia, finishing on top with 2 wins out of 2. Scotland continue their undefeated run, finishing top against Hungary and Peru. And in the fourth and final group, we've got another huge upset here as Austria eliminate the hosts. On goal difference or head-to-head, they both finished off with 3 points, but Spain and France will be sent packing, as those 4 nations made it through to the semi-finals, where it saw Italy absolutely demolish Scotland and end their fairy tale run 4-0, and West Germany got it done against their southern neighbors 2-1. Austria also go home after being the giant killers, but that sets up for only the 3rd time ever in this resimulation the perfect recreation of the 1982 final, Italia versus West Germany. It's happened again. Will history be rewritten, or will Italy go ahead and claim a 4th title? Like many of finals in this series, not only is the World Cup on the line, but the Golden Boot is also up for grabs, with both Fischer of West Germany and Altobelli for Italia well and truly in the race, as we've had a lot of Austrian players, actually have prolific campaigns here. We've got the assist charts where a couple Scotland players are in there, so a couple of fairy tale runs in this tournament, which is nice to see. However, it's an all-European final on show tonight, and it looks like Italy are going to be without one of their talisman in defense. It is Franco Baresi. He's picked up a red card suspension and will be out of tonight's battle, so that's going to be a huge loss, as I'm sure these 3 in defense, Zoff, Schirea and Baresi, were one of the main reasons why they made it through to the final. An unorthodox formation used by the Italians, but it's gotten them this far, so why change it? As we've got Altobelli and Paolo Rossi, rest in peace, who was actually the top goal scorer in the 82 World Cup in real life with 6 goals, scoring 1 in the final 2, just like Tardelli. We've got some iconic Italian names in here, and the bench is filled out with 5 players too. And it doesn't look like there are any injury concerns or suspensions to worry about for the Germans. They're looking pretty picture perfect. Just pretty much everyone, nearly everyone in their starting 11 has a yellow card. They've got a 91 rated Lothar Matthäus in the reserves. What's going on here? He's getting a start surely, which is just going to make this German side even better. With Schumacher in between the sticks, Brietner and Matthäus in the midfield pivot, Rummenigge the captain, their highest rated player, and the man on the hunt for the golden boot, Fischer. But how will it play out tonight at the Santiago Bernabeu in the capital in Madrid? Both rocking experimental formations and tactics. Are Germany going to continue this losing run in Resimulated finals? They've lost 4 World Cup finals in this Resimulation series alone. There is no way. They're just going to be crowned the forever losers if they don't get it done tonight. Even though it's my boys Italia, even I'm going to feel sorry for them if they take an L tonight. Like, there's just no coming back from that. 5 World Cup defeats, and we haven't even finished this series yet. They've come so close so many times. That's what they're craving. Their first World Cup trophy of this video. And here we are at the old retro Santiago Bernabeu before its second major renovation. This was back in the 80s, so it wasn't fully expanded yet, as there was a crowd of 90,000 people packed in to watch these two juggernauts go head to head. And to date, it is the only final between these two nations at a major footballing tournament ever. We've seen it a couple of times in this Resimulation video so far, so we have been blessed in that sense. However, will the Germans take revenge, or will Italia make sure history doesn't get rewritten? We've got the Azzurri kicking us off, so let's see it all go down. And here we go, the Italians on the attack already. A big cross inside, and Cabrini off to Oriali, who takes a big shot, but it goes straight down the throat of Schumacher. First shot of the match. And look at the old short shorts. Look at the OG Adidas retro boots. Just the aesthetics at the time. The haircuts, the mullets, the fashion statements from some of these ex-superstars over the years. It's a small realistic detail, but it's so cool to actually see it realized here in video game format. Antonioni with a delivery inside. The ball found the head, but it's another tame shot at goal. Corner here for Italy. It's nice to see the old Santiago Bernabeu structure. And Dremler just bicycle kick clearance finds the top goal scorer, Fischer. Rummenigge pushed off the ball, and West Germany win a foul. It's argy-bargy. It's getting physical. This was football in the 80s. Antonioni finds Tardelli, spreads the ball out wide to Cabrini, and Kautz shuts it down. But Graziani wins back possession. Cabrini with the ball inside. And it's that man, Paolo Rossi, to leap above the defenders and get the opener here in the 20th minute. It's Paolo Rossi, just like he did in the final in real life. He scores the goal, and it was a brilliant delivery on the inside. Jumps up like a salmon and places it into the top left-hand corner. Unstoppable. Schumacher had no chance, and that's his 3rd goal in this tournament so far. Rest in peace to one of the best sharpshooters of Italian football. And it looks like history is being rewritten here. Paolo Rossi on the score sheet. And West Germany now have a lot to answer for. They are on a knife's edge. They're on the brink, staring down the barrel of 5 World Cup losses in a row. And Italy don't look like they're slowing down either. This 82 squad was built different. And oh my goodness me, it looked like Conti went for the acrobatics. Finds Fischer. Fischer fouled on the edge of the area, and it's right where they want it. A dead ball situation in the perfect spot with their number 7 standing over it. Is he going to deliver something special? It looks like a set piece from the training ground, but he goes for it, and it's straight into the clasp of Dino Zoff. That'll be halftime. The first 45's done. Italy in the lead, but only just. Dino Zoff with it, a crucial mistake. Fischer couldn't capitalize off the post, and it almost happened to be the mistake of the century. A goalkeeper error that could have gifted West Germany the equalizer, and everyone holds their collective breath. Ops for the middle option, Litbarski, Brietner, who scored in the final in real life. Now another goal scoring opportunity. Fischer just spares this one wide. Can't stir it on target. Couple changes of the match. Both changes for either side. We've got Altobelli coming on for Italia, and then a number 14 for West Germany. Forster again. Can Kautz getting a good delivery here, and no. Heinz Forster and Germany now don't have much time on the clock. I can't tell how much added time is given by the referee, but West Germany didn't have much of it, and it was one golden chance taken by Italy's Paolo Rossi. The Azzurri win it again and have won their 4th World Cup in this Resimulation series. What? How many years before 2006? 20 years away from when they did it in real life. They've done it so much earlier here, and they've gotten out to a 2-trophy lead. They stand alone atop of the charts with 4 wins. It's absolutely incredible. They haven't let West Germany rewrite history as they suffer their 5th World Cup final loss, which is just incredible to think about. They send off Dino Zoff with the ultimate farewell party. They're kings of the world again, and this time they get to lift up the brand new trophy. I know a lot of you guys are going to say, oh, BCHD, you're rigging it for Italia to win all these World Cups. But honestly, I just want a good final. I just want to watch some exciting games go down in this Resimulation. I can't help it if Italia always involves, as the Azzurri get their hands on the prize possession here in Spain. It was a 1982 final rematch, and Germany couldn't get on the score sheet. They have been major letdowns in this Resimulation, gotten so close so many times, and yet couldn't prevail with the trophy. Your 1982 World Cup champions, both in real life and this Resimulation series, and they did it all without Franco Baresi. And there's your confirmation. It's set in stone now, a narrow 1-0 victory. As we draw the curtain on this tournament, the player of the competition is announced, and it's West Germany's Fischer, so I guess he's got a consolation prize, as well as the golden boot, sharing it with Jada of Austria. Dino Zoff couldn't get a hold of the golden glove, as it was Peter Shilton with 4 clean sheets for England. And in the battle for 3rd place, it was Scotland to get the better over Austria in a 2-1 win. So 5-time runners-up West Germany, Klaus Fischer goes home with 5 goals and 1 assist. Of course, they had a guy called Wolfgang in their ranks, but when your big marquee players like Rummenigge, 94 overall, he's only giving you 1 goal and 1 assist. Something's up. It's just not happening, as Italy spread the goals across between Altobelli and Rossi. Tardelli and Conti also got involved with 2 goals each, but Altobelli finishes the top goal scorer for the world champions. That's a wrap for 1982. The Azzurri make sure that the history records don't get touched. And you know what's next. Let's time jump 4 years into the future. Pack your bags, baby. We're off to Mexico again, and this time for Mexico 86. You know the vibes. It's a World Cup in Mexico. What can go wrong? Now, this tournament continued that new expanded format of 24 teams, this time from 5 different confederations. And here we've got some more first-timers, some more countries making their debut, like Canada, Denmark, and Iraq. Still again, no Netherlands. They failed to qualify. We've got Portugal, Scotland, South Korea, the Soviet Union, and now, instead of the emblem of the nation, or their footballing association emblem, we've actually got the flags representing every single country, which is a small little detailed change. But of course, this World Cup is famous for Diego Armando Maradona winning the World Cup with Argentina, as they took down, you guessed it, West Germany in the final 3-2 in a 5-goal thriller. Arguably the greatest player of his generation, of all time even. As we take a look at the group stages, it's a little bit more of a refined format, but the hosts aren't present in Group A. We've got Italy, South Korea, Bulgaria, and Argentina, as we have the hosts finally show up here in Group B alongside Iraq, Belgium, and Paraguay. Group C sees the Soviet Union, debutantes Canada, Hungary, and France. In Group D, we've got Brazil, Northern Ireland, Spain, and Algeria. And finally, Group E sees Denmark, West Germany, Scotland, and Uruguay. And okay, this one's the last one. Group F, to finish it off, we've got Morocco, Portugal, Poland, and England. A very interesting mix of teams there. As you can see, the 3rd place spot is highlighted lightly, which means the best 4 3rd-placed nations will qualify through to the round of 16. And of course, we'll see that play out. But I think this is the World Cup that finally abolishes that, second phase of a group stage type format. We just go straight from the groups to a knockout format. Let's see if the hand of God gets recreated again. Can a prime 25-year-old Diego Maradona carry this Argentina squad to their second world title? We're just gonna have to wait and see, as this is what the current champions of the time and in this resimulation are looking like. Again, they've got this weird jumbled formation going on, but if it's working, hey, power to them. Mexico are back hosting 16 years later from 1970, and this was the tournament where the Mexican wave got popularized. Just again, another little fun fact for you. It was actually supposed to be Colombia to host this tournament specifically, but they pulled out due to financial reasons, and this is why we've ended up in Mexico again. But let's start simulating through this thing and see if the stars of the past and 80s football can deliver us some more magic moments. Here we are now. The group stages have been complete, and over here in Group A, we've got Argentina, Italy, and potentially Bulgaria to make it out into the round of 16. South Korea finishing in rock bottom. Over in Group B, we've got the hosts just making it out in second place. Meanwhile, Belgium top the group, Paraguay might make it through, and Iraq will face elimination, as we have Canada. Maybe the teams that aren't highlighted in third won't make it through, so I don't think Canada will qualify. Meanwhile, it's France and Soviet Union to make it through. Canada and Hungary both go home. Over in Group D, we've got Brazil and Spain both on 4 points to make it through. Northern Ireland, even with 3 points, it isn't enough to make it through, and Algeria finish in fourth, as West Germany, Scotland, and Uruguay will make it through to the round of 16. The debutants, Denmark, will face elimination, as over in the final group, we've got England, who came through perfectly. 3 wins out of 3, 6 points on top, alongside Poland and Morocco with 1 point will make it out. Portugal finished bottom. I've never seen that. Morocco have made it through by getting 1 draw. It's unbelievable scenes here, as the left side of the bracket, we have Brazil absolutely demolishing Morocco 5-1. Italy took down the Soviet Union 2-0. Another 2-0 win for Belgium over Bulgaria, and England just make it out versus Scotland as they get eliminated in the quarterfinals, this time to Belgium 2-1. Brazil knock out the reigning champions Italy 1-0 to set up the semi-final, where they took down Belgium 2-1 and have booked their place in the big dance alongside their fellow South American counterparts, Diego Armando Maradona's Argentina, who made it through this time with a 2-0 win over Uruguay. They made it out on penalties against Poland 5-4, and then against West Germany, they got that 1-0 win to send them through to the finale and book their place again in the 86 final. And this time, it's an all-South American affair, the likes of which we haven't seen in decades. We've been used to all these big all-European finals. This time, a different federation gets to show off their sauce. The Brazilians haven't got a hold of a World Cup trophy since 1958, with Pelé leading the line, and Argentina want to complete their Maradona story arc, as the legend, Dios as they refer to him, is going to have to do it without his right back, or this right wing back slash CDM, Giusti, who has picked up an injury. I'm going to replace him here with Boccini. They do have a 94 rated Passarella centre back available to them, but he didn't actually feature in the World Cup final, so I'm going to leave him in the reserves. If a nation that have actually made the World Cup do it in this resimulation, you already know I'm trying to keep it as realistic as possible, as close to their starting lineup in the final that they had in real life, and trying to replicate it here. The main focal point is in attack. Maradona right behind Valdano up front, which is just a lethal duo. Meanwhile, the rest of the team have kind of got to pull their weight. They aren't any world-renowned superstars. They're just here to do a job. Meanwhile, Brazil, they've got one of their strikers in fine form, Careca, with 6 goals so far. He's in the hunt for the Golden Boot. Both Platini and Rummenigge right behind him. Gary Lineker, who was the top goal scorer in real life for the 1986 World Cup with 6 goals. He managed 5 alongside Peter Beardsley. Paolo Rossi up there also in the charts, finishing in 6th with 3 goals. But Careca is going to look to get the goal to earn his country the World Championship, but also deny Pumpido in between the 6 for Argentina of his Golden Glove. Meanwhile, the Seleção Brazil, the only thing they won in 1986 1986 was the Fair Play Award. They were knocked out and eliminated to France on penalties in the quarterfinals in real life. As they've overperformed here, they've got the likes of Zico on the bench, ready to make that super sub impact. But let's see if Muller and Careca can be the strike force to rewrite history and take down Argentina. With their captain Edinho, Falcao and Socrates in midfield. Here's what the 1986 match ball is going to look like on display tonight for the final. It's the Atlas Azteca, and this is where they start to implement a few new designs, a bit of Mexican influence in this match ball. It's still got that same structure, the same stencil, but it's got some nice little Aztec Mexican designs woven in. I like it. There's a bit of class in there. This is going to be an intriguing affair between the pair, and it's all going to go down at the Estadio Azteca. We were treated to a 5-goal thriller at the Azteca in real life, and apparently 114,600 people were crammed in to see it all go down and watch Diego Maradona lift that trophy there. He got his hands on the golden excellence and just solidified his GOAT status. It was his Canada event. It was his moment. And I think this resimulation just ups the ante and just ups the stakes even more because they're up against Brazil. There is so much more on the line, so much more heat in battle. They're both looking for their second crown in this resimulation. So this is going to be a pivotal moment to see if Maradona can recapture that lightning in a bottle, or will Brazil, without Pelé, in a completely new generation, find that fire here on a bright sunny day in Mexico? This is when finals kicked off during the day, during the afternoon. It wouldn't be until later on that the World Cup finals would push an evening start to get the TV ratings up, but that's the man to watch. 6 goals in his last 3 matches. Careca has really turned up the heat, but the Argentines will kick us off and just get the popcorn out. Let's appreciate this finale for what it's going to be. Here's Diego, the number 10, the Capitano. He actually didn't get on the score sheet in real life. Inside to Falcao, and he pushes forward, beats a couple men. Leo Jr. inside to Socrates, and this is something dangerous as the Brazilians created a moment. It was a cross in at the back post, but Muller failed to get there and connect. Finds Alemão with an ambitious ball over the top, and it's found. Oh, it's nearly found his man, but Pompido was there to read it. But he manages to get out the ball, and Falcao with a nice little outside the foot pass to Careca, their number 9, their top goal scorer, tries to catch out the keeper at his near post, but Pompido was there and pushes it out for a corner. But that's the first sign of danger so far. Back inside to Buruchaga, who's causing this Brazilian defense a lot of problems here. The number 7 can't find the right delivery. Falcao inside to Alemão. Nice little tiki-taka play here from the Brazilians, and they were almost like they were back on the beaches of Rio de Janeiro. And quite disappointing opening first half. Both teams know that. Both teams know they can do better. First change right on half time for Argentina here, and they're bringing on some new personnel. But the Brazilians are relentless here. Muller, there's a player down, but they choose to play on. And look at him still going forward here. With an Argentinian player down, he's now gone down injured. It's not Maradona, which is good news, but it's their number 16. He can't continue, and it's one casualty for the Albiceleste that they're going to have to do without. Alemão trying to get out of that Argentinian traffic. Socrates with his famous short shorts finds Falcao, and he puts it inside to Casagrande. And again, another big opportunity gone to waste, but Casagrande back at it again. Are they going to carve it open? Falcao, Socrates wants to find the perfect pass, but goes for the shot, and Pompido meets it. Oh, Brazil bringing out the big guns now. They're bringing off their number 15 and replacing him with the one and only Zico. Falcao wins the header, but gives the ball away. And now Argentina with a chance. Batista crossing at the back stick, and Carlos was there to punch it away. Leo Jr. with a big delivery into the box, trying to get something on it, and the woodwork has been struck. Socrates hits the crossbar, and a chance out of nothing. It's a no-look flick header backwards. And that's it. We're going to need an extra half an hour, an extra 2 halves of football to figure this one out. We're going to go to an extra time and potentially a penalty shootout, which was an actual rule. No more replays. Wins the ball back in a promising area. The number 10. Is he going to shoot on target, or is he going to let it off for Socrates? Oh, they've completely given the ball away, and now it's Careca in on goal, 1-on-1, and just like that, a moment of magic, and it's taken Brazil 106 minutes to break the deadlock, but they've pounced on the opportunity. And here in this 1986 final at the Azteca, it was a brilliant ball to split open the defense from Zico. The number 10 and the number 9 link up, and first time he's hit the ball with power and precision and scored his 7th goal of the tournament, potentially the most important goal that is going to get the Seleção their 2nd World Cup trophy of this resimulation. It is one of those moments that turns the game on its head, and Brazil have taken full advantage. Diego Maradona, is he down and out, or is he going to dig the team out of a dire situation here with Careca stamping his name on this final? Again, like I said, he hasn't really done much at all in this game, but when the moment arrived, he took a hold of it with both hands, and Argentina now just throwing everything they have at this Brazilian defense. We're in for an interesting last few minutes here, but it's park the bus mode for Brazil. And Clausen now ball on the inside. Have they got a target, man? It looks like they did, but the ball's just gone wide. The header out from Valdano, and their number 11 couldn't find the target. That might be their last chance of the game. Now Brazil is on the ball. They're just going to look to time waste here, or are they going to push for a second? Does Zico find his way through? He's not looking for the corner flag. He's looking for Casagrande. Ruggeri, there is added time, but I'm unsure how many minutes are left on the clock, and it doesn't look like there was much anyway, as it's Brazil to win another nail-biting final, another close one to upset Diego Maradona's party. No second World Cup for Argentina, as it's their bitter rivals, which leaves them with a dagger in the hearts as the Seleção get to celebrate their 2nd resimulated World Cup victory. First up in 1958, and now here in Mexico in 1986. It was a tough, tense battle, but they got the job done in the end. Their top goal scorer delivered when it mattered most, and now the Brazilians get to party all night in the favelas on the beaches of Rio de Janeiro. There is your trophy lift. Maradona couldn't inspire his nation to a victory. He couldn't carry them on their backs, unlike he did in real life. So history's been rewritten here at the Azteca, and we needed extra time to figure this one out. Brazil made sure this one didn't go to penalties, and it's good to see another nation get their 2nd World Cup title. They've hit the charts again. They've only had to wait, 28 years to do it again, but Brazil are your world champions without Pelé, and it's a moment they will never forget. They'll never let Argentina forget about this day. And there it is, history rewritten. Your confirmation is here. Brazil are the champions. Maradona doesn't get his fairy tale moment. The Brazilians have spoiled the party, and it's thanks to this man, Careca, up front. He's rocking the mullet, and those scoring boots helped him with those 7 goals throughout the tournament, especially that one in the final. So he finishes on top of the charts, fair and square. Zico with that beautiful assist in the final, managed 3 all tournament. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of redemption after in part 2, Brazil just seemed to suffer L after L. After they lost that World Cup final against Italy, they just couldn't manage to get back on their feet. But now they have shown their worth, and they have done so in style. I can't believe they brought the likes of Zico off the bench here in this tournament. Like, that's what they did in real life. 2 goals and 3 assists, 6 appearances off the bench. And how did the 98 rated Maradona fare? 1 goal and 1 assist for the GOAT himself in 7 games. Played every single minute, played every single match, but just couldn't rekindle that fire, and was outscored by a CDM who looks like a Greek god. We're watching World Cup history be flipped on its head in real time, and that's what I love about this resimulation. You know what we're up to next. 4 years into the future, let's jump ahead to 1990. Italia 90, one of the World Cup summers I wish I was alive to witness. The 1990 World Cup tournament hosted by Italy for the 2nd time ever. For the 3rd World Cup in a row now, we have this consistent format of 24 teams, 6 groups of 4, with the knockout rounds preceding it. And the tournament featured 3 debutants, including the one and only World Cup to have the United Arab Emirates, Costa Rica, and the Republic of Ireland. As this was the summer where West West Germany got the better over Argentina, denying them of being back-to-back World Cup champions with a 1-0 win in the final thanks to a Andreas Brehme goal, and the rest was history. But let's see what this resimulation has got cooking up for us. As for the group stage, we've got the hosts drawn into Group A alongside Czechoslovakia, Austria, and the United States, so a little bit of a comfortable group there. Over in Group B, we've got Cameroon, the Soviet Union, Argentina, and Romania. Group C sees Brazil, Scotland, Sweden, and Costa Rica matched up against each other. Just such a random collection of teams there. And then in Group D, we've got West Germany, Colombia, Yugoslavia, and the UAE drawn together. Meanwhile, Group E sees Spain, Belgium, Uruguay, and South Korea. Potential group of death situation there, as our final group sees England, Egypt, the Republic of Ireland, and the Netherlands. Definitely a spicy group there, and obviously the top 2 nations qualify through to the round of 16, and then 4 of the best third place teams will advance through to the next round. Now, according to my research, this World Cup alone had the lowest goals per game, sitting at 2.21, still the record low to this day. And as a result, a bunch of new rule changes came to the game only 2 years later, including the 3 points for a win rule in 1992, so we're still sat here with 2 points for a win in 1990, and the back pass rule to the goalkeeper as well was changed. So again, this World Cup was influential in more ways than one. It was definitely a pivotal moment in the world football sphere. It was the first World Cup broadcasted in HD, and it was just a huge success in general in terms of TV viewership and fan attendance. And this is where the record was set for African nations, as Cameroon made a huge run to the quarterfinals, and they were the gold standard for African teams. And I'm sure now, just sifting through those team sheets, you guys are going to realize and recognize a lot more players than you would have, I don't know, a couple decades ago in the 60s, in the 50s. So let's keep simulating through this tournament and see if Italia 90 is going to deliver. Let's take a look at the group stage results, as we've got the hosts, Italia, 3 wins out of 3 on top of their group alongside Austria, as we've got Czechoslovakia qualifying in 3rd. Meanwhile, the United States finishing rock bottom with 0 points. That was a terrible flop of a tournament from the US, but more on them in 4 years' time, as in Group B, the Soviet Union have provided a little bit of a shock here, coming through on top against Argentina and Cameroon. They both qualify through to the round of 16, as we have to wave goodbye to Romania. Group C sees another surprising group winner here, with Sweden alongside Brazil both finishing on 5 points, making it through. Meanwhile, Scotland and Costa Rica will be packing their bags, and in Group D, we've got Yugoslavia to come through perfect, just like the hosts, with 6 points. West Germany also follow through and qualify for the round of 16. Meanwhile, Colombia and the debutants of the UAE will go home. Group E saw Belgium win it, with Spain and Uruguay qualifying through to the round of 16, and one of the only Asian nations, South Korea, to finish rock bottom on 0 points. Quite a tough group for them, and the big nations prevailed, as finally in Group F, we've got England to come out on top undefeated, the Netherlands and the Republic of Ireland to sneak in there with 2 points. They were the 4th best third place team, and they make it through to the round of 16. Meanwhile, Egypt has to be eliminated. Now, moving on to the World Cup knockout bracket, I'm just taking a look at the left-hand side, and I can already just tell Sweden have made an insane run to the semi-finals, where they were eliminated by the hosts, and Italia, my boys. They seem to be the overperformers so far in this World Cup resimulation series, as they took down Uruguay 4-1, defeated Argentina with Maradona 2-0, and got it done against Sweden, as the Swedes had their best ever World Cup tournament performance. We had Germany knocked out early, and over on the right side in the round of 16, we had Brazil making it through all the way to the semi-finals, where they lost 2-0 to the England. The 3 Lions have made their way through to the final. What a run from Gaza and the boys, and you can't see it because my face cam's covering it, but they did take down Spain in the round of 16 5-4 on penalties. So they managed to shake their penalty shootout curse, and that has propelled them into a big dance final here in 1990 versus the hosts. This is their big ticket item to cause a major upset and to rain on the Italians' parade to finally bring home the World Cup gold again. As over in the third place game, we've got Sweden, who got the better of Brazil 2-1 and deservedly takes home that third place spot after an insane run. What surprises me though is that there are no English top goal scorers in the goal scoring charts whatsoever. We've got Baggio and Careca of Brazil all tied on 4 alongside Butragueno of Spain. And we've got some familiar names in here like Valderrama of Colombia. But we do have a golden glove battle on our hands tonight. Both Walter Zenga and Shilton will be battling it out, both tied on 4 clean sheets. Let's take a look at what the hosts are rocking with here. 8 years on from that night in Madrid, and they're going to have to do without their midfielder, De Napoli, in the middle of the park. We'll replace him. Ooh, I could go with Carlo Ancelotti to replace him, but we'll just put on the highest rated. Berti will join Giannini in midfield. Yeah, this was the divine ponytail. It was Baggio's team alongside Donadoni. Bergomi, the captain. Baresi is in the back line this time, won't miss the final. And Maldini, I'm pretty sure this was his first World Cup appearance at left back. Walter Zenga in between the sticks. And look who they've got in their ranks here. We've got Gianluca Mancini, Serena, Vialli. It's just a treasure trove of iconic Italian names. And it looks like they're on a mission to lift up that world championship for a 5th time here in Rome tonight. However, the challengers, the 3 Lions, England, have got some firepower of their own and they want it to come home. They actually rocked a 5 at the back formation in this tournament, but the front 3 of Barnes, Lineker, and Waddle is the main talking point of this team. They've also got the fan favorite Gaza in the middle of the park too. So they're going to have to do without 2 of their main defenders. They're also going to have to do with their top goal scorer, McMahon, with 2 goals. So I'm not sure how they're going to cope, but they've got some decent squad depth. We're going to have Parker to be replaced by Stevens at right back, and the Butcher's going to have to be replaced. We'll play Pierce at left centre back and drop in Dorigo at left wing back. England are going to have to do it without 3 of their starters. And on enemy territory too, man. These lot are up against it. Now, the Italia 90 match ball needs to be studied. Move over Mexico. We now have the Arras Etrusco Unico. Very much keeping that same structure and layout, but engraved with some beautiful Italian carvings. We've got this ball dripping in sauce. It was classy, it was elegant, and oh my goodness, the designers were on something here. A huge upgrade from that Mexico match ball. I mean, that just knocks it out the park. Yeah, this is where the 90s retro nostalgia starts to kick in. Just take a look at some of these kits. The Umbro England kit, that red detailing on the away shirt, and it's all about to go down right here at the Stadio Olimpico. You've seen the time slot. We've got our first nighttime final in World Cup history. We're going to see the floodlights beaming down on the players for this one. Here in Italia 90, we've got the classic running track around the Stadio Olimpico. The hosts would have packed this stadium out if they did make the final in real life. Obviously, West Germany versus Argentina didn't really draw the same crowd, but still a solid 73,603 people in attendance in real life. It was a fine evening for a bit of World Cup action and a brilliant night for a final, but this matchup is just so much more enticing than the one in real life. Although Maradona did feature in that final, we now have Italy's own version of Maradona, Roberto Baggio, with 4 goals. He's looking for world domination. He's looking for the golden boot. But England aren't going to be that much of a pushover. Is it going to be coming home, or will it go to Rome? I was about to say this is a rematch of the Euro 2020 final, but yeah, technically that hasn't even happened yet in this timeline, in this universe. But the Italia 90 final in real life was the first and only rematch, or back-to-back rematch, of a World Cup final in history. We couldn't get that result here, so it just proves to be that much of an outlier. Roberto Baggio, take us away. And Gary Lineker was actually... oh no, he wasn't the top goal scorer in this World Cup. Maldini. Oh, Gazza wins the ball back from Maldini. And look at this counter opportunity for the 3 Lions. Waddle puts through Barnes, but Walter Zenga comes out to claim it. And Gary Lineker was actually... oh no, he wasn't the top goal scorer in this World Cup, but the top goal scorer was actually Salvatore Schillaci with 6 goals. He's playing tonight up front with Baggio, but he doesn't quite have the number of goals in this resimulation. Gaza back on the inside, finds Lineker. Nice little chop is set up for Barnes in the opener. It's the first shot on target. And John Barnes opens up this World Cup final with a goal to England in a sweeping move to crack open the Italian defense. Paolo Maldini hangs his head in shame, but it was Gaza to start off the move. A lovely little chop there from Lineker, and he turns provider in this World Cup final, and he just smacked it home off the crossbar and in, and the English fans go absolutely mental as Italia 90s final gets flipped on its head. The hosts 1-0 down in the first 20 minutes, and that's his first goal of the tournament, and what a time to get it. Yeah, look at that. Gaza, the nice little flick from Gary Lineker, and then Platt, I think, sent the ball. What vision. And that has got to be one of the most satisfying goals I think we've seen so far in a World Cup final. Italy still sleeping on the job so far. They have not showed up one bit. Still time to get the ball rolling. Still time to get back on track. And he'll offload to Donadoni. Finds him on the right. A few little flicks and tricks from the right midfielder. Giannini gets caught out. Baggio trying to spark something here. Berti offloads to Schilacci. Ball back inside. Giannini finds Baggio. And De Agostini tried for the shot. He gets taken out. And it's bundled its way through. Roberto Baggio had to help it along for the equalizer. And Italy are right back in this one. And boy, oh boy, we're in for some top quality action here tonight. It was England. They did their best. Two players fell down in the box. Deflected and into the path of Schilacci, who dove for that one. Got there first to the ball. And the real world, the real life top goal scorer makes his mark in this final, gets on the score sheet, and there you have it for the number 19. His first goal in this World Cup tournament. It's 1-1 here, and we are set up for a grandstand battle. As Platt finds Gary Lineker again, he has got the man on the right. It's Waddle in on goal, but Maldini with an absolute game-breaking tackle there. That's a goal-saving tackle. And I know he famously said if he has to make a tackle, he's already made a mistake, but that was a tackle, a generational tackle, as Shilton comes out for this one. He has to get clear, and we're still going here with De Agostini. Finds a delivery. What an opening first half. The first 45 minutes, if the second's anything like that, I think we're in for one of the all-time greats. First change of the match tonight, and we've got the goal scorer Schilacci coming off, I believe, for Vialli off the bench. Gascoigne spreads it out to Waddle. He pushes it forward, beats his man for pace, and the number 8 trying to find a connection inside the box. Maldini stops him for the time being, and it's forced out for a corner. And is that Gaza coming off? No, he's been one of their best players. What is the England manager thinking? They're bringing on Brian Robson to replace him, but Gaza, honestly, one of the most entertaining players to watch for England tonight on the pitch. Brian Robson will come in and try and get a bit of fresh legs into the midfield for them. But still, England on a mission as Italy find a route to counter-attack. Vialli sets up Baggio in the box and over to Vialli. And he just pulls it wide, but that was a menacing shot. And now England to bring on another player. 2 number 9s coming on. Gary Lineker off. I think that's Carlo Ancelotti coming on in midfield too. So we've got some high-profile substitutions here. Another one of England's best players, Platt, will be coming off, being replaced by Hodge in the middle of the park. So let's see if these super subs can do a job. And that will be that. We are going into extra time, and for the first time, I think, in this Resimulation series, I'm happy to see this one go into extra time here because it's been that goddamn entertaining. We're all on the edge of our seats. The world is on the edge of their seats. Big tackle there from Robson, and the fresh legs in midfield is proving a point here. And look at that ball in from Hodgie. Finds Beardsley inside and at the near post beats out Walter Zenga. And could that be the goal that gets England their World Cup trophy for the first time since 1966? What a ball it was. It just set it up perfectly, but Peter Beardsley with the goal and finish of his life in the retro OG Adidas boots. He absolutely blasts the ball into the top left-hand corner, and Zenga could do nothing about that one. They caught the Italian defense sleeping, and Peter Beardsley off the bench. It's his second goal in the 100th minute, and in extra time, he clutches up for the 3 Lions, and now the English have got one hand on the trophy. 20 minutes left to play now, but as we speak, Football is coming home. Are Italy gonna force it into a penalty shootout though? It's a ball on the inside. It's Baggio. It's a big shot and Peter Shilton kept it out. And De Agostini's attempt on goal. Shilton again. What a performance from him tonight. He's doing all the time-wasting tactics in the world. Look at him. He just boots the ball as far away as possible. And there are going to be some old-school shithousery tactics on display tonight. Don't you worry. Got Robson, who has been electric ever since he came on. I criticized the substitution of Gascoigne, but it has been a masterstroke from the manager. And now look at Italy. They're scrambling on home soil too. This would be an embarrassment up there with not qualifying for the World Cup. Now back to Maldini, who's trying to find that killer ball, and Vialli's poor first touch lets him down. On the ball now, beats out his man, and he's held on to it, and the referee calls it there. Italy had their chances, but it was Peter Shilton to keep them out and hold on to their precious 1-goal lead. For the English on Italian soil, they've upset the hosts and they've made football come home in this alternate reality, in this World Cup resimulation. Forget your 30 years of hurt. There was only 24 years of hurt, and all you had to do was wait till the summer of 1990 to get your hands on the World Cup trophy. England, the Three Lions, are your World Cup champions. They get on the board again to win their second World Cup trophy. And now the captain, one of their best players on the pitch, the man who impacted the result the most, Peter Shilton. 2 shots on target, and they took their moment. They grabbed it by the scruff of the neck, and there is your trophy lift for all you English out there watching. I know I'm Italian at heart. That one hurts to watch, but I would have hated to see us go out to a 5 World Cup lead. It just would have been boring at the top. It's good to see another nation get their second and keep the hunt alive, keep the race for the top spot in good condition as they go on to celebrate with their fans in Rome. It's a night they'll never forget, and England fans will now be unbearable to deal with. But hey, that's the world we live in when you conquer the world. Football has come home. The trophy can be red and white. And just looking at those stats, it looks like a smash and grab World Cup final. And there's your confirmation. There is your final verdict. England win the Italia 90 World Cup resimulation. They actually ended up finishing in 4th place in real life, losing to Italy in the 3rd place playoff. So they get a little bit of revenge, as quite bittersweetly, the player of the competition is announced. It is Roberto Baggio. He lost the World Cup final, had a little bit of a stinker in the big dance, so a little bit of a letdown from the Divine Ponytail. And considering England had 3 of their starters out as well, it's a very disappointing night for the Azzurri, but nevertheless, it's a final. Anything can happen. The golden boot is going to be shared by 3 players. Robson finishes on top with that golden assist in the final to get him at 3. And I find it interesting with England because if you look at their goal scorers, it's actually quite spread out. They've had, about 10 individual different goal scorers. They had more of that connection and team chemistry. As for Italy's case, if Baggio didn't show up, it's most likely that they wouldn't get the win. And that's exactly what happened in the final. 4 goals and 1 assist to lead up to it, but Vialli off the bench with 2 goals and Mancini. So again, they had a goal scoring fest on their way to the final, but couldn't quite muster up that same attack and prowess when the big lights were on, when it actually mattered. And wow, so far 2 World Cups in a row for Diego Armando Maradona, and he has showed up 1 goal and 1 assist. For a 98 rated player for Argentina, he hasn't been doing much carrying. Nevertheless, this World Cup resimulation continues to provide us with more thrills, spills, and action, and that final was just an absolute treasure to watch. So let's hop ahead 4 years later to 1994 and get it done. Pack your bags, book your flights. We're off to the USA for World Cup 94. For the first time in World Cup history, they're about to host it again next year in 2026, but it's time to relive it here. We're about to bear witness to the last World Cup to have 24 teams participating from 5 different confederations. We've had, 4 or 5 tournaments in a row now with 24 teams with this solid, consistent structure. We can introduce 3 new debutants, including Greece, Nigeria of Africa, Saudi Arabia, and Russia participating for the first time as they broke away from from the Soviet Union. It's the same World Cup tournament format we've been used to in the 90s, 80s, and even 70s. Now I can officially say we're in the 3 points for a win era. As we take a look at the group stage draw here, in Group A, we've got the hosts Romania, Colombia, and Switzerland. In Group B, it's Brazil, Sweden, Russia, and Cameroon all together. Over in Group C, it's Germany, South Korea, Bolivia, and Spain. So South Korea shafted with another tough group, as it's Group D, seeing Nigeria, Greece, the two debutantes, alongside Bulgaria and Argentina, with Maradona at his last final World Cup, the last dance. He was actually expelled from the tournament in the early stages in real life after failing a drugs test, so hopefully he doesn't get up to no good in this resimulation and we can actually see him perform on the world stage. As we have Italy, Mexico, the Republic of Ireland, and Norway all drawn into Group E. And finally, in Group F, we've got the Netherlands, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, the debutantes, and Belgium to wrap it up. We will be seeing 4 of the best third place teams qualify through to the round of 16. If there's anything to take away from 90s football, it's the fact that goalkeeper kits were insanely wacky and just crazy in terms of design. I mean, like, these kits are absolutely out of this world. You don't see anything like this in modern football. Like, goalkeeper kits for some reason were on another planet. It was just a sight to behold, but nevertheless, this was the famous final where Italy lost on penalty shootouts to Brazil after it finished 0-0. After regulation time and extra time, Roberto Baggio famously missed that penalty to see Italy lose the World Cup final at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. So are we going to see some redemption take place, or will we witness a brand new winner right here on the USA soil? Come on, prime 90s football, show us what you got. Here are how the group stages have wrapped up. In Group A, we've got the USA lucky to make it out alive here, just scraping through as the best third place team, but it's Romania to win the group and Switzerland to come through in second, as Colombia will be sent home. Over in Group B, we've got Brazil to top the group as expected. Russia came through in second with 4 points, and Cameroon, after their miracle run in 1990, come through as the best third place team. And Sweden made the semi-finals of Italia 90 and have been grouped here in 94. So what a difference 4 years can make, as Germany finished top of Group C with 7 points. Spain, as expected, come through second, but both South Korea and Bolivia will be eliminated, heading home, just like Nigeria and Bulgaria. That's a big elimination there, as Bulgaria actually finished 4th in real life, losing to Sweden in the 3rd place playoff. So both teams that made the semi-finals in real life are already gone here in this resimulation, as it's Maradona's Argentina and Greece, the debutantes, come through with 2 wins and 6 points to see them through to the round of 16, just like Italy, where they absolutely obliterated the groups here with 3 wins, 9 points, 10 goals scored, 0 conceded. Man, bring back the glory days. The Azzurri absolutely living large. But Norway came through, qualified in second. Ireland with 3 points. That was enough to see them qualify in third. But Mexico completely flopped, as Group F sees Belgium and the Netherlands come out and qualify for the round of 16. Morocco with 1 point. We've seen it again. A team with 1 point has been able to qualify through to the knockout rounds, and Saudi Arabia have been completely robbed on head-to-head. The debutantes will be finishing rock bottom. And I might be mistaken here, although they aren't highlighted in third and made it through. We've got Bulgaria. I'm just looking at the left side of the tournament tree. They've actually made it through to the round of 16, beat Romania, 1-0 win versus Russia, and lost out to Brazil in the semi-finals. The finalists in real life have made it all the way through and booked their spot in the big dance, taking down Belgium and the hosts USA in the process. I apologize for the confusion, but I believe this is the final World Cup where we have to deal with the third place qualification nonsense. But over here on the right side of the draw, we've got 1 point Morocco eliminated straight away to Germany. We've got Italy versus Greece in what would have been an entertaining affair with a 1-0 win for the Italians. Maradona made it through versus Ireland and Spain, only to lose out 1-0 in the semi-finals versus Italia. And that means we have got a USA 94 final rematch. Oh my days, we are in for a generational match. It's 1994 all over again. And on top of the goal scoring charts, it's Romario's goals for Brazil that pulled them through to the final. Batistuta for Argentina managed 5 alongside Schifo for Belgium. Stadium as Signori, Albertini, and Baggio all scored 3, as Signori and Baggio both up there in the assist charts alongside Dunga and Rai for Brazil. We've got Pagliuca, who wants to get his Golden Glove. 5 clean sheets tonight, I think is already confirmed, but he is looking like the best goalkeeper in the world with those kind of stats. Nevertheless, for this World Cup final rematch, the Seleção are going to have to do without one of their starting centre-backs, Alder, due to suspension. It might be a blessing in disguise though, as I will be replacing him with Cafu and changing it up so Jorginho plays as the right centre back, as Romario won the Golden Ball for the best player in the tournament in real life. He's looking for that top goal scorer award right here in this resimulation, led by their captain Dunga. I'm giving them the closest, most realistic starting 11 that they had in real life, so I'm going to be starting Mazinho here at this right midfield, right cam role, because he actually started there in the World Cup final, and believe it or not, they had a young R9 just sitting on the bench. However, the runners-up of Italia 90 in our resimulation are going to have to do without 2 of their starters, including Albertini, who's picked up an injury, and Berti, suspended for tonight. So I'll be replacing Albertini with none other than a young Antonio Conte, and Berti will be swapped out by Massaro at left wing. And Musi actually started at right back, and it might not actually make sense in terms of ratings, in terms of overall, but hey, that's what they fielded on the day. That's what I'm going to give them. Here's how both sides match up on paper, head to head. They're both rocking a variation of a 4-4-2, so 2 similar philosophies, and this has got to be one of my favorite Italian kits of all time. That little detailing with the logo engraved, the blue, the collar, even the away jersey goes hard, but we'll stick with the home, as Brazil have got their fair share of alternates too. Their logo is kind of in the inner detailing. 090s football, I believe the hype, I believe what everyone says about you. If only it was my childhood, but I'm glad we get to relive it here, as this is the World Cup match ball, the Adidas Questra. I'm not quite sure what to make of it. It's still got that same layout, the similar format, no OG Adidas logo, and the design is quite mid, so it's definitely a downgrade from Mexico 86 and Italia 90. And here we have it in the US of A. The stage is set. We've got all the pageantry in the world at the Rose Bowl, and we're back at it with these daytime finals. We had a nighttime final in Italy 4 years ago, but now in the US, we've got some funky referee outfits. What is going on here? We've got the World Cup USA 94 branding all over the joint. The retro sponsors, the pitch is ready. We've got a bright sunny day here in Pasadena. That is one of my favorite all-time Italian goalkeeper shirts, if not best goalkeeper shirt of all time for me, as Romario is definitely the player to watch. He is in fine form. I like all the little hanging balloons in the background. We've got the McDonald's sponsor. We've got the fans packed out in the stands. It was actually 94,194 people in attendance, and my oh my, it is a great day for World Cup football. Nevertheless, a World Cup final, it is just a sight to behold, and I love the way the mod does it. These retro details, the attention to detail is crazy. You've even got Romario's little earring there I just saw, which is cool. They're ready to put those demons away here versus the boys from the favelas. Here we go as the Azzurri kick us off. Already with a chance, and oh my goodness, Taffarel caught into action early at the near post in the funkiest and brightest goalkeeper kit. He managed to get a hand to that one. I think this is the first World Cup where players actually had the names on the back of their jersey too. Oh my god, look what happens when I pause it. Just take a look at the environment, at the set piece. Oh my god, it is a gigantic stadium when you take a look at it from the Peter Crouch angle. That is crazy. Look at the environment around it too. It's like they've tried to recreate it perfectly in FIFA 16 with all the details. Man, that actually looks like an 100,000 seat stadium. You can't touch it in terms of retro mods. It is just insane. So Brazil in real life were on the hunt for their 4th star on top of the emblem. Oh my goodness. And that is a bit of foul play from Donadoni. Will it result in a red card? It is. Italy down to 10. And oh my goodness, man, that has changed the complexion of this matchup completely. Donadoni sent for an early ice bath, and he's lashed out there. Oh my goodness, he could have killed the man. Taken out his legs from behind, a little sneak attack, and the referees had none of it. And that is a pivotal moment. The right mid sent off. Now Brazil's got to be in control. Brazil's got to be on the front foot, because this is a golden opportunity. And again, things aren't linking up for the Italians. And this opens up a nice counter here for Brazil. Dunga being the main conductor. in midfield. Romario looking for his 7th goal, but Bebeto, nice turn. Jarzinho, is that a goal? The referee, there's no calls for... Oh, there is a call for offside. I thought something was a little bit too fishy. And finally, the Lino's flag goes up. Saw the man down the line, didn't keep him on side. The first of many warning shots coming their way. And Signori's gotten onto it. It's a foul, but referee plays on. No red card for Brazil there as Massaro... Brazil now sliding everywhere. Massaro with a nice delivery at the back stick, and Branco, it will be a yellow card. And now this game's starting to get a bit physical. We're starting to see Cafu now lashing out. The proper physical battles and the proper challenges of the 90s we're all used to. And Brazil again failing to capitalize, but they won't be short of chances today. I'll tell you that for free, as Maldo Silva's even pushed up. Look at all these yellow shirts flooding through. Romario at the back stick, and the diving header just goes wide. I know he's got the golden boot in the bag, but come on, lad, hit the target. As Cafu now on a yellow card, tries a few flicks and tricks. No offside for Mazinho. It's a nice delivery, but again, Baresi is always there, and we'll head into halftime. 0-0, but Italy down to 10 men, and it's Brazil's final to lose now. Pasadena 94. Let's see if you can deliver us up a world-class finish. First substitution of the match has come through at half-time. The number 10 on for Brazil. I don't know why they're trying to cross her. I mean, you've got both Maldini and Baresi marking Romario. There's no chance he's winning a header. Here we go, the Brazil set piece. They crowd the goalkeeper. No man in the middle, and Pagliuca with a massive save from close range. Rai fresh off the bench, and look at him go, the super sub with a ball inside. Maldini clears away, and it was a pot shot. Recycles to Conte. And Italy trying to establish themselves, but with 10 men, it's going to be a tough task. And now all of a sudden, it's opened up. And Brazil 1-on-1. Bebeto with the chance. And Bebeto, the number 7, isn't going to miss from there. It was the perfect moment. The Italian defense went to sleep. And all of a sudden, things opened up like the Red Sea. A nice little finesse into the bottom right-hand corner. And he catches out the Italian shot stopper, the Golden Glove front runner, to open the scoring up here. And finally, the 10-man or the 1-man advantage takes center stage, and it's Bebeto with his 3rd goal of the tournament so far. A beautiful assist from Zinho, and Brazil are finally in business here. Italy now have got a mountain to climb. Not much more this man can do, as he's trying to do everything himself. Massaro wins the ball back. Baggio was there, and he was slightly overhit. He didn't read the play. Nice delivery on the inside. Now it's all or nothing, and Roberto Baggio is offside, and that just caps up his day out. Substitution here for Brazil. Zinho's coming off, and he will be replaced by their number 16, Leonardo. And it's an attacking change. They're not sitting back and holding this lead. Brazil want to compile the misery, and Italy yet to make a tactical change. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, no subs yet. Another substitution here. It's the goal scorer Bebeto coming off, and he will be replaced. Is it potentially a young R9 Ronaldo? He wasn't subbed on in real life. Oh no, it's going to be Sergio to come on and replace him. And Brazil are now just camping back. They are withstanding this Italian attack, and the referee will call it there. Italy didn't show up. Baggio with another disaster class in the final, and Bebeto took his moment, took his golden chance, and started the final. Baresi looks defeated. He looks like he's about given up with life. He might retire after this. 2 back-to-back finals lost, and this time it's the exact same result as in Pasadena. It's an Italian L. Brazil are World Cup champions. They did it in regulation time. They didn't need a penalty shootout to decide it, and Bebeto now re-etches his name into the World Cup history books as the Captain Dunga will get to lift up this trophy. He was just the master conductor in the middle of the park. Everything went through him. He was a defensive force, just led with class. And here he is for the trophy lift up. And it's the South Americans celebrating today. Italy with back-to-back World Cup final heartbreaks. And Roberto Baggio can't redeem himself or the nation. And now Brazil are up there. They're right behind Italy, chasing them on top of the World Cup resim list with 3 wins now. 1958 with their golden boy Pelé, 1986, and now in 1994. They only had to wait 8 years for this one. They hand-delivered Italy another gut-wrenching loss after they went down to 10 men, and a young Hein Ronaldo in there celebrating off the bench. It's their third star on the shirt, and by the looks of things, the Seleção are back on track. And there's your confirmation. The resimmed final comes through with a Brazil victory. No penalty shootout drama. Nevertheless, the player of the competition announced didn't really do much in the final, but it's this man. It is Brazil's Romário. Also takes home the golden boot, the golden ball, and the World Cup trophy. The hat-trick of accolades that only few players have done so far in this resimulation. There are no changes in the top scorers charts or the assist charts either, but I guess Pagliuca gets a nice little consolation Golden Glove award. Here are the champions that got the job done in real life and here in this classic patch mod. Romário, 6 goals, 1 assist. You've got Bebeto with 3 goals. Paulo Sergio, who came off the bench in the final, 2 goals for him. A lot of love being spread out. Mauro Silva, Jorginho, and the Rai all on the score sheet. Dunga got himself 2 assists as the captain. And Italy go home with their tail between their legs, humiliated again after completely massacring everyone in the group stages. Just like at Italia 90, they couldn't get it done in the final and fumbled at the final hurdle. But that is how the cookie crumbles. It's another tight affair in the big dance as the third place matchup sees Bulgaria come through, finishing in third, and Argentina lose out. 4th place spot for them and Maradona. We've got to say goodbye to Diego Armando Maradona, his last World Cup, and again, failed to really carry his nation. I mean, for the baller that he was, he really hasn't shown up in this resimulation, and that's the beauty of this resimulation. History gets rewritten, legacies and, you know, winners change up. We're experiencing an alternate reality, an alternate timeline take place right before our very eyes, so let's time jump 4 years ahead and make our way to 1998. We're back in Europe for this one. France is the destination. The 1998 World Cup tournament hosted by the French. Now we get our third expansion of the tournament format in World Cup history. This is the first World Cup to have 32 teams, an extra 8 teams qualified for this Coupe du Monde, and also an extra 2 groups to include in the group stages. And I guess this format would remain consistent all the way up until Qatar 2022. So this formula was tried and tested. It hit the perfect tournament structure over a month, 64 matches played, more viewers, more tickets sold, everyone was happy, and most of my generation and I guess the rest of the world were content and, you know, gotten used to this World Cup tournament structure. We have 4 debutant nations, including Croatia, Jamaica, Japan, and the mighty South Africa, who'd go on to host it in 2010. But we're not there yet. The French would go on to lock in and win the Coupe du Monde on home soil, absolutely destroying Brazil in the final 3-0. It was Zidane versus R9, and Zizou made sure to carry his country on his back. But it's all up for grabs again. Here is your expanded 32-team group stage. This is what we're working with Group A. Surprisingly, France aren't drawn in, or the hosts aren't in Group A. It's the reigning champions in real life and this resimulation, Brazil, followed by Norway, Scotland, and Morocco. So a pretty easy layup there for the South Americans, as we have the runners-up of 94, Italy, Austria, Chile, and Cameroon. Over in Group C, it's finally the hosts, France. They get drawn in with Denmark, South Africa, and Saudi Arabia. So we're starting to see less of these tough top-tier nations packed into one group, as Nigeria, Paraguay, Spain, and Bulgaria get thrown into Group D. Are we going to see a group of death? This might be the closest we've got to it, as we've got both Netherlands and Belgium here in Group B, alongside Mexico and South Korea. With Group F up next, it's Germany, Iran, the United States, and Yugoslavia. So a very feisty group there, as we have one of the most fascinating 4 teams drawn in here to Group G, with Romania, Tunisia, Colombia, and the Italia 90 champions, England. It's Argentina's first time without Maradona at a World Cup so far. You've got the triple threat of the debuts all in there, Croatia, Japan, Jamaica, and it just sets up for the structure that we're all used to. The top 2 advance through, none of this third place nonsense. We've got a current record of 64 matches to simulate here, and yeah, this is the biggest World Cup yet, the biggest tournament we've had to resimulate, and look at all the matchups we've got to look forward to. We're about to see some generational ballers go at it here. The late 90s provided with some famous world names in football, and of course they're going to be on display on the biggest of stages. Look at that Japanese goalkeeper kit, man. Oh my days, take my money. Let's dive in and see what kind of action and storylines France 98 is going to throw at us. This World Cup tournament, like many before it, came through with a lot of changes and some technical advancements, like finally the fourth officials used electronic match boards. There was the introduction of golden goal, and also teams were now allowed 3 substitutes. We also saw the first ever World Cup standalone video game by EA. It was just revolutionary. EA got the rights to it, and yeah, those were the good old days, man. The days of standalone World Cup games. This is where it all started. France 98 was the one. As for your group stages, serious how they've wrapped up here. In Group A, we've got Brazil finishing comfortably on top with Scotland right behind them. Both Norway and Morocco are packing their bags and going home. Over in Group B, it's Italy and Cameroon to make it out there, so a bit of African representation. Italy perfect again, like they always seem to be in the group stages, as we wave goodbye to both Austria and Chile. Over in Group C, it's Denmark and hosts France actually took an L in the groups, and Denmark came through on top. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia and South Africa will be eliminated from the tournament. In Group D, we've got another surprising table topper here in Bulgaria. Their golden generation is firing on all cylinders. Meanwhile, Spain come through in second. Paraguay and Nigeria go home. And in Group E, it's both the Netherlands and Belgium. As we predicted, the semi-group of death turned out to be quite straightforward, with both Mexico and South Korea not making it through. And in Group F, we've got both Germany and Yugoslavia tied on 7 points, and the USA, fresh off hosting in 94, come through third with 3 points. Not good enough to make it out. And Iran, just with a terrible time, losing every single match. In Group G, saw England finish top. They came through pretty much picture perfect. Meanwhile, Romania snuck in as Tunisia and Colombia, that's a big shock, finish grouped and rock bottom of the table. And over in Group H, to round it out, we've got Argentina undefeated with 5 points on top. Meanwhile, Jamaica make it out there. Okay, that is a little bit of a fairy tale there. The Jamaicans are into the round of 16, beating out Japan and Croatia in what was the tightest group of the tournament. Now, just taking a look at the left side of the tournament tree, we have got Brazil, who took care of business against Cameroon. Bulgaria, they nearly made it out. They made France squirm after it was 3-3. They won 4-3 on penalties to see Le Bleu make it through. The Netherlands took down Yugoslavia. Romania, in a shock win against Argentina, defeated them 2-1 to make it through to the quarters, where they eventually lost to the Dutch. And then the Dutch fell 3-2 in a 5-goal thriller against the hosts to see France advance through to the final on home soil, just like they did in 98. Meanwhile, on the right side of the draw, we had England versus Jamaica in the round of 16, where the Three Lions got the better of them, only just though 2-1. We had Belgium eliminated by Germany. Germany took down England, but then they ended up losing out in the semi-finals to Italia, and the Azzurri are in to a 3rd straight World Cup final. You know, you guys are going to scream bias in the comments. I want to see different nations in a final. I want to see, you know, some exciting matchups, not just Italy. Not to say that France versus Italy in 98 would not be an exciting matchup, but still, this is a historical fixture. Instead of Brazil, the French have got to take down the Italians if they want to recreate history. The French are actually the last hosts on record to win the World Cup on home soil, and it looks like they're going to go out with their strongest starting 11 here, but no injuries. They do have one suspension here, with Patrick Vieira picking up a red card, so he will miss out on proceedings tonight. Thierry Henry didn't actually participate in the final whatsoever in real life, so I'm actually going to replace him with someone who did and started the final, which was Stefan Guvarch. I'm just sticking to how they lined up on World Cup final day. They've got some firepower to come in off the bench, like Robert Pires and Trezeguet, and instead of Laurent Blanc at the back, they actually had Frank Leboeuf to partner up with Desailly. So I've done a few realistic changes. Same goes for Italy, as they actually deployed a 5-3-2 or a 5-2-1-2 formation in this final, with Bobo Vieri and Alessandro Del Piero up front, with Dino Baggio starting behind the strikers, as it was Roberto Baggio to come in off the bench. So again, a lot of big changes. Maldini was the captain at left back in this 5-back system, and this is actually what they used in their quarterfinal elimination to France, where they lost out on penalties. So let's see where these two teams take us tonight. How are these two systems going to match up against each other? And Italy entering their third final in a row. This can't be their third World Cup final loss. That would be an all-time low. Let's take a look at what the France 98 match ball is looking like here. We've got the Adidas Tricolore, and now you're starting to see a bit of color on these match balls. It didn't just have to be the old traditional black and white. We're now starting to see the predominant blue. Obviously, we've got the white, but you can see a little red accents in there, a little bit of a French touch on the match ball, which is always nice. They're very evenly matched, as they always are in a final, but like I said, the Serie A was the best league in the world at the time. In the 90s, it was the gold standard, so it kind of makes sense that Italy have made the World Cup 3 years running in the 90s. I'm sure that's about to change as we'll enter the 2000s, but here we go. This match was originally supposed to be played at the Stade de France in Saint-Denis, but unfortunately, for some reason, we are still stuck at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena from 1994. So the stadium is actually in America with 75,000 fans, predominantly French, I'm assuming, packed in to the Stade de France. Unfortunately, there's something wrong with the mod, or there's a glitch on my end where I just can't get the Stade de France working. So I hope we're all right with that. I hope we're going to deal with the Rose Bowl for one more final, as there was 1.3 billion watching on TV. Let's hope for a big spectacle. We're back in Europe, so you know what that means. We've got a 7 p.m. night kickoff. Can France get their hands on their first World Cup trophy of the Resimulation? This is their first time that they've made it to a final, just like in real life, so the stars are kind of aligning here. Or will Italy break the curse of the 90s and finally get their hands on the 5th World Cup trophy? France just want to get on the board right in front of the home crowd. Let's lock in. We're getting an early preview here of what went down in 2006 in Berlin, especially in a big stakes match like a World Cup final, as Dino Baggio can see Del Piero inside. Dino Baggio, it's saved by Barthez off the post and off the crossbar and racketed out. France are living on a lifeline right now. That should be 1-0. It is denied, and the football gods are on France's side tonight in front of all the French home crowd. Are they going to look to do what England did to them at Italia 90? They are playing with a lot more attacking potency. Thuram, both of his boys now, both of his sons playing in Serie A. KF now on this right flank. Passes off to Zizou. Zizou's first chance, and Pagliuca had to push that one out. It was a vicious attempt to have been his goal. He scored a double in the final in real life. And it's a substitution straight away for the Italians off the bench. No, it's actually Baggio. Roberto Baggio off the bench for Italy. It is a first half, or start of the second half substitution, and they've brought off Bobo Vieri. We've got Cannavaro with an injury warning, so the Italians with some decisions to make as substitution again, and this time it is an attacking talent coming on. I think that's Albertini on in midfield for Italy, and Pezzotto wins back the ball. It's a charge towards the end of the area. And oh my goodness me, it was Dino Baggio with the header on target, but Barthez was there to meet it. And this time, Trezeguet on for Guivarch. So an attacking change for France. They want to see a goal. Got substitutions from both sides, whether they want to go for it or are they prepping for extra time. I guess time will tell as a young Roberto Di Matteo comes on. 14 years before he'd go on to win the Champions League with Chelsea. Third time wasn't a charm, as Del Piero has put a magical ball into the path of Roberto Baggio, the divine ponytail. He's looking for an opening here. Is he going to give it off? It's Del Piero inside, and it's the shot. Read it with the header. Back on the inside to Zinedine Zidane. It's a hard-driven delivery, and Pezzotto got the crucial touch in there, but that was a perfect ball set up on a silver platter. It's a 3v2 here. If Italy play their cards right, it's actually a 4v2 as Del Piero just lofts it into the box. It's Roberto Baggio on their header, but it's way too easy for Barthez. And Deschamps, the captain, coming off. That's a big call from the French boss. And now their number 21, Boghossian. He will now take the field. Baggio. Oh, Costa Corta's lost it. And Zidane with open rein, and he gives it off to Boghassian. And the man who replaced the captain of the country spurs the golden moment to win it and sends his shot wide. And the referee might give the host one last chance here. The ball inside the box. It's fallen out to Leboeuf. And again, this time a centre-back gets a chance on goal. We're headed for extra time. And we're going to need some more magic from that man Zizou, because right now we're completely locked at a stalemate. Maybe this was the final that was meant to go 0-0 into a penalty shootout like in 94. The emotions are riding high tonight. Oh my God, Di Baggio giving a bit of lip to the ref. Oh my God, the Italians going at the referee. I don't know what they're complaining about. He came in late, but that's 90s football, baby. He's lost at the border, Zidane, and that's not what you want to do. And all of a sudden, he has set up Leboeuf. He's got a free man in the middle. It's Djorkaeff who completely skies it. And oh my goodness, France have missed an abundance of chances now. It's getting silly. And the hosts might be embarrassing themselves in front of their own crowd. And now Zidane running on through their number 10 with a pinpoint delivery. And Pagliuca finally caught into action. And it's just back and forth action right now. Both teams desperate to score. They don't want to let it go to pens as Albertini now cuts on the inside. It's a cross into Dino Baggio. Squares it across to Alessandro Del Piero. It is Italy's number 10 to pop up at the right place at the right time. It was unselfish from Dino Baggio, but the play was on. Del Piero to smash it home, and Barthez was wrong-footed. It was an Italian counter-attack that was absolutely lethal, and that was his 4th goal in this 1998 World Cup tournament. Deschamps is out here seething on the bench as they took off the captain of the country. Is that going to come back to bite them? But France now have 5 minutes to try and push this to penalties. They've got no choice. Can't really click at all. But Lizardo tries to test Pagliuca. Somehow managed to get the shot away. And here we go. Emmanuel Petit on the corner. What is he going to whip up? The left-footed in, swing up. Back post, it's Zinedine Zidane, who has come to his country's rescue. The man who scored a double in the final in real life on home soil. He is clutched up at the back stick, scoring a header. And Emmanuel Petit's delivery was absolutely pinpoint. Pagliuca gets caught out. And his hand, he got a hand to it, but it wasn't strong enough to keep out the bullet header. And Zinedine Zidane might have just salvaged his nation from an absolute embarrassment at the Stade de France. It's the king. He's got the bold spot on. It's his first goal of the tournament. And now we are back level pegging, 119th minute equaliser. But finally, we've got some drama to sink our teeth into. And now all of a sudden, Italy on the back foot. After the Del Piero heroics, we are headed to spot kicks. Oh my days, we are taking this one to pens. We haven't had a penalty shootout since West Germany versus Netherlands in 78. So here we are again. They did it in 2006. They're going to do that before it even happens here in France 98. And that's your penalty shootout order. It's Zidane up first. He had the last laugh in extra time. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. It is all on the line here. As the stadium hold their breath, Zinedine Zidane hits the crossbar. Oh, wow. France, all of a sudden, their star boy completely misses. Italy's doesn't, though. Roberto Baggio remained cool, calm, and collected. We've got Trezeguet now. The French are under the pump. Les Bleus, will they respond? And he goes straight down the middle. Just gets it in, though. And Del Piero, he got Italy's goal in extra time. Can he convert from the spot? And he does exactly what Zidane did and hit the crossbar. You are kidding me. Now we're all square as Dugatti, the number 21, steps up to the plate and he's gone down the middle again. We've got Fabio Cannavaro to take a penalty. Are you kidding me? All right, Fabio up to take the spot. And he goes right down the middle. It seems to be the most successful tonight. Djorkaeff, he's got a interesting stance, but will it convert? And no, Pagliuca saves the seconds. And now Albertini, who could possibly get Italy into a very advantageous position. And what was... Oh my God, are you kidding me? He's going for the Panenka and he skied it. This penalty shootout has got to be generational for how funny it is. And Petit almost hit the crossbar for the 3rd time. What are we in for now? I think if Italy miss this, France might take it home. Pezzotto needs to convert to stay in it, and he does exactly that. It's 3-3. Now we're headed into sudden death. Lilian Thuram, they both missed 2 penalties, and Thuram is going to go down the middle again. Seems to be the most successful. Roberto Di Matteo. But it comes down to this. Is he going to keep Italy in the game, or will Barthez be the hero? The number 16. Oh my days, that was close, but the power is enough to take it through. Boccassian, he came on for Didier Deschamps, and was that the right move? He buries his penalty, bottom left corner. Oh, it's Dino Baggio. He assisted Del Piero for the goal in extra time, and oh my goodness me, so that was close. As Leboeuf's now up, he pushed up as France were desperate for a goal, and the centre-back makes no mistake. Who have we got here? Costa Curta, another defender in the 5-back formation, and oh my goodness me, hits the crossbar, but it goes over the line. And I've got no more words for this penalty shootout. This has just been chaotic, and Desailly up for it, and it's Pagliuca who saves it. And now France are in a dire situation here. If Italy convert, who is it up now? Bergomi, the former captain of the national team. Will he convert to win the World Cup for Italy? To win their 5th against the hosts? They've broken the curse here in France 98. They've humiliated the French on their own patch, just like what happened to them at Italia 90. And they win the resimulation on a penalty shootout, which just absolutely provided so many thrills and spills. Barthez couldn't do much about that one, and the right back absolutely slots it. They end up winning 7-6 on pens after a dramatic second half of extra time. It is now the Azzurri triumphing over Les Bleus, denying them of their first ever world title. And that is now number 5 for Italy in this World Cup resimulation. They've exceeded what they've achieved in real life. Now it's that man Paolo Maldini from left back to lift it up for Italy here in 98. Originally knocked out in the quarterfinals and somehow managed to cause the upset on home soil. France don't get their home World Cup. They ain't the champions of the world. It is Italy now here in the 90s when the Serie A was at its peak. Now with 5 World Cup crowns, I don't know who can catch them. France could have gotten on the board there. All the teams right below Italy in the Resim winners list just absolutely hate that result, because the closest we've got now is Brazil with 3. Italy have extended their lead by 2. What a campaign, man. I just realized I haven't even checked in on the top goal scorers or like any of that stuff. So we've got a lot of stats and a lot of numbers to crunch once we get back into the menus. What a night, what a moment. And the French have completely gone bust. This resimulation just continues to give us some insane content, as there's your confirmation, a 7-6 penalty shootout victory in the final. And now the player of the competition announced. It's actually no team from the finals player. It is Laudrup. I don't know which brother, but he's won the golden ball playing for Denmark. It ended up being Michael Laudrup with 3 goals and 1 assist. Okay. At the top goal scorers list, it was actually Trezeguet. Came off the bench. Del Piero was also in the hunt for the golden boot. Ultimately, it's going to be shared between Trezeguet and Nilis of Belgium, who both scored 5. Baggio also was on 4. We had Ronaldo and Bebeto also tied with 4. Shearer, Sheringham, Stoichkov. We're seeing some classic names here. JJ Okocha for Nigeria. It is just a blast to look through these. As the assists, we've got Shearer. We've got a whole bunch of players tied on 2. I'm not even going to mention them all. Nevertheless, the hosts are the ones with the major L here. They couldn't replicate what they did in real life. And I can't believe that. Zidane, in the 119th minute of the final, that's when he got his first goal of the tournament. He's let them down here in this resim more than Maradona did for Argentina. Their party has been spoiled by none other than the Italians, of course. And it's the same old names. Gianluca Pezzotto, I thought in the final, was, you know, he got involved. He had a brilliant night out. 2 goals and 1 assist for him in the tournament. Definitely an underrated player. Arguably, Del Piero had a shout for the golden ball. 4 goals and 2 assists. Won the World Cup, but it is what it is. And now as we enter into a new millennium, we're crossing over into the next century. 2002, you're up next. We're out of the 90s and we're traveling to the first World Cup ever hosted in Asia, and the first to be jointly hosted, this time Korea and Japan sharing the hosting duties, and the second consecutive World Cup to feature 32 teams, this time from 5 confederations. And they continued on that successful France 98 formula. There were some major upsets, some big controversies, some refereeing decisions that were questionable, and a whole lot of drama. And this time we've got 4 debutants that qualified, including China, Ecuador, and both 4-star Senegal and Slovenia. And now we finally hit a World Cup that I was alive for. Personally, I was only 2 years old, so I don't really remember any of it. However, in the final, it was Brazil to win win out against Germany 2-0 with the one and only prime R9 Ronaldo to score a brace in the final to decide it. And man, it feels good. We're in the 2000s, the peak time period for world football. What a time to be alive. And oh my goodness me, the match ball for this tournament has got to go down as one of my favorite match balls in World Cup history, potentially one of the best footballs of all time, the Adidas Fever Nova. Oh my goodness me, that picture doesn't do it justice. It looks way better in real life, and it is just an absolute gem of a ball, the first of its kind. Yeah, this ball just encapsulates the tournament perfectly. But I'm going to leave you lads on a cliffhanger before we get smack bang into the action of the 2000s. With some classic iconic tournaments coming up, I'm going to leave it there. We've resimulated through 72 years of World Cup history so far, and today we have 6 tournaments left to see which nation comes out on top and gets crowned the Resimulation World Cup champion. We'll be time traveling through 3 decades in this video alone, so with an abundance of World Cup memories to relive and revisit, let's take a quick look at how things currently stand with the winners list so far. Leading the way with a 2-trophy margin at the top, it is Italia. The Azzurri are sitting pretty, and I know, I get it, I won't beat the allegations anytime soon, but it is what it is, lads. You can have your doubts and conspiracies in the comments below. It'd be boring to just see Italy win all the time. I want a tight competitive race to see who will come out on top, but right behind them we've got Brazil with 3, Hungary won 2, all the way back in 1938 and 1954. England have got a double up. Meanwhile, Argentina, Uruguay, Poland, and the Netherlands are all on the board. Some big nations still haven't gotten on the board yet, like famously Germany losing 5 World Cup finals alone. France and Spain are also yet to make a mark, so let's see if they can all change their fortunes around. As first up on the plate today, we've got the 2002 World Cup held in Japan and Korea. We've got plenty of storylines, action, and drama to cover in this mega finale. So get your popcorn out, get some snacks, because this will be the finale to end all finales. Before we get into it though, lads, if you want to cop FIFA 16 for free, I'll leave the link down in the description below, or if you want to purchase it on G2A, I'll have my affiliate link listed at the top of the description, so you guys can also get in the fun and play with this free classic patch at home. I appreciate all the love and support you guys have shown on this mini-series so far. I've had a blast doing it, so I hope we end off with a bang today. Just let me know down in the comments below, what was your first or favorite World Cup memory, whether you watched your nation lift the World Cup high, you suffered some World Cup heartbreaks, and what has been your favorite World Cup tournament of all time. I guess I was technically alive for this 2002 World Cup, but I actually don't remember it whatsoever. Some of you watching though might have fonder memories than me, so let's just dive straight into the group stages here with Group A. The hosts are nowhere to be seen, with Denmark, France, Uruguay, and debutant Senegal thrown into a rather tough group there. Over in Group B, we've got Spain, South Africa, Slovenia, and Paraguay. No disrespect to the others, but Spain have got a walk in the park group there. I'd be surprised if they don't top it. As over in Group C, we've got Brazil, Costa Rica, Turkey, and other debutantes China. We get to Group D, where finally we've got South Korea, the host, Portugal, Poland, and the US. So a very interesting group there, as Group E sees Germany, Cameroon, Saudi Arabia, and Ireland. Oh, we've got a spicy group up here with Sweden, Argentina, England, and Nigeria. The 3 Lions and the Albi Celeste have got a bit of World Cup beef from 1986 with Maradona's Hand of God, so that's always an interesting matchup, with Group G seeing Mexico, Italy, Croatia, and Ecuador all grouped together. As Group H, surely now we've got the co-hosts Belgium, Russia, Japan in the mix, and Tunisia to finish it out. So it's the regular World Cup format that we're all used to. I can't wait to see this one play out. As a fun fact for you, whilst we simulate through, is that Oliver Kahn actually won not only the Golden Glove, the goalkeeper of the tournament, but the player of the tournament in 2002, despite Germany losing out in the final to none other than Brazil. They had the prime R9 Ronaldo up front, who who scored 8 goals and was the top goal scorer in the tournament. So there's a bunch of high-profile superstars of the past that we've got to keep our eyes on and track to see if they're going to live up to their legacy, or will their legacy be tarnished by some poor performances. We've seen it happen before in this resimulation with the likes of Maradona and Zidane. Enough yapping, now let's take a look at these group stage results. Got France coming out on top, undefeated with 7 points. It's kind of funny considering they finished rock bottom in real life. Denmark and Senegal go home eliminated, and this group has been completely flipped and reversed as Uruguay claim that second qualification spot. Over in Group B, my prophecy came through of Spain topping the group flawless, 3 wins out of 3, and Paraguay make it out as Slovenia and South Africa are gonna have to say goodbye as they've both been eliminated by literally goal difference or head to head, so you gotta feel for them. Over in Group C, it's Brazil and Turkey to come out flawless for the Brazilians as they're looking to make a run for the finals just like in real life. Both Costa Rica and China will be eliminated just like in real life. Over in Group D, we've got the United States topping this one with 3 wins out of 3. Portugal, Poland, and South Korea all ended on 3 points each, but it's the Portuguese to make it out of here with goal difference on their side. Turns out this group in real life was close, but not this close. How tight and contested these groups have been. Not much said here though in Group E, as Germany and Ireland both breeze through to the round of 16. We've got Cameroon and Saudi Arabia waving goodbye. Similar results to real life there as Group F sees Sweden top it, and England grabbing that second qualification spot. Argentina and Nigeria, this group has been completely replicated. It's a mirror image of what happened in real life as Argentina go home. That's a big one. No more Maradona for them. It was the time just before Messi burst onto the scene, so the Albiceleste will be needed to do some soul searching there as Group G sees Mexico top it as Ecuador and Croatia are both grouped, and Italy make it out there with 6 points. And last but not least, we've got Group H, which sees might be the shock of the tournament so far. Tunisia on top here with 5 points. Belgium come through in 5th. We've got Russia and Japan missing out. Again, the co-hosts are rock bottom. Both of the hosts actually finished top of their group in real life, so they have underperformed and flopped completely here in this resim. Now over to the knockout rounds, where we had the round of 16 on the left side of the bracket. We had some entertaining matchups here with Ireland getting drawn against Spain, which was quite harsh. Portugal made it out against Mexico. Germany eliminated Paraguay, and it was the Italians, mamma mia, missing out and eliminated to USA on pens. The Americans' hype was short-lived, but that would have been a monumental moment for them as they were knocked out in the quarters 3-0 to Spain. Germany took care of business against Portugal, and then they've kept 3 clean sheets in a row here. 2-0 win versus España to book their spot into yet another World Cup final. They're 6th of the resimulation so far, but let's see what nations have made it out on the right side of the bracket here. We have England versus France, which was one of the bigger matchups in the round of 16 with the 3 Lions making it out. We've got Brazil, who took care of business against Belgium. Sweden dropped a 3-0 masterclass on Uruguay, and Turkey in the battle of the crescent moon flags got the job done over Tunisia. Meanwhile, Sweden continued their miracle run, taking down Turkey and then landing themselves in a semi-final with England as the 3 Lions conquered their penalties curse and took down the major favourites, the real-life winners Brazil, in a penalty shootout after it finished 1-1 and then narrowly got past Sweden to make it out alive and reach yet another World Cup final. The 3 Lions have booked their ticket to the big dance, and they're facing one of their oldest arch enemies. This is just a mouth-watering matchups in more ways than one. Even if it was just a normal game, it would be spicy, but this is a World Cup final we're talking about. But this time, the Germans have the one and only Miroslav Klose, only the World Cup top goal scorer on their side, and he's come through with his scoring boots in this competition with 5 goals alongside Raul up top, so he's going to want to claim that golden boot tonight and make a statement. Meanwhile, Capucho, Rivaldo, and Morales are all tied on 4. We've got Robbie Keane, who turns out for the Republic of Ireland with 3 goals, and Zlatan making his first World Cup appearance here in 2002 with 3 goals, launching him in the top 10. We've got some England performers here like Joe Cole and Robbie Fowler. It's interesting to see some familiar names emerging onto the scene. And Miroslav Klose, he's coming for the best player. He's coming for the golden ball, as he's also gotten himself 3 assists. Ricken is in there as well. Totti, Owen, Diego Forlan, Xavi, Denilson. All these names are starting to appear. And oh my days, the stars are aligning for Germany tonight. Oliver Kahn with 5 clean sheets, doing what he does best. But I am going to be fielding their exact starting 11 that they played in 2002, given they were up against different opposition, but I feel like I just want that realistic touch. I know you might be wondering, like, why you're bringing off an 88 rated Ballack, but he actually wasn't involved, didn't even come off the bench. And I know it looks weird seeing a CDM play at right mid, but okay, again, he can play that position. Don't blame me. This was the exact lineup that they played in 2002. With these 2 German icons, Klose and Kahns, the 2Ks, if they show up tonight, it is going to be trouble for the English, and they've even got some extra firepower off the bench with Bierhoff ready to come on. However, their opposition, the challengers, the 3 Lions, are in a bit of a crisis of their own, with their 2 main defenders, Rio Ferdinand and Campbell, both out injured. How? The same thing happened in the Italia 90 final, where they had 3 of their main starters out for the match, so they're in a bit of hard luck, as it will be their future manager Gareth Southgate to be part of this back 4. Besides their main centre-back pairing, which are going to have to miss out, this is pretty much the exact same layout, 4-4-2, the exact same players and formation that lost out to the eventual champions Brazil in the quarterfinals, with David Beckham wearing the captain's armbands. They've got the likes of Emil Heskey, Michael Owen, the Ballon d'Or winner, leading the line. A bit of class of 92 representation in there. They're going to be up against it tonight. They're underdogs yet again. I feel like these retro kits are going to bring back some nostalgia, so I'm always going to show them before the final. These were some classic garments, especially this England home shirt. Nevertheless, these are how the 2 sides go up against each other on paper, with it all going down at the International Stadium in Yokohama. An attendance of 69,000 people were packed in to see initially Germany versus Brazil, but in this resimulation, we've got a completely different matchup here, and oh my goodness, it is actually spicy. In the context of this resimulation, I mean, England, they're on the hunt for their 3rd title, meanwhile Germany don't want to lose 6 in a row. I mean, that would just be catastrophic. That would just be the ultimate humiliation. I don't know how they would come back from that, but they'd already won 3 at this stage in real life. They've still got 3 stars on top of the logo in their jersey. There was over 1.1 billion watching at home on television, and the GOAT of referees, Pierluigi Collina, was reffing this match. This was just peak early 2000s nostalgia, as we've got a very interesting broadcast package here. I love the layout, I love the colors, and of course, the match ball, the Federnova. That is the title that they are fighting for. This was the last tournament to use 1 match ball for the entire competition. There was no like special final match ball for this World Cup, but come on, you can't get better than that. That is a beautiful World Cup football. No Rio, no Sol Campbell for England. So can they do it for them and get their 3rd World Cup, or will Germany finally prevail? This one could go either way. This 2002 broadcast package, man, it had so much character about it. The color, I love the logo in the top left too. It's just such a nice detail, such a nice touch. Southgate remaining cool, calm and composed under pressure, and England tries to play tiki-taka, tried to move it across quickly, but Germany's high press, they can't contain it, as Neuville again He's been most involved tonight. It's found a pocket of space and at the near post beats out David Seaman, and Germany are on the board. Neuville, he's been a nuisance so far tonight, and the Germans fans here in Yokohama have something to celebrate about early here, because the number 7 just dwindled his way through and the fox in the box perfected his angles. It's been all about Miroslav Klose in the build-up, but his strike partner is shown up here tonight, and what a moment for the man. It's his 3rd goal in the tournament so far, so he hasn't been slacking throughout this World Cup, but that's the big game moment. And now England have a mountain to climb here. You can definitely tell their backline has been tampered with. Their 2 main defenders nowhere to be seen, as they immediately trying to get an equalizer back. And Neuville again, he's just been so involved, but he's given the ball away to David Beckham. Now Michael Owen, nice little 1-2. And the number 7 finds Michael Owen again. The future Ballon d'Or winner tries to go for it, but Oliver Kahn, and he wants to protect those 5 clean sheets. He's looking menacing as well whilst he's doing it. Playing it patiently. They don't need to rush anything here, the Germans, but poor Scholes catches Bode out. And now he can give the ball into David Beckham. He's on the run back inside to Scholes. And Mills just finds it out. Emil Heskey. Is it Heskey time as he finds the ball inside to Michael Owen, his strike partner. And the little tall, small duo up top is linking up to perfection. And it's Emil Heskey to set up the equalizer here. Michael Owen's second chance of the night, and you can't give him that much space in the box. Oliver Kahn called out. The whole defense called out. That 3-man backline is shaking in their boots as England responds, and the Fedanova slams into the back of the net. England's number 10. He was their prodigal son. He was their hero. And before all the injuries, it's his first goal in this World Cup tournament. As we saw in the goal scoring charts, it's been Fowler to lead the line. But Michael Owen was their go-to man here in 02. He actually scored against Brazil in that quarterfinal where they eventually lost out and were eliminated. And we've started him. And boy, oh boy, this is going to be an absolute box office thriller. Armand back inside. Jeremy's fine. Schneider can see Miroslav closer. And closer tries it. David Seaman doesn't want to get caught out at his near post again. A lot of possession, but not really doing much with it. As Schneider goes for the shot, and David Seaman was there again to send it out for a corner. As both sides look lively tonight, it looks like this second 45 is going to be one to remember. Outside to Nicky Butt, and Heskey is found by Michael Owen. Heskey cuts inside, takes on his man, offloads to poor Scholes, and he just misses the target. United's number 8 there was very close to getting England into the lead. And first substitution of the night here, I think, and it's going to come from Germany. Got Frings coming off, and he will be replaced by Michael Ballack. Didn't actually make an appearance here in the final, but the manager here in this resimulation has other ideas. Another substitution here, Germany are making the first couple of changes here. Neufville, their goal scorer, will be coming off. He's been the most lively in attack. It will be Nicky Butt coming off for England here. Owen Hargreaves is the man to replace him as Bierhoff comes on off the bench. So back on the inside, Gareth Southgate finds Michael Keown, but he gets caught out. And Frings here can set up Miroslav closer. He's one-on-one with David Seaman. He hits the woodwork. He had the defender closing him down, but that's been his first chance, his first shot. As another change will happen here. Poor Scholes coming off. Some more fresh legs in the middle of the park with Kieran Dyer coming on, replacing poor Scholes. I don't know what the England manager is thinking, but in Italianini, they made some questionable substitutions and it turned out well for them. So I'm just going to let them cook. But taking off both Scholes and Nicky Butt for a brand new midfield pairing is quite daring in a all-or-nothing World Cup final. It's Heskey time no more as Robbie Fowler, England's proper top goal scorer in this resimulation, will take his place. Closer, brilliant header down, but David Beckham wins it back, and we've got a bit of fouls off the ball going on. It's getting a bit tense here as this potentially could head into extra time, but England might have one final say. Kieran Dyer with the shot, and it's Oliver Kahn who comes to Germany's rescue. Who would have thought? Kieran Dyer with the golden opportunity to win the World Cup in the dying embers. But we will be headed to extra time. That first opening half went off like a house on fire. We could be going the distance here. In a tight situation, but David Beckham into the box now, and he's going to assist it, but Haman makes the crucial block, and that was destined to go on target too. So it's a goal-saving block there. Kieran Dyer again. He's just popping up at the right moments. Germany have that chance to rewrite history, but they've given the ball away. Sinclair inside to Michael Owen, and he's only gotten himself a brace in the 2002 World Cup final. England's golden boy steps up to the plate in 2002. The red shirt England, it's proven to be their lucky charm. Sinclair with a ball to split open the German defense. He found that pocket of space, and on the first time finish, the audacity, the gall to just hit that and hope for Michael Owen off the post and in. Closer hit the post for Germany in the second half. Owen does here, but it results in a goal, and it's his second goal of the tournament. The two most important goals of his life, and in the 101st minute, nudges England into the lead, and could football be coming home again? And this resimulation just proves that anything can happen. Anything is on the table. And with 15 minutes on the clock, trying to send this one, all they can do is try and send it into a penalty shootout. As Michael Ballack, the cross inside, it's Miroslav Klose to step up, and the number 11 heads home for Germany. It's the fourth goal of the match, and oh my goodness me, how many more twists and turns are we going to have tonight? It is a beautiful lofted ball in from Ballack, and Miroslav Klose absolutely aimed to perfection there. The header from heaven. And he's gifted his nation with a lifeline here in Yokohama. That is vintage Miroslav Klose. He pops up at the right time, gets his 6th goal of the tournament, and that sends him top of the goal scoring charts. He wants his golden boot. He wants to become a world champion early doors here in 2002. They don't want to wait another 12 years for 2014. And now England are shell-shocked. They thought they had it in the bag. The Germans can smell blood. They see their moment. They want to seize the opportunity. Another cross inside. And Ramelow couldn't guide his header on target. It just edges wide. They've written up an instant classic as Robbie Fowler just drags his shot wide. He tried to go for the heroics. And as I mentioned earlier, they got rid of golden goal in this World Cup tournament. So just imagine, England might have potentially already had it won with that Michael Owen goal. What is the referee going to do? It's just a yellow card for Bierhoff. Well, we've seen those kind of tackles be given reds before. Definitely, we've seen that challenge a few too many times in these World Cup finals. Bierhoff's lucky to still be on the pitch. We are headed off to a penalty shootout for the 2nd World Cup final in a row. We need spot kicks to decide it. And wow, this has been an absolute scorcher of a final. 2-2 it finishes. I think the highest scoring resimulated match we have seen witnessed so far. And I can't bear it. I don't know how the players do it. I don't know how the fans do it. But penalties is just the worst way to decide a major final. And there is the penalty kick selection, the penalty shootout order. Now, I don't want to jinx them, but the Germans have developed an aura. They've developed a reputation around penalty shootouts that they are efficient, they're clear-cut, and they're clinical from the spot. As Miroslav Klose, David Seaman shuts him out straight away. And oh my days, David Beckham now with the chance to put England ahead in the shootout, and he does exactly that. As it's Schneider up next to try and convert one for Germany, and ooh, he goes left, and Seaman was very, very close. Guessed the right way. And now Robbie Fowler came off the bench. England's number 9 tried to go for the Panenka, and you just know when they do that, it is going to end in embarrassment. And now Michael Ballack trying to convert this one, goes right down the middle, and David Seaman's foot comes to the rescue here, and Michael Owen scored a brace in the final. Can the number 10 put it away from the spot? He goes down the middle, no problems there. And now the centre back, Ramelow. He missed a crucial header in extra time, and he's going to miss a crucial penalty there as he overpowers his shot. And is this England's chance to win it? We have got Owen Hargreaves up for it. Is this the moment where England get number 3? How is the midfielder going to do? He smashes that right down the middle, and that might be the quickest penalty shootout decider ever. I thought we were going to be in for a long haul there, but the 3 Lions kept their cool, kept their calm under pressure, and it's Owen Hargreaves, the most unlikely of heroes, to step up and secure England their 3rd crown of the World Cup resimulation so far. They reign victorious here in 2002, and their golden generation of the late 90s and early 2000s, they pull through with a gutsy high-scoring win that gets them equal 2nd on the winners list so far. They are now tied up with Brazil. I know I've said it so many times so far, but that is now a whopping 6 World Cup finals lost for Germany. Unbelievable stuff, man. It is just another fumbling. Miroslav Klose got them back in the game with a beautiful goal, but it was England to outdo Germany at their own game, in their own ballpark, and it's David Beckham with the blonde mohawk to lift up the World Cup trophy and win England the ultimate prize. It's a famous night in Japan for the English, and they won't be forgetting this one anytime soon. In this alternate timeline, they've only had to wait 12 more years to get their hands on the World Cup title, and they are crowned champions in 2002. So the Germans couldn't rewrite history and get their win in Japan, as it will be new winners for 2002. D-Beck's now, I'm sure they're going to build statues for him outside Wembley. They did it against all odds, really, without their main centre-back pairing of Rio Ferdinand. They subbed off their midfield duo in the game. No matter how many times Germany clawed their way back in, it just wasn't their night. One of the most gripping and entertaining World Cup finals we've witnessed so far. These lot have just set the standard, set the bar for the rest of this mega finale. And there's your confirmation. England are your world champions for the third time. I guess it's a little consolation prize for Miroslav Klose, as he did confirm his golden boot winning status. He also got the golden ball like we predicted, but I'm sure he'd much rather trade those two individual accolades in for a world title. But that's neither here or there, because I'm sure Oliver Kahn would trade in his Golden Glove title for a World Cup. So again, Germany individually, they've absolutely killed it, but up against the English that just had more team chemistry, had more spirit, determined to win at all costs. They had so many striker options like Emil Heskey, Teddy Sheringham, Robbie Fowler, Michael Owen. They were blessed in attack. Joe Cole didn't even make an appearance in the final. So they just had a very well-balanced team. This England team now have rewritten the scripture and are now engraved in World Cup history. To all my German viewers, yeah, I don't know when it's going to happen, but just look away. This has not been a good re-simulation for you guys. I just, yeah, I'm in utter shock. Even I'm surprised. It just gets to a stage where I've run out of words. I just don't even know what to say anymore. We won't be forgetting the Germans anytime soon, because we're skipping ahead 4 years later to 2006. We have 6-time Resim runners-up Germany hosting the World Cup for the second time ever. All the nostalgia is now flooding back to me for this one, because I've even got the standalone dedicated World Cup video game here that we used to have it good. This is when EA were really starting to get into their bag with the World Cup standalone games, and man, we should have got something like this for 2018 and 2022, but that's a story for another day. 2006, we are here with some incredible storylines, some incredible nations qualifying for this one. We actually have a whopping 6 debutants for this one, including Angola, 4.5-star Ghana and the Ivory Coast, Trinidad and Tobago, Togo, and Ukraine, all being the new nations on the block. We've got Serbia and Montenegro. Brazil were the defending champions in 06, but in our re-simulation, it's the English. And this tournament would go on to see my boys Italia win their 4th World Cup crown and defeat the French on penalty shootouts, where Zidane got that famous headbutt. He got sent off in his final ever game, scored a Panenka penalty on Buffon, and then fell for the Materazzi rage bait. It's one of the most famous World Cup moments of all time. Famous, controversial, iconic, it had it all. And even though they've already won it 5 times in this re-simulation, the Azzurri are ahead of schedule here. They were the underdogs. No one saw them coming. I mean, everyone counted them out really, but they still had some iconic names, some world-class players. I mean, the names speak for themselves really. Totti, Pirlo, Buffon, in between the sticks, Cannavaro, the only centre-back to this day to win the Ballon d'Or. We've got Zizou's final World Cup. Can they recover from exiting the groups in 2002? And my other home nation of Australia qualifying for the World Cup for the first time since the 70s. Overall, Germany were considered to be one of the best hosts, and they hosted one of the best World Cups ever according to FIFA themselves. And it became one of the most watched television events in history, having an estimated 26.29 billion views over the course of the entire tournament. So let's check in on our old reliable classic 32 team format here in the group stages, where we've got Group A, and it's good to see the hosts in there in first with Ecuador, Costa Rica and Poland. So the hosts have been helped out here in the group stage draws. We switch over to Group B. We've got the Resim defending champions England taking on Sweden, Trinidad and Tobago and Paraguay. So you'd expect the 3 Lions to make it out of there. Group C sees the Netherlands, Argentina, no more Yugoslavia, Serbia and Montenegro in fact will replace them. With the African representation, the Ivory Coast to finish that one off. Over in Group D, we've got Portugal, Mexico, Angola and Iran. A lovely little mishmash of different confederations and different nations. Moving over to Group B with Ghana, the United States, Italia and the Czech Republic, all with an open shot there to make make it out of the group. That is a really even split, as Group F sees Croatia, Australia, Brazil, and Japan in another feisty group. I mean, that one can go either way, as Group G sees the Swiss, South Korea, France, and Togo all drawn in with a point to prove. And in Group H, to wrap it up, we've got Saudi Arabia, Spain, Tunisia, and Ukraine all fighting it out there. I've never seen a tournament so wide open. Like, everyone has a chance to make it out here. The quality that this 06 World Cup has on display is top notch, and I expect no less from the results. So let's start simulating, because I'm licking my lips. I'm chomping at the bit, because now I actually have some memories and, you know, have a bit of recollection tied to this tournament in specific. I was 6 years old, so I remember bits and pieces, like Italy versus Australia in the round of 16, the battle of my heritages going head to head. It was one of the core memories of my childhood that I'm not going to let go of. Now, the 06 group stages have come to a close, and we have Group A here with Poland topping it out against the host Germany. They still both made it out, but it was Ecuador who qualified in real life out of the group, finishing rock bottom here. Costa Rica pretty much replicating what they did. However, the Germans failing to win the group. However, over in Group B, we've got both Sweden and England making it out on 6 points, and it's either on goal difference or head-to-head that Paraguay are eliminated. Three teams had 6 points. Trinidad and Tobago well and truly bottom, but that would just feel like a dagger to the chest for all the Paraguayans out there. How close can you get? The English escaping into the round of 16 with quite possibly the narrowest of margins, and in Group C, we've seen the Netherlands and the Ivory Coast both with 6 points make it out, and Argentina have been grouped. In Messi's first ever World Cup, they have been dumped out alongside Serbia and Montenegro. In real life, they actually top the group, but in this resimulation, they have failed to show up to the party, and it's the Orange Elephants stampeding their way into the round of 16, as over in Group D, we've got Ronaldo's first appearance at a World Cup. Meanwhile, his nation was able to top the group as Mexico slid in to be the second qualified team. Both Iran and Angola will be packing their bags as they were eliminated. Group E sees Italia, the defending champions, the real-life defending champions, make it out through top here alongside Ghana. This is a pretty accurate representation of what happened in real life too. The US come through bottom with 1 point, and the Czech Republic just bit the bullet there, as Group F sees Brazil and Australia come through. They're into the round of 16 here with, again, mirror image of what happened in real life here. The 2006 Group F saw Japan and Croatia failing and crumbling against the might of the Aussies and the South Americans, as Group G sees France and Togo make it out here. And in real life, Togo finished bottom, so they have overperformed. France in Zidane's last World Cup didn't top the group either, and Switzerland finished top in real life, have ended up third, so they have had a slip. Zidane carrying his nation on his back, and Group H with Spain come through conquering on top. Even though they finished rock bottom in real life, Saudi Arabia have come through with 4 points, which is enough to see them through, and the Ukraine and Tunisia both eliminated, sent home. We had a huge shock elimination early doors with Poland defeating England 1-0 in the round of 16, which was just a crazy outcome. The Dutch got the better over Mexico. Italy, just like in real life, got through against Australia. France defeated the Saudis quite comfortably with a 3-0 win. And the 2006 final played out in the quarterfinals here, with the French getting the better over the Italians, a 2-1 win, which saw them met up against the Dutch in the semi-finals, and they booked their spot on penalties. It's poetic. They lost the final on penalties, and now they see themselves here in the big dance in Berlin via a penalty shootout. Poland's giant killing run was stopped in the quarterfinals, and on the right side of the bracket, we had the hosts just scraped by over Sweden. Portugal got the job done over the Ivory Coast. Brazil took Ghana to the clinic with a 3-0 win, and Spain took down Togo, which set up a mouth-watering fixture between Brazil and Spain, which ended 3-3. The Brazilians made it through on a penalty shootout. Meanwhile, the Germans with a statement-defying win, a 3-1 victory over Ronaldo and Portugal, which saw Germany and Brazil match up, where the South Americans pulled through and got the better of them, which sees France versus Brazil in the 2006 World Cup Resimulation final. It's Europe versus South America, the real-life finalists versus the winners of 2002. Here in the top goal scorers list, you can see why Les Bleus have made a devastating run to the final, as Thierry Henry has actually carried his country on his back here with 6 goals, outscoring the real-life top goal scorer Miroslav Klose's 5 goals. Meanwhile, Raul right behind him for Spain with 5, Simão of Portugal with 4, tied with Klose and Babel for the Netherlands. France's attack really shining here in Germany, and on top of the assist charts, we've got a whole bunch of names tied: Patrick Vieira, Ronaldinho, Raul Ribéry, and Alessandro Del Piero, all with 3. And Barthez is on a mission in between the sticks, as he's looking for that golden glove too. So again, so much is at stake tonight. France are back here again, looking to rewrite history, and this is how they'll be lining up with the 4-2-3-1 formation. This is exactly how they lined up in the final in real life. No injuries, no major suspensions to report on. They're going to be having their full strength starting 11, and all of their players are available for tonight's clash, which is a good sign. We always want to see the best of the best out on the field, with that midfield combination of Vieira and Claude Makelele. Fresh, exciting stars like Florent Malouda and the exciting Franck Ribéry, who was forced to play on the right. And these two in attack alone are good enough to win any game of football. Now they get the chance to send off their savior. In Zizou's last game, let's see if they can give him the send-off he deserves. Meanwhile, the Seleção, after failing in 02, they're looking for their 4th World Cup title here. They only have one major injury concern to report on, and that is Lucio at the back. He'll be replaced by Luizão, who will be partnering up with Juan. Despite that, this Brazilian squad, this Brazilian generation is nothing to scoff at. This was their final starting 11 in 2006. They operated with a 4-1-2-1-2 midfield diamond formation, with Ronaldinho partnering Ronaldo up top, Kaká in right behind them, with Zé Roberto, Gilberto Silva, and Juninho in midfield. We saw their captain Cafu lift up the trophy in our resimulation in USA 94. So let's see if this squad can find that magic again and send him off on a high. This is also a rematch of the 98 World Cup final in France, where the Brazilians were absolutely humiliated 3-0. So there's a bit of World Cup bad blood between these two. On paper, they're both filled to the brim with some world-class talents. Their world-class stars are going to be kicking around a world-class football, with the Adidas Teamgeist being the main match ball for the 06 World Cup. However, this was the first World Cup final to have a special final match ball, which is just such a W. The Adidas Teamgeist Berlin edition with the World Cup gold painted all over it. Honestly, one of my favorite match balls of all time. It was revolutionary for its time, and it would go on to set the standard for future tournaments. There were 69,000 people in attendance to watch this one play out, and Zinedine Zidane still won the golden ball after the headbutt incident, and that is what they're fighting for. Martin Tyler and Alan Smith in the booth, and the World Cup trophy. It's one coveted prize that only few win, and now we get the chance to see potentially a Zidane redemption. Both of these nations have old retiring veterans that are captaining the country, and they both want to give them the last dance they deserve. As they sing out the national anthem, the team lineups, the graphics package, the further we get along the timeline, the better it gets, and the more memories start flooding back. And it is just a sight to behold. A final at the Olympiastadion, and that French jersey, despite them losing in 06, it is still so clean, so iconic. And Henry will get us underway. The French will start things off, and we have liftoff. William Gallas. Oh, he's made a terrible touch there, the French defender, and now their backline is open with R9 Ronaldo smelling blood, and he just can't get the delivery on the inside. It is Juninho who fouls and trips up. Oh no, it's not a foul, it's play on the referee. I like how he's letting the game flow here, and Brazil are in flow state right now, and it will be a free kick in a very dangerous area here. France have been shaky at the back, and their nerves are showing here. You've got Ronaldo stepping over it in the gold Tiempos, the gold World Cup final match ball. The retro vibes are off the charts right now as the classic camera flashes in the crowd go off from the dead ball situation with that signature run up, and he goes straight at Barthez. Barcelona legend, the French legend, but William Gallas again. He is on a run to try and get his team to lose a World Cup final. Ronaldinho's offside, but that was another huge shock for the French backline. William Gallas needs to be locked up as, oh man, he's given the ball away twice in a dangerous area. He's putting on a fraud display in this final, and Brazil know exactly what they're up against here. They've gained confidence. Find Roberto Carlos, and Ronaldinho now can set up Kaká, and he's through on goal with a beautiful chance, surrounded by the French defenders, but Barthez to the rescue. First substitution of the match, and both sides are making changes here. Emerson on for Brazil. Zé Roberto will be replaced, and Makelele being replaced by Dorazu. Two midfield changes, both managers realizing that this is a chess match unfolding. They just know how to tick it between each other. It's reminding me of Spanish tiki-taka, but they're lacking the final product and that creativity in the final third. But Brazil are keen to get it done in regulation time. Ronaldo with a beautiful little flick inside as France shut it down. They're looking defensively solid as Ronaldinho shut down by Gallas, who's had an improved performance, and now things have opened up as Zidane sets up a young Franck Ribéry on the edge of the area. Has two defenders on him. The ball comes loose. Thierry Henry was there. What a moment, as it looks like Florent Malouda will be saying goodbye tonight. He's going to be replaced by that man, David Trezeguet. Both sides going all out attack mode, and spaces are open. Oh, Thuram, he's pushed up from the back line. He's stolen the ball off Roberto Carlos, and Thierry Henry is in the box. Is he going to pull the trigger or lay it off? It's Dida with a massive save, and the first save of the match. He's denied the top goal scorer of the tournament. It took two hands to save it. Ricocheted off his left onto the right, ricocheted off his chest, and just bounces wide. As he kicks the ball through, we are headed to extra time. It's like the teams just started trying when there was 10 minutes left on the clock, but they weren't bothered all game. And just by looking at the match facts and the statistics, you can tell what kind of game we've had here. Minimal chances, minimal big moments, no controversies yet. Just manages to get the pass away. Juninho. Zidane goes in for a big challenge here, and the referee has a decision to make. It's not quite a headbutt, but it's not quite a red card defense. What will it be? Just a yellow. He didn't get any of the ball there. Zizou is lucky to get away with that one. He just went demon mode there for a second, and Brazil now all of a sudden in a promising position. Luis Yao had a swipe at it, but the defender's shot well over the bar. What's it going to take to unlock the Brazilian defense? Zidane on a yellow card, but it's a nice little 1-2 with him and Ribéry, and it forces Dida into action again. Now they're showing some pride. Now they're fighting for their country, and all of a sudden the stakes have clicked into gear with Zidane now becoming more involved. They're number 10. Is he going to pull them out of this situation? Trezeguet inside to Zidane. He's set up Patrick Vieira. Thierry Henry, who's been quiet since his chance, finds Patrick Vieira again. Franck Ribéry offloads to Lilian Thuram, and another defensive panic shot on goal goes way off target. Ronaldinho wins the ball back, and the counter-attack option has just come into fruition here with a nice through ball. Kaká wants to find the cross. It's R9 Ronaldo. Is he offside? The offside flag now gets raised, and he thought he'd put Brazil into the lead, but William Gallas with the high IQ offside trap didn't follow along with R9 Ronaldo. What a ballsy move. Juan pushed up. Oh my goodness, Cafu has just set up R9 Ronaldo, and he squared it, but it's gone in. Oh, what's going on? That is just the most random moment ever. R9 Ronaldo looked destined to hit the trigger, and I haven't touched anything, but we got no replay, no celebrations. Out of nowhere, Ronaldinho. Excuse me? What? Ronaldinho has scored the winning goal in the 120th minute of the 06 World Cup final with his fourth goal of the tournament. Cafu involved in the build-up. I was sure for all love and money that R9 was going to hit the trigger, but he did the unselfish thing, I guess, and in a quite unorthodox way, gave it to Ronaldinho, slid across the floor, hit the post, and goes in with an anticlimactic celebration. Now you get the chance to watch the Seleção win in a deserved victory, I'm going to say. Even though France did fight back there in the last few minutes of the game and in extra time, Brazil played the better football, and that goal was just something special, something magical. I don't even think the game could comprehend it. But Zidane goes home empty-handed again, just like in 2006. He should have been sent off again for his dirty challenge but now it's Cafu who gets the last laugh. He won it in 94. He gets to lift it again here in Berlin, and 2006 sees Brazil be world champions again. For the 4th time, they're hot on Italy's heels, who are still out in front with 5, but they have shortened the deficit, being successful in this competition for 3 decades in a row now. And my God, they are happy about it. They are going to cherish this night forever. 1986, 94, and now in the 2000s. They've won 3 World Cups after Pele, and they've had a huge resurgence. Their golden generation, they didn't shine too much tonight, but they made sure they didn't want to let this one go down to a penalty shootout. The French have waved their white flag again, and in the matter of 8 years, they've been in 2 big dance finals with Zidane as the captain, and they failed to live up to the task. There's your confirmation, and Brazil humiliate the French in our World Cup resimulation. The player of the competition is announced, and it is Miroslav Klose for the 2nd time in a row. He won it in 2002 despite losing the final. The host lost out in the semis just like they did in real life, but he's won it again. Ronaldo and Ronaldinho linking up in the 120th minute for a bit of magic, and I think Ronaldinho was hard done by not winning the golden ball. How was 7 goal contributions, 4 goals and 3 assists, the winning goal in the final, not get him the player of the tournament award? That is a robbery if I've ever seen one. R9, 2 goals and 3 assists. I mean, what did Miroslav Klose do for Germany? 4 goals and 2, and they didn't even make the final. So just taking a look at your world champions again now 4 times. They are 1 star away from matching what they've done in real life, as Adriano managed 2 goals. There was a lot of goals spread out. Even some defenders got on the score sheet like Roberto Carlos, and it's Cafu to get the fairy tale World Cup send-off. It's another nightmare for Zinedine, as he had a nightmare tournament again. 0 goals, 1 assist. The bold headbutt merchant is on fraud watch right now, because just like Maradona, he hasn't shown up whatsoever. 3 goals and 3 was a breakout campaign for Frank Ribéry. He wins the BCHD Best Young Player award, as it was actually Podolski to win it for Germany, as he scored 3 goals. He had a pretty decent World Cup campaign, not gonna lie. And this is some dangerous territory they're entering here. Just out of curiosity, I want to see if Messi actually played for Argentina. He did. 3 appearances, 1 assist for the young Lionel with the long hair and the headband in his early days at Barcelona. And CR7, he already kicked off his international career at Euro 2004, but what did he do at this World Cup? No appearances, no goals, no assists. He was just a complete non-factor for Portugal. But we're going to leave the Messi versus Ronaldo debate for now. Let's sign off 2006 and time jump 4 years into the future, into the 2010s, to see what awaits. We're off to the land of vuvuzelas and vibes. We've got the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, the first ever World Cup tournament hosted in Africa. So the tournament was expanding into new continents, new regions, and now we've arrived to a tournament that I actually have fond memories of. Like, I distinctly remember staying up late or getting up early and watching World Cup matches, especially the final, and especially this bad boy, the 2010 South Africa World Cup game, the standalone edition on the Xbox 360. What an absolute masterpiece, man. I know this video is not about these World Cup games, but man, these played a pivotal role in everyone's childhood, or everyone my age's childhood. And I'm gonna say it to this day, it's probably the best football video game EA has ever put out. There was only one debutant nation to qualify, and that was the 4-star outfit Slovakia. New Zealand was the only nation undefeated throughout the entire tournament, despite them not making it out of the group stages. And we also had North Korea returning for their 2nd ever World Cup appearance, which just provided so much drama and so much theater. The Spanish, fresh off winning Euro 2008, to claim their first World Cup trophy, defeating the Netherlands 1-0 in the final after extra time. And this was Spain's rise to prominence, the start or the middle of their dynasty, really. And I'm sure they're going to be out here in this resimulation on a mission with one of the best squads assembled of all time. They were unstoppable. They didn't let teams have a touch. They had a prime Xavi, prime Iniesta. This was just a record-breaking, history-defining side. Even though the Dutch had Van Persie, Schneider, and Iron Robben, there was not much they could do about it. And yeah, of course, course, this was the start of the Champions Curse, where both Italy and France failed to make it out of the group. England were dumped out by Germany after a lackluster group stage with that round of 16 Lampard ghost goal. There was so much controversy, no goal line technology in this tournament. France were sent packing. They had a fallout with the manager. It was a civil war in the French dressing room, and Anelka left the camp. I remember there was so much drama, so much controversy surrounding this World Cup, some for good reason, because later it came out years later that South Africa bribed their way to hosting the tournament, and originally Morocco won the bidding process. And this is how the group stages shaped up here with the hosts, South Africa. They were drawn in with the 06 finalists, France, also Mexico and Uruguay, so they were given quite a tough group. Group B sees Nigeria, South Korea, Greece, and Argentina, hoping not to be grouped for 3 tournaments in a row. Over in Group C, we've got Slovenia, England, Algeria, and the United States. Over in Group D, its previous host Germany tied in with Serbia, Australia, and Ghana, who made a miracle run to the quarterfinals, which was the record at the time for an African nation, only to be outdone by the Luis Suarez's handball goal line clearance. Anyway, in Group E, we've got Cameroon, the Netherlands, Japan, and Denmark. Group F sees the debutant Slovakia drawn in with defending champions Italy, New Zealand, and Paraguay. I remember Paraguay having a memorable run at the time, and Group G sees North Korea, the Ivory Coast, Brazil, and Portugal, with our Resimulation defending champions Brazil having a face-off against a CR7-led Portugal. North Korea didn't really have much of a chance, as Group H finally wrapping it up here with the eventual champions Spain, Chile, Honduras, and Switzerland, which was the only team to beat Spain in this 2010 World Cup, which is crazy to think about. So yeah, this World Cup was jam-packed with so many iconic things to remember by the Vuvuzelas, Paul the Octopus, on-field and off-field controversies, historical runs, underdog stories, and I can't wait to see it all unfold in this Resimulation. I'm hyped for this one. Now, you can't talk about the 2010 World Cup in South Africa without bringing up one of the most controversial footballs of all time. It was the Adidas Jabulani, which was revolutionary and controversial all at the same time. The design slapped. It was a beautiful looking aesthetic. However, the ball was basically made in a way where it would move like rapidly and change direction at random in air, and it was hard for the players to predict. A lot of players complained about it. Some mastered the art of the Jabulani, like Diego Forlan. When I tell you, I was obsessed with this ball as a kid. Like, I wanted to touch it, I wanted to feel it. It had all these nice little grooves and bumps and textures over it. It was the talk of the town, and everyone wanted to get their hands on it, especially the final edition that had the beautiful World Cup gold we saw in 06. It was an absolute stunner. Now, with the curtains closing on the group stages, let's take a look and see how each group fared here. We've got Spain and Uruguay both finishing on 7 points in Group A. However, it was the French to take top as the host South Africa go out with a whimper. Only 1 point for them and Mexico, who made it out in real life. And Group B sees Nigeria and Argentina get grouped again. Are you kidding me? With Diego Maradona as the manager. What are we witnessing? The Albiceleste with an all-time capitulation in this decade. 2002, 06, and 2010, they have not seen the knockout rounds of the World Cup. Meanwhile, Greece and South Korea have completed an underdog story here, both advancing through. The Greeks finish on top and have flipped the script. Here in this format, 4 points, it might not be enough. It's never a guarantee. In Group C, we've got England finishing top undefeated. Meanwhile, the US come out through in second. However, in real life, it was the US to top the group. Meanwhile, Slovenia and Algeria both go home. Germany now on top of the group, coming through with 6 points. Australia make it out, and Ghana, who had a legendary run to the quarterfinals. The Africans see themselves out rock bottom and also grouped alongside Serbia. Meanwhile, the real life finalists, the Netherlands, finished top with 5. An African nation making it out this time with Cameroon on goal difference or head to head, claim second spot over Japan, as it was Denmark to finish rock bottom with 3 points. That's been one of the tightest groups so far. Group F sees Paraguay on top. Italy, the champions curse continues here. They're rock bottom, and my Italia, again, just like in real life, have completely capitulated. New Zealand finished with 3 points again, just like they did in real life, but they lost 2 games this time around, and it's both Paraguay and Slovakia to prevail. Again, history repeats itself. However, our Resimulation World Cup champions Brazil made it through their group. They didn't finish top though. It was CR7's Portugal with 6 points, and Ivory Coast and North Korea both go home on 3. And Group H sees Spain win it and Chile come through second, as Honduras and Switzerland wave goodbye to South Africa. Hopping in to the knockout rounds now, where in the round of 16 we saw France take down Korea 2-0. England absolutely pumped Australia 5-1 in the Ashes derby. Germany absolutely humiliated the US 4-1, and Uruguay ended Greece's miraculous run 2-0, as the quarterfinals saw France take down England in what would have been a exciting affair. Meanwhile, Germany took care of Diego Forlan's Uruguay, booked their semi-final spot with France, where it was penalty shootouts to let down the Germans again. That's usually their area of expertise, but it was a 5-4 loss on pens after it finished 2-2. They have overperformed massively here in this resimulation. Over on the right side of the bracket here, we had another complete mismatch, as the debutante Slovakia absolutely embarrassed by the Netherlands 5-1. Portugal took care of business 3-0 against Chile. Meanwhile, it was a professional display from Cameroon, who looks like they were the African nation to make history and reach the quarterfinals to set that record, but they did meet Spain, who were fresh off a statement win versus Brazil. They got the better of them 2-1, and here in the semi-finals, the Dutch matched up against their final opponents in real life, Spain, and they took care of business on pens after it finished 2-2. It was the exact same result in both semi-finals, which is, kind of a coincidence, kind of strange, and that has set up the World Cup finalists, who are here for redemption, here to rewrite history, up against the finalists in 06. They've come from nowhere to reach this World Cup final. They qualified controversially against Ireland with the Thierry Henry handball goal. They've overcome that team turmoil, and they've banded together in this resimulation with one major injury concern, with Toulalan at CDM. He'll sit out and be replaced by Diarra. But other than Frank Ribéry and the captain Patrice Evra, this is a bang average France team. This might be one of the worst teams on paper overall wise to reach a World Cup final so far for us in this resimulation. As we take a look at the bench, I mean, they do have Thierry Henry, 91 overall. Anelka was actually sent home in real life. I'm giving them pretty much the exact same starting lineup that they started the tournament with one of their main starters missing out, but I've created things as accurate as possible as well with the substitutions. They had the likes of Malouda, Djibril Cissé, Henry, Valbuena to come off the bench. Meanwhile, for the Netherlands, they were worthy finalists. They had the golden generation. However, this resimulation sees them lose a starter as well, and that's none other than Wesley Sneijder. Some will say he was robbed of the Ballon d'Or in 2010. If he'd won the World Cup for his nation, he'd probably have won it comfortably, but he'll be replaced. Luckily, they have a world-class replacement in Rafael van der Vaart. The streets will never forget, as it's Robin van Persie leading the line. Iron Robin, of course, the main threat. Meanwhile, it's Van Bommel and Nigel de Jong, the brutal midfield partnership that were getting yellow cards for fun in South Africa. And minus Sneijder, this is exactly how they lined up in the 2010 World Cup final, with Van Bronckhorst, the captain. He scored an absolute screamer, goal of the tournament for me, against Uruguay in the knockout rounds. They've got a brute of a midfield, but going forward, they look creatively strong. We've got the miracle run for the French, who have returned in their back-to-back World Cup final appearance, and real-life finalists, the Netherlands, looking for a second chance, looking for their moment to right the wrongs of that night in Johannesburg. And here's how the two teams stack up against each other on paper. Look at the view of this colossal stadium from the bird's eye view. It looks like a football cathedral. For the life of me, I just can't pick a winner here. Both sides have their strengths and weaknesses. Both nations have their storylines intact, and they're after that main prize, world domination again. The Dutch haven't won one since the 70s, and this new golden generation is hungry, itching for that redemption. There was the road to the final in that beautiful 2010 South Africa. Those colors, the broadcast package, it's all coming back to me now. And the stadium is packed to the brim. 84,490 people were here to witness the final. It was another classic nighttime final, and it just set the vibes perfectly. The vuvuzelas were blasting in the background. Leoranje looking to do their nation proud, and I'm sure both sides have hyped up each other by listening to Waka Waka and waving flag in the dressing room. How the French have gotten here, I don't think even they know. But oh, that beautiful golden Jabulani ball will tell us all we need to know tonight. We had Howard Webb actually officiate this match in real life. As Les Bleus will get us underway, a tournament enthralled in controversy, in drama, in storylines, on and off the pitch. But let's see if the football is going to do the talking here, as our first chance on goal, Bakary Sagna, is headed a shot quite ambitiously. And I just love the World Cup branding, the colors, the vibrancy of this tournament. It was extremely distinct and will definitely live long in the memory, that's for sure. As France now looking to put in a better performance than they did in 2006. It won't take much doing. The bar is in hell for the French, but they don't want to lose 3 World Cup finals in a row. They want to get on the board. The Netherlands want to get their second. And it's going to be a fierce contest tonight. Doing a good job so far as Leoranje continue to burrow forward. Dirk Kuyt, their number 7. Is he going to find a man? He's going to offload to Van der Vaart. Dirk Kuyt spreads it out wide. It is Van der Wiel. Finds Van der Vaart again, and this French backline is proving to be impenetrable. Gallas finds Diarra, and he's surrounded by 3 orange shirts. He still gets the ball away, and Diaby gets taken down. And that's what I mean when I said he's injury prone. 1 tackle. The bloke's made out of glass. Van Bommel retains possession. Nigel de Jong. No spear kicks to Xabi Alonso's chest this time, and the first shot on target. Dirk Kuyt into Van Persie. The ball over the top. It's a nice one to Van der Vaart. Back into Van Persie. Robin with a lovely delivery. Dirk Kuyt's header. We're going to head into the break. All square. It's a stalemate here. And just like the final with Spain, chances are far and few between. First substitution of the match, and it looks like Nigel de Jong's off. He's been replaced after 45 minutes. I love the World Cup logo this year, the World Cup patch. I didn't think he had much of a stinker, but it's actually for an injury concern. So he's picked up a knock, and he's replaced by Deziu in midfield. Another substitution, Van Persie hooked. And it is a Huntelaar to come on to replace him only in the 53rd minute. The manager has seen enough, and that is a huge call. As Diarra inside to Franck Ribéry. He's going to find the cross. No, offloads back to Diarra. And Diaby sets up Govu, but it's a shot off target. They've used all 3 subs already. Well, this is just trigger happy. Dirk Kuyt coming off, and now it is Ryan Babel to replace him. This is insanity. Either the Dutch manager wants to end it in 90 minutes, or he is just a downright lunatic because he's used all 3 subs before the 60th minute mark. This is quite concerning, or it could be a masterstroke. I don't know. First change for the French. I think Anelka's time's up here. He has not impressed whatsoever, and now their main talisman, the main man, the goal getter, Thierry Henry, who scored the goal to qualify them for the 2010 World Cup. Top goal scorer in 06 finds Diarra, and it's a poor first touch to let him down, and this Dutch counter-attack could be critical as Arjen Robben one-on-one with Hugo Lloris. And just like in 2010, he was one-on-one with Casillas. He fumbled his lines there, and this time it's the first time they've brought Hugo Lloris into action, and he denies Arjen Robben of his World Cup final goal. Out wide to Patrice Evra. Again to Gorkov, but they've lost the ball. And another Dutch counter-attack could be on here. Dezilu finds Rafael van der Vaart in the number 23. He's going to look to offload. He doesn't pull the trigger. Ryan Babel off the bench sets up. Huntelaar, class young Huntelaar, is the man to break the deadlock. It's the Netherlands with another counter-attack special. Ryan Babel did the unselfish thing and set up Mr. Huntelaar on a silver platter. He threaded the needle through 2 players, and he rifles that one home into the top left-hand corner. It's an inspired substitution from the bench, and the number 21, with his first goal of the tournament, strikes in the 73rd minute to get the Dutch into the lead, and Les Bleus staring down the barrel of 3 World Cup final losses in a row. It was the super subs to combine for the goal, was the man to make the difference. But France now In attack, Govu with the delivery inside. The Netherlands defense can't contain themselves, and it's a lucky deflection. Managed to find a way back as Dazou. It's the ball. Abidal push forward in the one-time shot. Now France's moment to have their super sub. It's Florent Malouda to replace Gorkov in the middle of the park. So let's see if this one works out for them. Final change for France. The most involved man on the pitch. Most touches, most passes for the small magician Valbuena. Classic time wasting from the Dutch here. They are holding on at all costs. And they know France are breathing down their necks. And Robin, inside to Huntelaar, Babel. Now the Dutch, are they going to bury it with a second, or will they just continue to waste time? And that's exactly what Klaas-Jan Huntelaar did. He took his moment by the scruff of the neck, and he wasn't going to let anyone take that from him. To let the French down easy in Joburg, it's the Netherlands who rewrite history here and win the 2010 World Cup. They're champions again 32 years later, and unlike in real life, they've won a fat 0 World Cup titles. In this resimulation, Les Orange have gotten their hands on the trophy twice. We thought they fumbled it. We thought Robin spurred their classic moment, but it is Van Bronckhorst to lift up the trophy. No Spain, no worries. The trophy lift for the Dutch. It's something that is only possible in video game format. France failed to get on the board again at the third time of asking, and they are turning out to be Germany at this rate. It goes to Holland, and the orange party is just about to start. And they didn't leave it to the 120th minute. We didn't need extra time here as the fireworks are popping off. They did it for Dirk Kuyt. They did it for Wesley Sneijder, who missed out on the final. And they did it for the 2010 team, who lost a real-life final 1-0. They've won this resim 1-0 and have made sure to get their crowning moment here in 2010 as the champions. I've just realized I haven't even looked at the top goal scorers, the best players, nothing. So we've got so many numbers to crunch. There's your confirmation. 2 World Cups under their belt in completely different eras, in completely different time periods. And now the top goal scorer award. Oh my days. Look at this top 3. Fernando Torres and Wayne Rooney tied on 7. And the one and only Cristiano Ronaldo with 6 goals. You can't get a more iconic top goal scorers list than that. Oh my days, we've got a shared golden boot, and we've also got Van Bommel, who mastered up 5 goals to lead the Netherlands to the final. From what I remember, Van Bommel wasn't really the goal scoring type. He was just the hard man in midfield. He's gotten himself a 3rd place spot in the top goal scorers charts. We've had the likes of Kaká, Ribéry, Cruz, and Iniesta all make it in the top 10. The record holder closer with 3 goals. The player of the tournament, he can't win it 3 years in a row. It's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo to win the player of the tournament in 2010. Messi, nowhere to be seen. And unlike in real life, actually performed in South Africa. There was so much expectation held on him in this one. A 98 overall. He had a Maradona-esque campaign, just not really doing anything. At least in 06, he got an assist, but that is just diabolical. I know their team was a bit of a mess and a basket case, but over in the assist charts, we had Ryan Babel with that assist in the final. That got him pushed up to the top of the assist chart, so 4 for him in total. And the French with their 3rd World Cup campaign without Zizou. Franck Ribéry showed up again, this time with 4 goals. He had another great World Cup outing. He lives for this, as it's Sydney Govou, who was their top goal scorer. 4 goals, 2 assists, 6 goal contributions, and Thierry Henry with 2 goals and 2 assists in off the bench. But the champions, the Netherlands, they have this man, Mark Van Bommel, to thank. I mean, 5 goals for him is just unheard of. And I'm surprised he only got 1 yellow card all tournament. Ryan Babel got more yellow cards than him. 3 goals and 4 assists for the man in off the bench. The World Cup streets will never forget Diego Forlan, the magician with the Jabulani at his feet. He completely blanked, as it was the likes of Edison Cavani and Luis Suarez to really pop off and form that striker partnership for Uruguay. David Villa was also one of the top goal scorers in real life with 5 goals, but 1 goal in 1 appearance was all he could muster up for the Spanish in his World Cup outing. And the Best Young Player award this time was awarded to another German by the name of Thomas Müller, who played in every single match, 7 appearances, and he got 2 assists. 2010 South Africa, it's been real, but we move. All of a sudden now we're going to part ways with South Africa, and I'm feeling like booking tickets to the beaches of Rio de Janeiro. Oh, 2014, the Brazil World Cup, you have my heart as the South Americans return to host the tournament for the second time ever. And little did we know that we were in for a treat in real life and in video game format, of course. This bad boy being the last ever standalone World Cup game with the full qualifying, every single national team. It was a football gamer's dream. You know the deal. 32 nations qualified from 5 different confederations, and we only had one debutant, which was Bosnia and Herzegovina, as the hosts bowed out in the semi-finals 7-1 in one of the most humiliating World Cup matches of all time. It was the Germans to secure their 4th world title at the time, with that Mario Götze winning goal in extra time to defeat Messi's Argentina. Neymar announced himself as the poster boy of Brazil. James Rodriguez had a breakout campaign, goal of the tournament. Italy didn't make it out of the group stage again, and the champions curse. Spain was the nation to continue the curse here in 2014. So let's have a look and revisit these group stages here, as we have got the hosts in Group A alongside Mexico, Croatia, and Cameroon. In Group B, it was Australia put in the group of death, where you had Chile right before they won 2 Copa Americas in a row, the previous World Cup champion Spain, and 2010 World Cup finalist Netherlands. So the Aussies were doomed to fail here. Over in Group C, it was the Ivory Coast, Greece, Japan, and Colombia, arguably one of the most entertaining and unpredictable groups in the entire World Cup. In Group D, we had England, Costa Rica, Italy, and Uruguay all matched up against each other. I have fond memories of England versus Italy. It was a great match. I remember watching that and Mario Balotelli's winning goal, but enough nostalgia bait from me. France, Ecuador, Honduras, and Switzerland made up Group E, and Group F was a little bit of a hodgepodge, with debutants Bosnia picked up alongside Iran, Nigeria, and Argentina. How far can Messi take his troops in the bang average Argentinian squad of Group G sees Ronaldo's Portugal, you've got the US, Germany, who eventually became champions, and Ghana. And finally, Belgium's golden generation got their first turnout here in Group H, as this was their first appearance at a World Cup in decades. They were paired alongside South Korea, Algeria, and Russia. Let's see which players are going to make their mark on the world stage again, as these teams, the players, the squads, the everything just bring back so many memories. Of course, everyone should be recognizing players, at least one from every single team at this point. You had Costa Rica making it out of the group with Joel Campbell up front, Brian Ruiz. They went on a little miracle run to the quarterfinals. England completely flopping, being grouped. Can one of these two nations break their finals losing streak? This resimulation has been absolutely brutal for them. There were just so many fun teams with a different mix of eras, different types of players interwoven together. There were just so many nations that punched above their weight, had some breakout players, played with that national team pride, and were a real unit in Brazil. But talking about bang average sides, Ronaldo's Portugal at this time, like compared to what he has now, I mean, he was in the trenches with this 2014 Portugal squad. There was not much quality around the park. And then, of course, Spain, everyone thought they were going to win it again. They were just fresh off Euro 2012. So plenty of teams with a point to prove, with redemption arcs on the line. I'm sure we'll get to see them alongside many other familiar names ball out here in Brazil. So let's see what the favelas deliver. The results for the resimulated group stages are in, and here in Group A, we've got the hosts finishing on top with 9 points. Undefeated, just like in real life, but qualifying alongside them is Croatia this time, with 6 points, as both Mexico and Cameroon bow out. There will be no round of 16 curse for the Mexicans this year, as over in Group B, the 2 European giants, the 2010 runners-up Spain and the Netherlands, making it out alive, as both Chile and Australia fall victim. The Dutch are in hot pursuit to go back-to-back, and the Spanish just want to get their hands on their first, as over in Group C, we have got a huge shock here, as the Ivory Coast have finished top alongside Japan qualifying, both with 7 points. James Rodriguez's Colombia, the boy wonder, doesn't get to shine, and it looks like he's at a bad turn of events alongside Greece, who's finished rock bottom. But who's going to be the breakout star, the player of the tournament now, as Group D sees England, finish top, 3 wins out of 3, and Italy just sneak in on goal difference or head-to-head. The Italians don't get grouped this time around, as it was Costa Rica who were the unlikely group toppers in real life. Uruguay also made it out alongside them, so we've seen a complete flip there in the script. Group D gets put on its head as we transition to Group E, as Switzerland are the undefeated ones with 7 points. France qualify for the next round as we have to say goodbye to Honduras and Ecuador, who is the second nation so far to finish with 0 points. And in Group F, it was Argentina. Prime Lionel Messi leading the charge just like he did in real life, as it was Iran to have a major turnout for them, qualifying for the round of 16, which would be huge, as it was the debutants Bosnia and Herzegovina to bow out, and Nigeria rock bottom with a point. Germany are still doing some soul searching, as they have failed on every occasion in this resim. The real life champions having no problems here, as it was Ghana to progress through over Portugal and the US. Portugal were grouped on goal difference in real life. This was just even more humiliating, but Ghana came from rock bottom to second. The Africans following up on their fairy tale 2010 run, and Group H finally, we see Belgium undefeated out of the groups with 7 points, and Russia, who failed to qualify in real life, as it was actually Algeria who grabbed that second spot, and South Korea unable to make it through. So there is how the group stage is wrapped up, and that set up an epic knockout stage. We've got the full bracket here. I'm going to take a look at the left side, where instantly I see Spain asserting their dominance here with a 4-0 thumping of Croatia. Unbelievable stuff. England with a statement win over Japan 4-1. The hosts Brazil also showed up with a 3-1 demolition job of the Dutch, which ends their resim dreams of going back to back. And then we had Italy take down Ireland, and it took a penalty shootout after it finished 5-4, progressed into the next rounds, and left the hosts shocked. They were the party poopers and eliminated the Brazilians 2-1 to find themselves in a semi-final with Spain, who got the better of England 2-1 and then did the exact same to Italy in the Euro 2012 final rematch. The tiki-taka merchants, just like France in 2010, have gone from a group stage exit in real life to reaching the final here in this resim. We all knew they were coming. Spain's golden generation were going to strike sooner rather than later. Now on the right side of the bracket, we had Messi's Argentina with a 2-1 win over France. The finalists in our 2010 resim bow out in the round of 16. We have Belgium's golden generation's first stint at a major tournament, and they lived up to the hype with a 3-1 win over Ghana. The Swiss fancied their chances against Iran, and they've done so in fine fashion with a 3-1 win. And then Germany took out Russia 2-0. And in the quarterfinals, we had an exact rematch of what happened in 2014, Argentina versus Belgium, but this time Belgium got their revenge with a clutch 2-1 victory over the South Americans, which saw them meet the Swiss, who have had an insane run to the semi-finals. The two dark horses on the right side of the bracket matched up in the semi-finals, where it was Belgium to book their spot in the big dance, which sees them match up against the Spanish here in the 2014 Resimulation final. We've got an all-European affair blockbuster about to go down. It's going to be a scintillating matchup, but first off, I want to cover the third place winners, because I've now realized I didn't take a look at any of the third place results in 2002, 06, and 2010. So I apologize, as here we see Italia come through and absolutely demolish Switzerland after their highs of reach in the semis, a 4-0 win to take the bronze medal. Now, we all know Spain was an almighty powerhouse. They were a dominant force in the international game, winning back-to-back Euros, the 2010 World Cup, and were expected to win their 4th major trophy in a row. Now they have the chance to right the wrongs of Brazil 2014, and the only major concern they have is Cesar Azpilicueta, who will miss out tonight because he's injured. Oh, and also Juanfran, their backup right back, who's suspended. So we're going to have to shift out prime Sergio Ramos and let Raul Albiol fill in at centre back. Him and Piqué will be the centre back pairing. It was in midfield where this team really shined. The Spanish tiki-taka was just untouchable. And to add insult to injury, you had Diego Costa, who freshly changed his international allegiance loss from Brazil to Spain. So they just added an extra element to the equation, but I'm going to give them their exact starting lineup that they had in their first World Cup game of the tournament, which was against the Netherlands. It was the famous 5-1 loss, but this is a more accurate depiction. This was what they thought was going to be their strongest starting 11 for the World Cup. Now, on the other hand, the Belgians were also gifted with a golden generation of their own. Given it was still in their infancy, they hadn't all reached their primes yet like the Spanish squad, but they had some raw, unique, creative talent up front, some special generational players, and the only starter they have to do without tonight is going to be Toby Alderweireld at right back. Otherwise, you've got the captain, Vincent Kompany, leading from the back. You've got an international starter still to this day, Thibaut Courtois, the rock-solid Afro midfield duo of Axel Witsel and Marouane Fellaini, and these three are the stars, Eden Hazard, Lukaku, De Bruyne. So let's see if they've got it in them to take down such a powerful threat, as they've got the super sub Divock Origi off the bench, a young Adnan Januzaj in the reserves, but the likes of Dries Mertens, Moussa Dembele, such a well-balanced team, so exciting to watch at the time, but they have got a monster task on their hands. And the top goal scorer charts, the player stats, paint an interesting picture here, because we've gone on about how Diego Costa, that was the big story for Spain. He changed allegiances and he was their go-to striker, but in this resimulation, it's Fernando Torres, aging like a fine wine with 6 goals alongside David Silva, joint top goal scorers up top. They'll be both fighting out for the golden boot in the final, as it's Italia's Andrea Pirlo, the wine connoisseur himself, with 5 from Regista, as Lucas Podolski, Messi, and Lukaku. He's still in the race here with 5 goals apiece. Rooney also in the top 10 with 3 goals for England, as we've got the likes of Neymar, Immobile, Van Persie, Gerrard, Drogba, Nani, Kompany even with 2 goals from centre back. It is just a crazy list. Look at these names, man. In terms of assists, we've got Aguero with 4. He's leading the way indefinitely. Fernando Torres also gotten himself 2. And Iker Casillas could share a golden glove alongside Manuel Neuer and Julio Cesar if he is to keep a clean sheet tonight. Ah, brother, it's all hit me at once. Who remembers these kits? Honestly, it feels like it was yesterday. You got Spain with the World Cup champions badge, the patch on their jersey. Meanwhile, Belgium had some underrated kits of their own, as they'll be kicking about the match ball. We're moving on from the Javelani and transitioning over to the Adidas Brazuca, with quite possibly one of the best names for a football of all time. And the design was colourful, it was zesty, it fit the vibes, the samba vibes of Brazil. Adidas knocked it out of the park again, I can't lie. And the World Cup final ball, it was peak. It's got the World Cup gold in there, the green of Brazil, the vibrancy. And Adidas were really in their bag here in the early 2010s. Now, if you remember the match and watching the final in real life, you'll recall that the game kind of had a twilight fixture about it. It was held in the evening or late afternoon. And by the time the winning goal was scored, by the time we'd reached the latter stages of the match, it was definitely nighttime and turned into a night final, I guess. And that's kind of my favorite type of big game final. I love seeing the transition from the afternoon to the evening. And as the players roll out now, here are the ones to watch. We've got David Silva, 3 goals in the last 3 matches, on the hunt for the golden boot. Meanwhile, Eden Hazard clutched up in the semi-finals with 2 goals to book his country a spot in the big dance. And I love this little clash of the generations, clash of the decades type battle. We've got this Spain squad, which is kind of the best elite players from this generation, the early to mid 2000s, now reaching their final swan song. Meanwhile, with Belgium, they're also looking for their first World Cup. I can guarantee we'll have a new World Cup winner on the resimulation list tonight, but this is kind of the new gen, the early 2010s talents, so they're going head to head to find out who will get their first World Cup victory. Spain don't want to wait another 4 years. They've already waited 4 years too long, so they'll get us kicked off here live from Rio. The 2014 World Cup finale is underway, and look at the broadcast package, the Brazilian touch, the Brazilian flair on this display. I just love it. You got the flags of the countries actually in the scoreboard. You've got the FIFA TV logo in the top right, as Belgium already starting strong here with Romelu Lukaku. Passes off to Vermaelen, who's already pushed forward. He's Trying to find a cross on the inside, and Kevin De Bruyne with the dream start inside 5 minutes gives his nation the lead. And the Belgians are hungry for some chocolates tonight. It was a pinpoint delivery, and the header was even better from KDB. It was Thomas Vermaelen to hit the bazooka sweet as a nut. And the ginger magician leaped above Raul Albiol, filling in for Azpilicueta tonight. It's his 3rd goal in the 2014 World Cup. And he has just set the stage here. They are wasting no time tonight. That is now the fastest goal on record we've seen in a World Cup final in this Resimulation series. And it looks like Spain want to get their get back straight away. The way this is starting, we're in for a goal fest. I've never seen a team start playing a final so confidently all of a sudden. And Spain are shell-shocked. No way. No way. Are you kidding me? Belgium was the post away from getting their second, and Romelu Lukaku spurns a golden opportunity one-on-one with Casillas, and he has found the woodwork. Spain get away with going 2 goals down in the first 15 minutes. That would have been a catastrophe. Busquets offloads Sergio Ramos, finds Xavi, and Diego Costa just has a pot shot, but it goes well wide. We've got Iniesta, finds Xavi, a nice little backheel between the 2 La Masia graduates. The 2 Barcelona boys have found David Silva for his 7th goal in the World Cup, but he's offside. And they thought they had the equaliser there, Spain. It was pretty much a carbon copy of Belgium's goal, just a deep delivery cross, and Jan Vertonghen just plays the offside trap to perfection. And just look at this view of the stadium from above, man. It is just absolutely gorgeous. The outside environment, they've pretty much created it to a T. They've got the surrounding area on point, man. The Maracanã has never looked better. Bound across inside to Diego Costa. The Belgian defense deal with it, and they are just loving playing this counter-attacking role as Merdalash finds Lukaku on the right-hand flank. He cuts back in on the inside, and he looks like he's going to do it himself, the big boy. Casillas has to deny him on his weak foot. Tested the Spanish shot stopper to his almighty lengths, and the bazooka nearly bazookaed into the top corner. Oh, nice ball. He finds Lukaku unmarked, and he holds it up beautifully inside to Fellaini. And I gotta say, they know how to work the final third as Belgium go into the break 1-0 to the good. Spain with a lot more questions rather than answers. I love seeing Christ the Redeemer in the background. It's just such a nice touch. The Brazilian mountaintops, it just adds to the atmosphere. The vibes were unmatched, bro. And in here tonight, the official attendance was 74,738. We've still got a second 45 to go. The finals living up to the hype for me. Lukaku's just taken out PK, and all of a sudden things are getting spicy here. The Belgian is booked, and now the number 9's got to be careful. I don't know what De Bruyne's arguing about, but that was just reckless. First substitution of the match. It looks like Spain have made a change here. Xavi Martinez coming on. And we've got the confirmation. It was actually PK who's gone down injured from that tackle. Romelu, you've got blood on your hands, mate. He's out here on a mission trying to hurt someone. And now the rest of the squad have to rise to the occasion here. Iniesta finds Xavi, who goes for the shots. And he was only whiskers wide of hitting the target. Substitution now. Change for Belgium. We've got Dries Mertens replacing Kevin Maralas, who I thought was having a decent game so far. Belgium now giving Spain a taste of their own medicine, just keeping hold of possession. The classic tiki-taka game style. They're in no rush to get a second into his Afro duo partner, Fellaini. Had Eden Hazard in the clear, but he opts for Vermaelen. And Kevin De Bruyne with it. Oh my days. First time shot spinning away from goal. And the no-look shot was almost the second blow. Axel Witsel coming off. It is Moussa Dembele, one of the most consistent, powerful and pacey midfielders of the 2010s. An underrated gem. Going to be the 3rd and final change for Belgium here. You've got Defour, another midfielder, so a brand new midfield pairing. One of Spain's top goal scorers, David Silva, off for Cesc Fabregas on the right wing. España need answers here in the dying embers, the last 10 minutes of the match. A very eager Spain as Xavi Martinez, a beautiful ball into the box, chipped up to Xabi Alonso, and it's probably the last player you want hitting the ball first time on the volley as he completely miscues it. Diego Costa's off. He's dropped a stinker. And their second top goal scorer with 6 goals, Fernando Torres, is on off the bench. Maybe if that chance landed in the path of Fernando, he would have dealt with it. Now the Liverpool legend on to find his nation an equaliser here. And Fernando Torres on the ball. He's already causing some problems. And Courtois had to claim the low cross. But can Belgium do some damage here with Eden Hazard? He's just going to use his pace. He outpaces Sergio Ramos, but can't out-strengthen him, and that battle has been so fun to watch unfold tonight. Hazard back on the inside. He has found so much joy in the left flank, nearly finds Lukaku with the header, but it's Casillas to punch it away. And now Spain with one of the final chances of the match. It's now or never. It's a Belgian lockdown at the back. But if anyone, it's Spain to find the killer pass, and Iniesta was intercepted by Vertonghen. A really tense moment here. No time for flicks and tricks as Fernando Torres on the right wing. A ball on the inside, and Xavi Martinez can't out-jump Courtois, and the Belgians have found a way. The Red Devils have taken down España, and right here in Brazil, a European nation has prevailed, and for the first time ever in the history of World Cup football, Belgium are the champions of the world, and they have done it with the youngest ever golden generation. This was a team that's pretty much stayed together for the next few major tournaments. They are ahead of schedule in this World Cup resimulation. They're on the board here, and their proud captain, Vincent Kompany, will be the one to lift up the trophy tonight. What a moment for Belgian football, and this golden generation has gotten off to the best start ever. The dark horse, they were claimed in 2014, eliminated by Argentina in the quarters, but now in this resimulation they have their say and rewrite history. Spain's miracle run, their complete turnaround, was halted, and they lose out in the big dance, just like France did in 2010. The World Cup curse didn't continue on in the resimulation. Like their neighboring nation, the Netherlands, they've never won one in real life, but this resimulation paints a different picture. They're both on the board now, and it's, you know, it's fun to see a new nation take it home. There's your final confirmation. The Belgians take home the chocolates, and another 1-0 final, man. That's how it ended in 2014 too, so you can't say it's boring. Usually finals are tight and tense like this, and how different of a match would it have been if Fernando Torres started and that David Silva goal wasn't disallowed? How much differently would the game have been? You had Piqué who went down with an injury. So many factors playing against España as the player of the competition announced the Golden Ball winner. It was Messi in real life, but Lucas Podolski claims it here, with the Germans failing to recreate history with 5 goals in 5 appearances. Mario Götze scored the winning goal in real life, managed 2 throughout the tournament. Neymar, whose campaign was cut short with a brutal spinal injury or something to do with his back, got kneed in the back from Zuniga, and that ended his tournament short in the quarterfinals against Colombia. He scored 3 goals in 5 appearances. Belgium, the champions' final stats: Romelu Lukaku hit the post in the final. He could have had 6 goals, but Eden Hazard with 3. KDB, 3 goals and 2 assists, 5 goal contributions from the creative playmaker. And CR7, after a spellbinding campaign in South Africa, 4 years later, this Portugal team, we mentioned how mediocre they were. It was pretty much only him and Nani, but he didn't really help the cause with 1 goal, 2 goals and 1 for Luis Nani though. Meanwhile, Lionel Messi, you can really start to see his pure influence on his national team with 5 goals and 2 assists. With 7 goal contributions, he couldn't guide his team to the final like he did in real life, but that is better than any of Maradona's resimulated performances. The roles have reversed with Messi and Ronaldo. He didn't show up in 2010, but he has made sure of it here in 2014. That he is a man on a mission, and the Messi versus Ronaldo debate, the Messi versus Ronaldo battle, will continue to rage on. As it's cool to see James Rodriguez, 2 goals in 3 games in the group stages, didn't quite reach the heights of his real life campaign, but it's good to see him actually be Colombia's best player alongside Costa Rica's Joel Campbell, who burst onto the scene in this tournament. And ladies and gentlemen, as much as I don't want to kiss it goodbye, that is a wrap on Brazil 2014, the World Cup that, despite its controversies, despite FIFA's corruption, we will remember it for the tournament and the memories that it delivered. On to 2018, where we're off to Russia. 4 years later, no need to fear, that is not a Philips Razorhead, it's just the Russia 2018 World Cup logo, resembling the shape of the iconic trophy, just like 2014's logo, which is a nice touch. And just on a side note, who remembers the Confederations Cup? I just remember nobody that has ever won the Confederations Cup ever went on to win the World Cup, and it was Brazil who won it in Brazil. They didn't win the final, and Russia 2017 was Germany. Now, Russia, I gotta say, it probably wasn't the most hyped up tournament in the world. The expectations were quite low going into this one, just in terms of people not really vibing with Russia being the host. I'm not gonna lie, I even had my doubts going into this tournament. It was another hosting selection marred by classic FIFA corruption. There were two fresh debutants on the scene, with Iceland, fresh off their Viking clap antics at Euro 2016, and Panama from CONCACAF. I remember it was just pure pandemonium when they qualified. There was no US, no Italy, no Netherlands, Chile, Cameroon, the Ivory Coast. This tournament will be remembered for so many high-profile non-qualifiers. And in the end, it was the French who reigned victorious, getting their second star and adding to their 98 World Cup trophy. Against the underdogs Croatia, they got it done 4-1 in the final. Mbappe became the youngest goal scorer since Pele to score at a World Cup final. It was 4-2 in the end, 6-goal thriller in one of the highest scoring World Cup finals of all time. Harry Kane ended up being the top goal scorer at the tournament with 6 goals. It was Luka Modric who won the Golden Ball, the best player at the tournament, after his heroics guiding his nation to their first ever World Cup final. The best young player was Kylian Mbappe, who pretty much was involved and started in every single game. He shot to prominence at a rapid rate and scoring a winning goal in the World Cup final at 19 years of age, I think he was. I was 1 year younger than him at the time, and I felt like I was useless. When you put it into perspective like that, it makes you think about things differently. But Russia, we won't forget, they had a monumental run to the quarterfinals. They were unlucky in the end, eliminated on penalties to the eventual finalist Croatia, and you can't forget Peru qualifying for the first time in decades. Oh man, I forgot the Splice Nigeria home shirt that literally sent the internet into raptures. It broke the internet when this kit dropped. Everyone wanted this shirt. And who could forget Germany, who had the same fate as Spain in 2014, continued on the champions curse. 4 years later, the defending champions were dumped out in the groups, and the German national team were in utter chaos. So they have a chance for redemption and to rewrite history. Iceland, whose goalkeeper was like a movie director or a dentist or something. Sweden had qualified for the World Cup, but without Zlatan, as he'd already retired from the national team or didn't really want to play with them. So let's take a look at the group stages to see how these teams are drawing up against each other. Group A shapes itself out like this, with the hosts Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. I remember there was a ton of controversy around Sergio Ramos injuring Mo Salah in the Champions League final. He qualified his nation and he wasn't 100% leading into this tournament, so he had minimal game time. And in Group B, it was Morocco, Spain, Iran, and Portugal. Oh, that 3-3 game between Spain and Portugal was one of the best games I've ever watched live. One of the best World Cup games ever. So let's hope we see some similar action here in Group C, where we've got France, the eventual champions, Denmark, Australia, and Peru. Group D, we've got Messi on a mission after their 2014 final loss, Nigeria, Iceland, the debutants, and Croatia. So that's going to be an entertaining battle. In Group B, we've got Costa Rica, Switzerland, Serbia, and Brazil. One of the more uneventful groups, but Brazil shouldn't see any problems qualifying out of here. They have enough in the tank, as it was the defending champions at the time, Germany, South Korea, Mexico, and Sweden, all wrapped up in a very tightly contested, interesting group. And Group G sees our resimulated defending champions, Belgium, up against the Three Lions, New Boys Panama, and Tunisia. And last but not least, it's Group H with Colombia, Senegal, Japan, and Poland. And I remember that for the first time ever, Senegal didn't qualify through to the round of 16 due to the fair play rule. They had more yellow cards than Japan. It went down to a yellow card hard tiebreaker to see them grouped in the most brutal way. But again, like for every tournament, I'm eagerly keen to see some more football history unravel before our very eyes in our own little alternate dimension, our alternate World Cup timeline. What nations will rise up to the task? What nations will buckle under the pressure? And who will taste World Cup glory here in 2018. The group stage results are in, and Group A reads pretty much exactly how it did in real life, with Uruguay finishing on top, Russia getting that second spot, so the hosts advance into the next round, and Egypt and Saudi Arabia both say bye-bye. There's not much Mo Salah could have done for his nation there, and I just remember it was a race against time to get him back fit and ready for the World Cup, as it's Portugal to come through top of Group B with 3 wins, 9 points. Spain finished second as expected, and both Morocco and Iran are eliminated. The same exact results as real life, but that group ended up being way closer in the real World Cup. In Group C, we've got France and Peru making it out to the round of 16. Australia are rock bottom, nothing changes there, but Denmark miss out, and it's a small South American nation to get out through to the next rounds, and that is an underdog story if I've ever seen one. Group D, we've got Argentina finishing flawless on top alongside Croatia in second, and both Nigeria and Iceland are packing their bags on the way home. Group E, with Brazil finishing top, it ended up being a close affair with 5 points each. Switzerland make it out as Serbia and Costa Rica replicate their real life progress, finishing in third and fourth. And Group F, we've got Germany, who have rewritten history here, not getting embarrassed and humbled by the champions' curse as they assert their dominance on top with 3 wins. And Mexico finish in second, and we've got another tight margin of victory on display here, as it was on goal difference. Mexico made it out against both Sweden and South Korea, who all were on 3 points. Defending Resim champions Belgium's golden generation are back, and they finished on top of Group G alongside England, who got 7 points as well in second. That group, again, it's another mirror image of real life. The puzzle pieces are falling into place as Group H, to wrap it up, it's Poland and Colombia who came out alive. The Poles went from 4th to 1st, and it's Senegal again to finish in 3rd and not qualify for the next round. That has set us up with some mouth-watering fixtures here in the knockout rounds, where we're going to take a look at the left side of the bracket to start it off. We had the World Cup final, the real life final, take place in the round of 16, with France and Croatia going at it. A similar result there, with the French winning 3-1. We had Uruguay take down Spain in the round of 16, and that was the exact round they lost out in real life. Another disappointing campaign from España, as it was a 4-0 demolition job by Brazil over Mexico. The Mexicans' round of 16 curse lives on, and Belgium mustered up a 2-1 win over Colombia, which saw them advance into the next round. And in real life, they got the dub over Brazil. The South Americans prevailed with a 2-1 win, and it was France, another 2-1 win, saw them lock horns in the semi-finals in a rematch of that 2006 Resimulated final, and it was Brazil to have the last laugh, and they are now on a legendary run to the 2018 World Cup final for Neymar and co, defeating the real-life champions and the Resim champions along the way. And now they have their place booked in the big dance, but who is going to meet them here in the right side of the bracket? Germany just edged out over the Swiss 2-1. We had England with a narrow 1-0 win against Poland. Portugal had a professional, comfortable display against the hosts and eliminated Russia 2-0. And Argentina with a 3-1 win over Peru in a South American clash, which set up what would have been the game of a lifetime between Portugal and Argentina. Messi versus Ronaldo in the quarterfinals. This would have gone off. After it finished 2-2, Ronaldo couldn't get the job done to see them through to the semi-finals up against the old enemy, their old rivals England. England got one over their arch nemesis Germany 1-0, and it was Argentina again with Captain Messi in inspired form. That has set up an all South American battle, a World Cup final between Brazil and Argentina. A super clásico das Americas that we haven't seen the likes of since our resimulation at the first ever World Cup all the way back in 1930. In real life, we've never seen these two go head to head in a World Cup final. So you just know these two nations are going to give it their all, and there's just something about it. They both hate each other. Two countries that are incredibly passionate about their football, and it's an all South American bout for the world to see, as in third place it was France versus England in the third place playoff. The French take home the bronze instead of the gold this time around, and England finish fourth, just like in real life. Now the top goal scorer charts are definitely something to look into here, with Antoine Griezmann being at the top right now with 6 goals. Both Thomas Muller and finalist Neymar right behind him with 5 goals. So Neymar is in the hunt for not only the world title, but the golden ball. Both Hazard and Lukaku on 4 goals each. Roberto Firmino up there for Brazil too. Both him and Jamie Vardy tied on 4, with nobody in contention for the golden glove tonight. All gloves are off. Here is how the Seleção, who are in familiar territory here, they love a World Cup final. They've won 4 so far, and this could be their golden chance to equal Italy on top of the Racimers list with 5. Unfortunately, they're going to have to do without their captain, Thiago Silva. He's injured and won't be participating tonight. They don't really have much centre-back cover, do they? Oh, Marquinhos is also injured too. This is a defensive nightmare for Brazil. Both their main centre-backs unable to participate, and we're in panic stations right now. That is my only solution to this, is they've got plenty of wing backs. They should have brought an extra defender, but nevertheless, it's what plenty of nations before them have had to deal with. Some of the main starters copping injuries or suspensions. I've slotted in their top goal scorer of the tournament, Roberto Firmino in this case, instead of Jesus Prime Neymar, who I'm going to give the captain's armband in what could be the Prince's crowning moment. They've got some pace. They've got some options in off the bench like Douglas Costa. Jesus is a super sub. Renato Augusto, who scored against Belgium in that quarterfinal. They have the potential to bring a 5th star back to Brazilian soil. As the Argentina squad they're facing, they're also missing their main center back due to injury. It's Otamendi, and replacing him will be Fazio, also on a yellow card. Their entire backline have taken inspiration off that 2010 Netherlands team. Now, instead of Aguero and Meza right behind Messi, this is how they lined up in their final 2018 World Cup appearance, with Perez at cam, and it was Christian Pavon to be on the right flank. Both Di Maria and Messi in attack, but this Argentinian squad was bang average. I mean, they had some superstar talents like Aguero, Higuain, and Dybala, but they were just on the bench. They barely featured, and it was all about Messi, a man who had lost 2 Copa America finals in a row, announced that he was quitting his national team only 2 years prior to this tournament. They played some absolute Terismo ball in this World Cup. Honestly, they were horrible to watch. However, they've redeemed themselves in this resimulation. They've brought Messi to a World Cup final, and it's all about to go down here in Moscow, in the capital. But we have to take a look at the Russian World Cup match ball, the Adidas Telstar 18. And at the time, honestly, I wasn't much of a fan of this match ball. I absolutely adored every single World Cup ball in the 2000s and 2010s. But as soon as it came to Russia, I just did not vibe with this ball whatsoever. Over time, it has grown on me, just like the tournament, and their special knockout round / final football was like a red version of the design. For some reason, they didn't have a finals exclusive ball. Like, this was the ball used in all knockout matches. There wasn't like a special gold edition just for the final, which I found strange. It's the Luzhniki Stadium, which will be the venue tonight for the South American Super Final between these two powerhouses, not only of their region, but of world football. And what a beautiful venue. We've got the Russian flag lights in the stadium. That is what they're fighting for. 5 World Cup titles are on the line for Brazil. Argentina just want to get on the board again. They haven't won one in this resimulation for years now. And in Russia, they want to break the duck with their golden son, with Messi. Maradona failed to win them a World Cup in the resim, and now it's Messi's chance. Roberto Firmino is in fine form for the Brazilians, so let's see if he is going to be the man for the day. Or will Philippe Coutinho, a Neymar, modern day star that didn't get the flowers that they deserved because Ronaldo and Messi were so dominant in this era. But nevertheless, the World Cup graphics package, the World Cup branding of this Russia tournament was just so aesthetically pleasing, and it's good to see it plastered around the stadium. Just over 78,000 people were packed packed in the stands to witness the final in real life. I just hope there isn't any Fortnite goal celebrations in this World Cup final. So much on the line. It's Messi versus Neymar. It's World Cup final football live from Moscow. And the last time these two met in a World Cup final, that was the last time Argentina were crowned champions. That was the last time Argentina touched the World Cup trophy. So it's nearly been 100 years since they've won one in this resim. Can they revive themselves in the international game? It would be a story like no other. As Di Maria, he's closing in on goal here. He's got some Brazilian defenders in front of him and he goes for it. Alisson, grateful to clutch that one. The first time a World Cup hadn't received a standalone video game from EA Sports, who had the FIFA license at the time. So it was another major factor to why people weren't as hyped for this World Cup, especially us people in the football gaming scene. As Neymar's first few touches in the final, Casemiro goes for the shot. It's Mascherano who had a handball in the box, but the referee saw nothing. And this was revolutionary as the first World Cup ever to have VAR, or a video replay system, tournament that had a lot of technological advancements, as Marcelo has to clear that Messi cross. But Neymar trying to inject some life into this game. Mascherano takes him out. It's all fair in love and war, says the referee. But Neymar looks like he's gone here, and it's shades of 2014. All of a sudden, has he had his Colombia Zuniga moment? Mascherano has dealt a punishing blow to Neymar. And could that be game over for the prince that never became king? And it's Douglas Costa to replace him. Unbelievable. He might have dived like crazy throughout the tournament in real life, but that one wasn't a dive. He got hurt bad and didn't even last half an hour in this World Cup final. But all of a sudden, it's Felipe Coutinho one-on-one. And there is your goal for Neymar. He's going to dedicate that one to the Brazilian poster boy as the Liverpool man opens up the scoring here. In the 2018 World Cup final, it was a flick-on header from Bobby Firmino, the Liverpool link-up up front. And one-on-one with Armani, he slots it into the back of the net. A little toe poke into the back of the net. And what a way. This is a roller coaster of emotions for Brazilians right now. They've lost Neymar, but literally 5 seconds later, they've scored the opening goal against Argentina. And this World Cup final has just gone from 0 to 100 real quick. We hadn't even had time to process the substitution of Costa onto the pitch. As Willian already involved, Coutinho's now stepping up to the plate. He wants to avenge Neymar, and it's a header down, forced for a corner. Brazil are on smoke. Argentina don't know what have hit them, and Javier Mascherano, what have you caused? What drama, what theatre. The beautiful game continues to provide. Firmino's won another header though, and this could launch a Brazilian counter-attack, with Felipe Coutinho finding so many passes, but Javier Mascherano is everywhere, and that will be half-time. Brazil is a goal to the good. At what cost? They have lost their star boy. They've had to sacrifice him, and Moscow will never be the same. Now, the Argentines, they aren't going to win this match on dirty play. No one ever won a match for winning fouls. They need to play that beautiful football. They need to get Messi involved more. And Brazil, I guess, just got to keep on keeping on. Will their World Cup weight go begging, as Alisson will take those all day? Messi isn't winning any headers in the box, so I don't know why Di Maria is crossing it. Roberto Firmino does, though, and his flick-ons have been crucial. First substitution of the match here, and it's going to be a midfield change. It's Casemiro coming off, and I'm guessing Fernandinho will replace him. There he is. It is Christian Pavon coming off. He's been their brightest spark in attack, but it's Paulo Dybala, another left-footed magician, who'll be taking his place, and deservedly so. He's an absolute baller. And Tagliafico, a deep delivery on the inside. Dybala headers down. It's Messi's first shot on target. And again, Alisson will take those all day. And Roberto Firmino wins another big header as we switch up for another substitution. It's going to be Willian, who has really came to life in this second half. He'll be replaced by Renato Augusto. Or will he shy away from greatness? Mercado with a lofted ball on the inside to Messi, who flicks in a header. And again, these crosses inside to a man who's 5'5" aren't going to work, mate. Bobby Firmino, on the other hand, has won every single aerial battle. Giovanni Lo Celso, it's the last throw of the dice for Argentina as Perez comes off into the final third. He finds Tagliafico, Dybala, intricate play on the inside, and this chipped cross into Messi. It's just not going to happen, and Renato Augusto smashes the ball clear as far as he can get it. It's all bodies behind the ball for Brazil. Messi with the chip ball inside to no one. Messi proving to have another stinker on the world stage, whether it's in real life or in a resimulation where everything is on the line. The lights are shining the brightest, and he has failed to deliver on all accounts. But with one last roll of the dice, no, Alisson again has read Argentina's playbook to a T. Argentina are running out of time. The clock's against them, and Brazil win the ball back in a very dangerous area. Renato Augusto finds Roberto Firmino, now up against 3 defenders. No one dares goes in attack with him. Douglas Costa now. Brazil are just holding on to the ball, wasting as much time as they can. Is the referee going to give them one last attacking moment? And no, they failed to produce anything of note throughout the whole 90 minutes. And it was a Neymarless Brazil after the half-hour mark who reigned supreme. And just like that, with a Coutinho moment of brilliance, it was 5 World Cups now on the board for Brazil. They have equaled Italy in the Resim winners list. Not only that, they've equaled what they've achieved in real life, becoming the second nation to do so, and they join Italy on top of the podium with one final tournament left to go. We had the backup captain. First, we had Thiago Silva out. Marquinhos was out. Neymar gifted the captain's armband, but gone off injured in a stretcher. And now it's Danilo, of all players. They love their right backs lifting up a trophy, just like Cafu did all those years ago. It's Danilo to repeat that process. And now the Brazilians can bask in the glory, bask in the celebrations of being the best of South America, the best in the world. And the Seleção, they were battered, they were bruised, copping injuries to key players, but they kept on keeping on and remained persistent against their bitter rivals and proved a point here tonight in Moscow. The Luzhniki Stadium has seen the conclusion to this South American battle, and it was tough, it was tense, it was physical, but it was Felipe Coutinho to write his name into World Cup folklore. With Brazil being shameless, 1 shot, 1 on target, 1 goal against your arch rivals. That is prime rage bait if I've ever seen it. And there is your confirmation. I mean, they'd already taken down some World Cup heavyweights in the process. Their path to the final was extremely difficult, so I guess Messi's wait for a World Cup continues. And Neymar, it's confirmed that he suffered an ACL injury in the final. That is one of the worst injuries you can get. Take it from me, who has undergone an ACL rupture. It is a horrible injury, and in real life, injuries have low-key ruined his career. But in this resimulation, it's Messi to win the Golden Ball, the player of the tournament. However, he doesn't go home with the goods, just like in 2014. Scoring 4 goals and 2 assists on his way to the final was enough to win him the Player of the Tournament award. However, that performance in the big dance where it really mattered, his 6 goal contributions went to waste as he didn't show up in the final whatsoever. 3 goals for Angel Di Maria. Both Paulo Dybala off the bench and Marcos Acuna managed to score 2 each. They were just a mess. I mean, it was like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. They had puzzle pieces there, but the team chemistry was off. I don't know whether it was to do with the manager or the players or, Messi just unable to click with his teammates, but they didn't deserve to win that one, not by a long shot, as here are your champions. Neymar, I reckon, robbed of that Golden Ball award. 5 goals and 7 appearances, guiding his nation to the final, getting unfairly taken out in the final, only 30 minutes in, shades of Ronaldo in Euro 2016. The unsung hero Roberto Firmino, 4 goals and 2 assists, a very prolific outing for him in Russia, as it was Felipe Coutinho, only 2 appearances, and he got the goal that was most important. He picked his time to shine and stand up, and he did exactly that. Meanwhile, Willian, Fernandinho, and Tyson also managed to get on the score sheet. And as for the rest of the nations, no real players standing out besides Jamie Vardy and Harry Kane, this strike duo with 7 goals between them. England replicated their run in real life, heading towards the semi-finals with Gareth Southgate. It was a summer that the English won't forget, as Antoine Griezmann's 7 goal contributions. No fortnight dances to be seen in Moscow as the French fell short, but 4 goals and 3 assists for Mbappe. He was only 19 at the time too. There were so many other worthy players other than Messi to take home the player of the tournament. That's the Messi PR for you. All right, speaking of Messi, let's see how he compared to CR7 with 1 goal and 1 assist. It's another disappointing outing for Ronaldo and Portugal at the World Cup. But Russia, thanks for the memories. It was nice to relive it again and all the storylines that this competition provided. I mean, the World Cup, it's never a dull affair. There's always something. People look back at Russia 18 and recognize it for the underrated gem it was, as they were unaware how the next tournament in 4 years' time would change the trajectory of the FIFA World Cup for the rest of time. The 2022 World Cup in Qatar was a game changer in more ways than one. It was the first time the tournament was held in the Middle East. It was the first time a World Cup was held in winter. I mean, we went from a summer World Cup for nearly 100 years, and now due to how hot Qatar gets in summer, FIFA needed to shift the World Cup in the middle of the season. Every competitive league took a month and change off, and there was a massive break for the tournament to take place. Honestly, we'd seen nothing like it before. Not that we knew it at the time, but this would be the last World Cup with 32 teams participating and qualified before the expansion to 48 teams now that we're going to see next year in 2026. FIFA have decided to expand it again to get more revenue, more matches, more nations to participate. But focusing back on Qatar, now this was probably one of the most controversial, highly contested, and just straight up corruption at its finest. When they were announced as hosts in 2010, it put the whole world into shock. The whole footballing sphere was questioning this decision by FIFA, and I mean, air-conditioned stadiums had to be built so that the players wouldn't overheat, and the conditions were suitable for all parties involved. And it will go down as probably one of the most corrupt World Cup final bids of all time. I mean, I know people now look back on it with so many memories, like Messi winning the World Cup, possibly one of the greatest World Cup finals of all time. Football aside, there was a lot of off-field drama, a lot of scandals, the treatment of migrant workers building the stadium, people dying building stadiums. This World Cup just, it gave me and a lot of people the yick. But what FIFA and the host nation can't take away from us is the brilliant football, the players, the memories, the national pride on display, the nostalgia in what is a football fan's Christmas. A World Cup year just hits different. However, a World Cup winter doesn't really have the same ring to it, as it's going to be Argentina defending their crown. After his 5th attempt, it was finally successful, and our Resimulation winners defending their crown, it's Brazil, who could potentially go on and win the Resimulation with 6, as Italy didn't qualify again for the second time in a row, and the one and only debutant was in fact the hosts, Qatar. It's a tournament that's fresh in the memory, the most recent World Cup in this video. So let's give this bad boy a spin for one last ride. We already got a quick look at the group stages. We probably don't need too much reminding, but another reason I wasn't too keen on this World Cup. But again, EA let us down back to back. 2018 World Cup, we got the free Russia DLC, and again, right here, where I'm on FIFA 23, we got the free DLC, which was just a shell in comparison to the standalone World Cup video games that I will praise till the dawn of time. They're the pinnacle of football gaming, and I'll die on that hill. But nevertheless, these are your group stages. You had Morocco's miracle run to the semi-finals, setting the record for African nations, and Qatar were just humiliated on their own patch, being the first hosts to ever go out in the group stages here. So let's resimulate this bad boy and see what kind of results we get. By going back on FIFA 23, this is the only way we can get a result. So here is how the group stages played out here, with Qatar redeeming themselves. After finishing bottom of the group, they have gone through to the round of 16. The top 2 progressed alongside the Netherlands, who finished top. Ecuador and Senegal both sent home. Over in Group B, it was England and Wales. The UK made successful there, as Iran grouped. The US finished rock bottom. Messi and Argentina saw no problems in Group C, topping the group alongside Poland, Saudi Arabia, and Mexico will bow out there. Group D to see Australia rock bottom this time. Denmark, who were crowned the dark horses of this competition after their semi-final finish in Euro 2021. They topped this group here perfect alongside real-world finalist France. This is their last shot to get on the board as they still are yet to win, just like Germany, who have topped Group E. 5 final losses and counting, but they've got one last chance as them and Japan come through. Spain absolutely tanked. A terrible campaign from them, which saw them finish with 1 point. Shades of 2014. Costa Rica above them in third, but they still go home. That is a huge shock to see Spain gone so early. Over in Group F, it was Belgium's golden generation. After getting off to a promising start in 2014, they were grouped by Croatia and Morocco, who progressed through to the round of 16. Longtime absentees Canada are eliminated in rock bottom, as it's Group G to see Brazil finish on top. Our Resim defending champions are through alongside Serbia. Meanwhile, it's Switzerland and Cameroon who have to say goodbye. And finally, Group H see CR7. His Portugal side have risen out of there alongside Uruguay on goal difference, I believe. Yeah, Ghana -1. They were on 4 points too, but it wasn't enough as South Korea are in last place. And now we've got some updated menus. We can go through the rounds one by one. Instead of the tournament tree, on one side of the bracket, it was the Netherlands to demolish Wales 3-0. Argentina versus France. The final in real life actually took place in the round of 16. There you go. It was Messi to get the better over Mbappe with another tight 2-1 win. Poland took down Denmark, the perfect dark horses who look like they were onto something special, and it's England who sent the hosts packing. A 2-1 win over Qatar for the Three Lions. And in the second batch of matches, we've got Morocco on penalties to win 4-3 over Germany. Wow, a huge upset there, which confirms Germany going absolutely blank in this entire resimulation. My brother, that is harsh, as Brazil remind the world who the resim champions are after a dominating display against Uruguay in the South American clash. Japan got one better over the 2018 finalist Croatia 2-0, and it was Portugal to edge past Serbia 1-0 to progress into the quarterfinals, where we now had Morocco's run cut short. They didn't make the semis like in real life, being stopped by Brazil 2-1. Argentina got a 3-1 win over the Netherlands in what was a crazy encounter. Such a tense match, a grudge match in many cases, that saw punches thrown, new beef created, and the Albiceleste make sure that the Netherlands don't get through to the semis. And Portugal with a 5-3 8-goal epic over Japan, who have punched above their weight, and the Asian nation putting up an almighty effort. And England versus Poland was the final match, where it saw the Three Lions win 5-4 on penalties. After it finished 1-1, Gareth Southgate's men are into the semi-finals, and the semi-finals unfolded with a 2018 Resim final rematch with Argentina taking on Brazil, and this time it was Messi's Albiceleste to win 3-1 against the Seleção and get their get back. They got revenge and booked their ticket into the World Cup final, just like in real life. And in the Europe semi-final, it was Portugal in another high-scoring thriller where CR7 eliminated England again, just like in Euro 2004, in a 5-goal thriller, got the 3-2 win, and now both these nations have a date with destiny. Argentina versus Portugal. It only means one thing. It's Messi versus Ronaldo, the two GOATs of our time, of this generation. What a treat we've got for ourselves here. To send off this mini-series with a bang, if this matchup happened in real life, the internet would be broken. If it's any consolation prize for the English, they did manage to finish in third place in the playoff game between Brazil with a 2-1 win, which was an improvement on their result in Russia. But yeah, this is the dream scenario. So let's take a look at the numbers and check in on the top goal scorers list, where we have Richarlison with 8 goals in 7 matches. He is leading the way by a far, as Skov Olsen with 6 for Denmark in only 4 matches. Meanwhile, Harry Kane with 5 goals. It was actually Kylian Mbappe with 8 goals who won the Golden Boot, but we had Depay with 5 and Bruno Fernandes snuck his way in the top 5 with 4. I can't believe that is the highest tally we've seen from a goal scorer in these resimulations, and it's Richarlison of all all players leading that stat, as the assist chart sees Messi on top. He could surpass his competitors like Nathan Ake and Slimane of Tunisia tonight if he was to pull through, as Demi Martinez and Diogo Costa to fight out for that golden glove tonight. Both tied on 2 clean sheets. So let's take a look at how both sides are going into tonight at the Lusail Stadium. It's Argentina, and it's easy for this one because we've given them the exact same lineup, the exact same formation and players that they started with Messi fighting for his GOAT status and for Argentina's next world crown, leading as the captain in this 3-pronged attack with Julian Alvarez, the rookie, and Di Maria, the other veteran in the squad. It was a breakout tournament for Enzo Fernandez. He announced himself on the world scene as McAllister and Rodrigo de Paul join him in midfield, as I've given them the exact same bench, the exact same substitutes that they brought on in the final, as they'll be up against the Portuguese, who at the time were having a little bit of a dilemma between Gonçalo Ramos and Cristiano Ronaldo up top. I'm going to go based off their lineup against Morocco, where they bowed out 1-0, and just give them the most realistic lineup possible, even though they've got better players on the bench like an 89 rated Ronaldo, Rafael, an 88 rated Joao Cancelo. I know, it doesn't really make sense in terms of, quality on the pitch, but that's the system that Martinez opted for. And yeah, it was tough to see Ronaldo used as a substitute. However, in this match, at this magnitude, I think if it was a Ronaldo versus Messi final, they'd have to start CR7. No questions about it. Surely. Arguably, they were playing better without him, but come on, man. You have to find some humility in your heart for the box office to get people hyped. If they weren't hyped enough, here is how they line up against each other on paper, side by side. And the World Cup match ball used in this tournament was the Arras Al Rila, which you're seeing on your screens. However, for the semi-finals and final, the Arras Al Hilm was used, and it's not added into the official licensed game. Yet a free mod could add every single World Cup match ball in history into the game. Nevertheless, not really too much of a fan of this one. It's quite mid. Even the final ball, it's just okay. It's probably like the first mid match ball since the 80s, but I do love the final edition, how it's kind of got that gold sheen all over, and it's got the Qatari colors woven into the design, which is quite cool. But the normal standard match ball, it's just okay. But this means more. 2 nations, 2 GOATs, and it's the final battle to end the debate. On the biggest of stages, this is going to be good, as we embark on what is going to be the night of all nights here in Doha, the dream final, the end of an era. And what a venue to do it at. The fans are out ready, they're partying, they're in the mood, everyone is hyped. So this game better deliver. But it's looking more and more likely that the GOATs are going to continue on in the USA, Mexico, and Canada next year. They could quite possibly be involved in, 5 or 6 World Cups? The longevity, the consistency is crazy, and this is the final World Cup final we have to witness tonight at the Lusail Stadium. Both nations, both teams are walking out with one thing on their mind. It is that iconic trophy they both want to desperately lift. It's all the 2 talismans have ever dreamed of. And in this resimulation, they get the chance to fight for it simultaneously on the pitch. As Portugal have just never won the World Cup, full stop. Argentina want their first in over 92 years. 1930 was the last time they lifted up that bad boy. This resimulation has not been kind to them. They want to avenge that humiliation in 2018 and make sure Messi gets the ultimate send-off by not losing 2 World Cup finals in a row. So I'll come down to this, people. Buckle up, as 88,966 people were scrambling for tickets to get their spot to witness this live. You could have sold out in a 1 million-seater stadium for a World Cup final between these 2 nations, and I'm sure it would have sold out with ease. Di Maria, he won a penalty in the World Cup final. Can he cause the same trickery, as they're both attacking with intent? It's Alexis McAllister who sets up Lionel Messi on a golden platter, and he takes his chance in the 11th minute. It's Lionel pointing to the heavens as he makes his mark on this World Cup final resim. He was absent He was a ghost in 2018, but he's put those demons behind him, and with a devastating strike that cracks the back of the net, Diogo Costa couldn't even react in time, getting Argentina a goal to the good. It is game on. And now, Ronaldo, you've got 80 minutes to respond, mate. What can you conjure up? Inside 10 minutes, but now Argentina aren't happy with one. Oh my days, they want two, and that could have been the second with a scramble. And look at this, McAllister finds Messi again, and this time Diogo Costa meets it, palms it out for a corner. Messi is on a mission tonight. He doesn't want to let history be rewritten. He doesn't want Portugal to get one over them here in 2022. And look at him, he looks determined. He wants to keep his 2022 crown and that black cloak they gave him for some reason, as Otamendi fires in. Finds Otavio. Now Portugal putting together some decent passage of play, and Ronaldo with his moment. He offloads to Tagliafico. No, it was just offside. Ronaldo getting pocketed by Otamendi so far. I never thought I'd utter those words. Oh, a lovely little chip ball over the top. Delo's offside again, mate. Do you even know the offside rules? As a Manchester United fan, I don't know why they've started him at this World Cup, but hey, Roberto Martinez knows best. Portugal, Ronaldo, he's onside. João Felix back in the mix. The first shot on target doesn't trouble Emi Martinez, though. The Magnifico gonna do. Off to Dalot again, who is having a generational stinker. Julian Alvarez, are they going to get one more chance before the halftime whistle? Rodrigo de Paul nearly set up Messi for the second. It's Ronaldo who's down on his luck right now. Rodrigo de Paul, and it's a through ball into Enzo Fernandez. It's blocked. 2 volleys, and Portugal are living on a knife's edge at the moment. They're nervous. They're giving the ball away, and they're leaving players open like Rodrigo de Paul, and it's gone out for a corner. Rafael Guerrero, he's got João Felix making a nice run. Ronaldo on the inside, and CR7 spreads it out wide. Does the unselfish thing with Bruno Fernandes going for the spectacular. Wants to take on this entire Portugal team. McAllister finds him again. Oh my days, it is champagne football. The end product for both teams has been called into action. João Felix had Ronaldo running in there, and now Molina, the right back, I think is going to go in the book. It's a red card. Argentina down to 10 men, and Molina, he's just had a brain fart moment, as I think Argentina are bringing on defender Rafael on for Portugal here. They are going to go for it. That just shakes up the entire complexity of the match completely. And Ronaldo, oh my god, that looked like he was about to get a red card. A player's gone down for Portugal, and now Argentina on the counter-attack. Leao's just come on, and he's gone down with an injury. What is happening here? As Argentina play on, they get their second in what is going to be a controversial goal. VAR, where are you when we need you? Because Messi now has gotten himself an assist in the final. Rodrigo de Paul slams it home, and on the counter-attack, Argentina have doubled their lead. It's all happening here in Qatar. Injuries, red cards, controversial goals. Look at that. Leao barely had 2 minutes on the pitch, and he got injured, now replaced by Horta in off the bench. What are we witnessing? Are we going to see a Sui in a World Cup final? It doesn't look like it so far, but the CR7 isn't going to give up that easy. Unbelievable stuff here, but Argentina aren't going to rest on their laurels, and Rodrigo de Paul, he's linking up with his best mate Messi. McAllister, Rodrigo de Paul in for the third, and Diogo Costa is making sure the Portuguese don't get embarrassed, as Acuna now comes off for Tagliafico, and it's Goncalo Ramos to replace Ruben Neves. Is he going to deal the final blow? Offloads to McAllister. He finds Rodrigo de Paul again, and I'm surprised it's not 4 or 5 yet. Goncalo Ramos doing step overs like CR7. You've got Horta fresh off the bench. Back on the inside to Ramos, and that is a spurned opportunity if I've ever seen one, and he knows it. And the final substitution's happening here. It's a defensive change as McAllister comes off for Lisandro Martinez. Slumps forward, Ronaldo into the path of Ramos again, and he's gone for another long shot here. Goncalo not being clinical enough in front of net. 5 minutes left on the clock. Bruno needs a good delivery, and he offloads to Pepe, and it's the most unlikely of goal scorers, the captain, their cult hero Pepe, the master of the defending dark arts. And I don't know why he's celebrating, because they need a second, but what a finish. It was a striker's finish from the veteran, and Pepe is not usually known for his top corner finishes. and he put on some beautiful spin away from Emi Martinez. Two keepers wouldn't have saved that. But the center back has put a bit of life into this game now. They've halved the deficit here, and we could be in for a grandstand finish. How much added time are they going to get, though, as Argentina still carry forward here with 10 men. Bruno wins it back, and we're about to see what the fourth official will raise up. Portugal just streaming men forward. They got 3 minutes here on the counter attack. Goncalo Ramos, what are you doing? He should have offloaded the ball out left. He gets caught out in possession. And I think Messi's offside. No, he continues on. Lionel Messi sets up the third. And it's case closed for Argentina. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Messi wins the World Cup for his nation. And it's the Albi Celeste to get their second World Cup title in this resimulation. In the most dramatic of circumstances, it's 2 assists for Leo Messi in the final. He was involved in every single goal. And on the counter-attack, Goncalo Ramos just let his nation down so many times in the final third. And that's the hammer blow. They were fluid in the attack. They were absolutely precise going forward. And Portugal just looked lost sometimes. They had a godsend. They had time on their side. There were 3 added minutes. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Messi wins it over Ronaldo. And CR7, I don't know if he could have ever recovered from this, but I'm keen to see them go head-to-head and do battle in 2026 next year, or depending when you're watching this, maybe even this year. He did it in real life. Argentina are going to replicate history and lift up the 2022 World Cup, getting their second star on top of the jersey in this resim. World champions now both in 1930 and 2022. 2 completely different eras. 2 different time periods. It's almost a different game. See how far we've come with this resimulation back when they were playing with long pants on muddy pitches in broken down stadiums. Now we've reached the pinnacle here, simulated through nearly 100 years of World Cup history, and it's the South Americans who get the last laugh. And in this timeline, 2022 belongs to Argentina and one man. We finally have some cool new player announcements in the menus, like goalkeeper of the tournament. He didn't keep a clean sheet in the final, but Emi Martinez will take home that individual accolade. It was Richarlison who wins the golden boot fair and square. I mean, 8 goals is absolutely crazy. And the player of the tournament, he also takes that one too. So he might have lost out in the semi-finals, but 2 major prizes at a World Cup is nothing to scoff at. And there you go, Messi right next to his prized possession. And for the first time, we get a team of the tournament announcement, pretty much including every single Argentinian player, plus Richarlison, plus Stones and Luke Shaw. We've resimulated through every World Cup tournament ever. And here are your final results, the final standings of the winners list. We had 3 nations get on the board once, including Uruguay in 1950, Poland's win in 74, and that Belgian golden generation in 2014. 3 countries won a double, including Hungary in 1938 and 54. Le Oranje, the Netherlands, who have never won one in real life, were victorious in 1978 and rewriting history and getting revenge in 2010. And of course, it was Argentina to wait to the final moments to secure their second with a win in 1930 and 2022. We had the English triple their wins and successes at World Cups, not only replicating that 1966 glory, but prevailed through against the hosts in Italia 90 and won a penalty shootout against the Germans in 02, as there were 2 nations joint on top. So I guess you can say England are the runners-up technically, but both Brazil and Italia won 5 World Cup trophies throughout the entire resim, with my Azzurri, the Italians, getting it done all before the 21st century, and Brazil making up for lost time, winning their recent ones in 06 and 2018. They were world champions in 3 different eras. Not many nations can say that. Producing a consistent crop of talents for decades upon decades. So they're going to have to share the spotlight and share the podium with Italy. So tell me, what do you think about the results? Who's been robbed? Who's overachieved? Who did you expect to win more? I mean, Germany, no Spain. They were completely unsuccessful in this experiment. And I guess let me know down below, who do you think is going to take home the ultimate prize in 2026. Anyways, lads, I appreciate you all so much if you made it this far, and I just love you all so much for watching. This was a passion project that I wanted to do for so long, and it was a mission, but I'm glad I got it done, and it's so fun going through World Cup history with you guys and, you know, reading all your comments, seeing all the support. It was a monster task, and I hope I have done it justice. I hope you lot enjoyed this little mini series. I'll catch you all next time for the World Cup hype in 2026. I've been your boy, Sir BCHD. Have a great day. I love you all, and I'll catch you later. Bye.